thumbs up if you guys are coming in. Crank the thumbs up. Thumbs up, you guys. Let's get these likes up. Let's get these likes up. All right, what's going on, Conscious Crew? We are back. We just got finished with the sensational T on Top of T panel. We was over on Royce Reed's platform. I posted the link to the community wall. Make sure that if you guys didn't get a chance to check us out during the live, that you catch the replay, thumbs up, and please subscribe to Royce. We will be on this here platform, this here channel, I should say, next Monday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard. I will be hosting, child. All right. You guys already know what we're here to get into. We're going to get into a much deeper dive into the Chrisean Rock and Tesehki, or Tesehka, or I'm going to call it Tesehki, honey. It feels right to me. The Tesehki controversy that blew up today, girl. Think about these damn Mondays. These Mondays have just been explosive, girl, for the past few Mondays, girl. This is a nasty Monday. Before we get into it, though, I need you guys to run those thumbs up so that we can get these notifications out. Trigger up the Conscious True Gang, honey. Trigger up the algorithm. So whether you are a replay gang member or you are a Bush baby or actively in the streets, please give me an old free 99, honey. It don't cost you nothing. Also, make sure that you guys share the stream out to wherever it is you have digital community. Also, make sure that you have your notification bell set to all. And let's go ahead, child, and push on through so that we're not here all night long. And I will be dropping the link as well. Oh,
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
all right, let me speak to the Conscious Crew in the building, then we can go ahead and get started, honey. And once again, as you guys come in, please thumbs up the video. What is going on, Rumors and Tea? Hey, Lens West. What's going on? Yes, I'm a working man, child, okay? I am a working mind, honey, all right? Charge it to the game and not to my heart. What's going on, Miss Dawkins? Hey, Ian Gardner. What's going on, Charity to Give? What's going on, Easy Breezy? Hey, Sharon. What's going on, Foodie? What's going on, Miss Shell? Can someone drop CTV email, please? I want to send him something. All right. You guys, all information is always in the description box. And this ticker that you guys see at the bottom of the screen, my email, my Cash App, my Patreon, all of that information is always available below. But I'm going to put the email in the chat. But all information is always in the description box and on the ticker below. Chrisean did an interview and she said last year that she never yet. We're going to revisit all of that here. So don't get your panties in a bunch. We're going to unpack it all. I'm going to give you guys my thoughts, and I'm going to definitely drop the link so you guys can come up here and give me yours. All right. And if Michelle, if that's something that's relevant to tonight's show, especially, email it over expeditiously so that I can use it while we're live. If it's about something unrelated, then you ain't got to be in a hurry. But I'm going to try not to keep you guys here too long, all right? So let's go ahead and get into it. You guys know we went live earlier to get into breaking news because a super trailer for next seasons of Baddies, which will be Midwest, came out. In that Midwest super trailer, I'm going to let you guys hear it for yourself. There was a scene between Chrisean Rock, who just got out of prison. She's back reunited with her son. She is on a quote-unquote spiritual journey. I do not foresee Chrisean Rock being a part of the entire season. However, I think they brought her back to give her a little coin and to kind of rustle Tesehki's feathers, because Tesehki has also been accused of fans of Baddies to not be interesting, that she's boring. Yes, she is the Mike Tyson. She's the Muhammad Ali of Baddies. But however, outside of that, fans are saying she's giving every bit of nothing, honey. She's in her Lindsay Lohan bag. Hold on for 1 second, you guys. Why they didn't close my shit up? They just got my shit open like this. The fuck? Had to pick up my food, y'all. So, I think, you know, the producers obviously seeing Tesehki as a money bag. They know that she's good for whipping ass and giving them the blood that they want in the show, but they had to give her a storyline. So I think the game plan was for them to bring Chrisean back, maybe for an episode or two, you know, give her a opportunity to talk to Tesehki about the drama that more than likely spawned out of their shared season together, where Chrisean was pregnant and her sister came into a plethora of drama that led to Chrisean allowing her two besties at the time to jump her own sister on the season. All of that shit bled out into social media, and it was just a hot fucking mess. However, Chrisean Rock pulled a goddamn reverse. Oh no! In that damn scene, girl, and courtesy of the neighborhood talk, I'm going to show you that particular scene and that particular reverse. Oh no, because things went to hell mighty quick. And you guys, once again, thumbs up the video and check out the snippet.
You know, done talking, but you're going to fuck jail. Defamation of character. When I was 7, you made me eat your pussy. You said what? I'm done talking, but you're going to fuck jail. Defamation of character. When I was 7, you made me eat your pussy. You said what? I'm done talking, but you're going to fuck jail. Defamation of character. When I was 7.
All right, so obviously Tesehki doesn't know a lot about lawsuits. Lawsuits do not involve jail time, honey. This is not a criminal suit, nor is it a criminal case. It's a civil one. So there'll be no jail time. And there's not going to be much of a victory either. At the very least, at the very least, the judge will probably dismiss it, maybe. But I highly doubt that Tesehki would get a victory in a lawsuit, considering that multiple blood relatives of Tesehki is accusing her of various levels of incestual abuse. So, yeah, that would be a mess. Chrisean Rock would have a plethora of relatives to use as her corroborating witnesses to those said allegations. So right now, Tesehki is like practically unnumbered. I mean, she's outnumbered. All right. So you guys heard here in the scene, Chrisean Rock say, yeah, you know, you made me eat your cooter, you know, at 7 years old. Tesehki is acting surprised and saying, you know, like what? For those of you who don't know, this is not the first time that Chrisean Rock has said this. A lot of this stuff came out last year, where Chrisean Rock took to social media to respond to Tesehki going on a press tour after their season ended, and she was basically trashing Chrisean Rock, saying how she felt betrayed and basically that Chrisean was trash and she don't trust her, and just, you know, obviously mad and disgruntled because, you know, her sister had her Two Good Judy's, attempt to whip her ass, but that didn't end up well for them. Okay, so Chrisean Rock had this to say a year ago for those who missed it. Okay, why the fuck why is my computer acting? Oh my God, girl, my computer is really acting a plumb fool. Hold on, y'all. My computer acting a fool, y'all. I'm so sorry. It's acting a fool. I think I got too many tabs open. All right, check out what Chrisean Rock had to say. I hate my computer the most.
Yeah, like what do you want me to say? No, actually, like, what you need me to try to get you like get a talk show? Yeah, like you want a talk show? You don't have to talk about me. You don't. You really don't. You don't. So you don't have to talk to me. You don't. We don't. I don't even know what's up with her. Like, she's trying so hard. Too hard. And keep lying. Let them keep doing it. They're going to die down. Their hype will die down. It's not even that. Why don't you worry about your son and the people that molested your son? Like, what? Like, you keep saying, then you molest my other, like, she did some weird Tristan. Like, you want to keep it.
Okay, so here it is. You see Chrisean Rock responding to Tesehki going on a press tour claiming that she need to be worried about the people that violated her own son, and then she need to be worried about the violating she did to her nephew Tristan, who also spoke out. I'll let you guys hear a little bit of that again, just to give you guys context.
And people out and lying? I'm not lying. I add the truth. Oh, no. You're talking about. Man, she's weird, bro. She got the curtains that she'll never speak about. It's cool. It's cool. Whatever. You can lie and all this other shit. My nigga, that whole TV shit, first of all, that shit was fake, all weird.
All right. Then a lot of other things were playing out even before they fell out, such as Chrisean Rock's nephew Tristan, who she just named. He also came forward last year to speak about being violated by multiple relatives, including Tesehki, other uncles and aunts, and he got into some pretty graphic details. So trigger warning for those of you who have not heard this. You are about to hear from Tristan, Chrisean Rock, and Tesehki's nephew, who is the son of their oldest sister, China.
Out of you, nigga. Everybody that's playing the game get to literally fuck you up just because you said no. And if you say truth, they want to defile you, degrade you to make you pick death. You feel me? Like, it's wild, my nigga. And then I already told you about the hot sauce and the pepper going in the nigga face every night. I try to go to fuck to sleep. They fucked up all my shoes with ketchup, mustard, and all that shit. They poured inside my shit and all that normal prank shit. And then boom, molestivity shit started happening. And if I was to say no to them, they had banged the shit in my mouth, fucked me up so bad to the point they had to hide me every time people came to visit me. They had to literally hide me, nigga. Shit was real. Then I don't even want to mention to the dogs, nigga. The motherfucking dogs scarred me for life. They the ones got to me. That dog shit wasn't right, nigga. I'm recording. No, y'all gonna tell the shit anyway. For entertainment, my nigga. Just bad for my. And they do it and they rape them and shit like that, and the nigga just be a little bitch in there. That's how I felt in my house with my family. I felt like I was their jail bitch. Real shit. And I was only 7 years old. I felt like I was their jail bitch, my nigga. I got beat for everything. Every fucking thing. And I couldn't even look a certain way. I couldn't even say, I want to go home while I get smacked, nigga. You tripping. My face so bulletproof now, you better ask about me, nigga. I done had people rock my shit, and that shit ain't bruised up. People looking crazy as shit, like, what the fuck? Teeth are lying about the age. Man, I don't know what the fuck the people lying about. What I know is, the truth is, they fucked up, my nigga. Man, I try to talk to my grandmother, man. She don't. How can you explain to some woman her children some sick fucks and make her be okay with that? Y'all explain that. How can you explain to some woman that love her kids dearly, that would die for her children, that her kids are some sick ass, molesting, torturous, narcissistic / mental unstable / I don't even know. Like Jeffrey Dahmer without the killing / fucking people. How can you explain that to somebody and expect them to even respect it? That shit a crushing. I told my grandmother that shit a lot, man. I watch even just part of the story crush her. I watch her face change. I watch tears build up, all that. And it just make me not want to say nothing for real. I walk off. Man, they hear me out, but how that hurt her more than it hurt me, probably, bro.
So you guys just heard Chrisean say that he did tell his grandma, Tesehki, and Chrisean's mother, but you know, she pretty much was, you know, in shock and in disbelief, of course. And obviously, if the grandma, Tesehki's mother, did take any initiative to get to the bottom of this, of course, Tesehki and the rest of his aunts and uncles who were allegedly abusing him, of course, they were going to deny this without there being any direct proof. So it would just become one person's word for other people's word, without any objective truth behind it. And then with this being Chrisean and Tesehki's parents, like, you know, then there's that bias there, you know, as he just said perfectly. You know, most parents, because they see their children as in their own likeness, they project their own everything into their children. Most parents will find it difficult to wrap their heads around their children being different than how they raised them, how they expected them to be. And because they feel like their own identity is intrinsically connected to their children, it may make it hard to accept certain truths and certain things about their kids that may deviate from the expectations, you know, that they have. So there's all of that that's taking place.
Even though it happened to me, these are the people that came out of that woman. How can you explain that to somebody like that? No, it was Tessa, my nigga. Terrain ain't do nothing. Terrain, she's a little slightly abusive. Terrain was the fighter. She the one trying to beat everybody's ass in the damn house. I don't know if she molested anybody. She ain't molest me. Yeah, ain't that weird? They ain't never put Chastity on camera or none of that. Even though she molested me too, but they ain't never bring her out there. Yeah, I ain't trying to kill my grandmother for no stress, bro. That shit probably take my line out. That's why I be trying to chill. She got my aunt ex and all that. See, I ain't know all that. That's y'all.
Yeah, but even with what you're saying, rumors into you, like those signs, not in every case. Like, especially not when you have like young people. Young people can mask things really well. They can also compartmentalize very well. And when you have like people that you love doing things they shouldn't do to you, while that part can be true, because you also love them and you're probably also trying to reject that experience mentally and emotionally, you may also, as a victim, be around these people as if nothing ever happened as a result of your own survival mechanisms and defense mechanisms and denial. Plus, on top of that, you have to know what the signs are. And guess what? Most parents are completely uneducated about how to recognize depression in their kids. You got a whole mother who is suing an AI company because an alleged bot that her 14-year-old was involved with apparently aided and abetted in his self-deletion. And, you know, there had been a lot of signs that her son was going downhill before, you know, he unfortunately took his life. You know, he became withdrawn, etc., blah, 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 blah. So if you have a parent who is not educated, they don't know how to recognize depression and abuse, and considering that this stuff happened during like our parents' generation, you know, they weren't also living in that social media world. They weren't living in that society where these type of conversations are fluid. These type of conversations are so readily available that, you know, the community at large weren't having conversations around depression. And definitely during that time in our society, which was just 30, 40 years ago, Black parents, even still to this day, as far as we've come in our conversations around mental health, still largely find it difficult to pay attention to their children in this way. I know when I was coming up, you couldn't even be sad. You couldn't even be sad without parents taking it personal and translating that as you being ungrateful and you better smile and you better eat your food because some kid is starving in Africa. And like, there was just always this kind of very dismissive tone a lot of times where parents just didn't take the emotions and take the posture of their kids seriously, unfortunately. And then Tristan goes on in this conversation to say, or maybe it was another live stream he did, to also say how his grandmother was like, when she wasn't alert and kind of like supervising them, she spent most of her time in her room sleep. So, you know, the grandma was very removed. She also was on drugs. So she could have actually not been asleep. She could have just been in that room getting high or coming down from being high and recovering. He did say that, you know, she was sweet and she was pretty like protective when she was amongst them, but she spent a lot of time in her room and a lot of time kind of far removed from said activities. But, you know, this is why I'm very hard and very tough on becoming parents, because once again, these are all things again that can be prevented. Parenting should not just be happening because we have reproductive systems and we can produce fucking kids. We should really educate ourselves on what comes with parenting. We should educate ourselves on how to observe various types of changes in our kids so that we can communicate with them without them communicating with us, because children may be more withdrawn than others, or maybe more quiet in the way that they're dealing with things. Even when it comes to bullying, a lot of kids do not open up to their parents about being bullied because of shame. But, you know, if you know how to recognize the signs, then yes, you can see the nuances in your child's behavior, but you also have to know what that looks like. And you have to know what the telltale signs can look like, how those telltale signs can show up, because parenting is not happening within a vacuum. Just because you put your dick in somebody or you push a baby out, you don't just become automatically downloaded with all of this information and all of this self-knowledge and all of this knowingness. You have to be properly educated on how to properly parent, what healthy parenting is, various styles of parenting. And because most people are not educated, most people are just having kids as a byproduct of marriage, as a byproduct of being in love, as a byproduct of unprotected sex, as a byproduct of trying to fill voids in their own life, you know, basically for all the wrong reasons, you unfortunately leave a society to produce a lot of kids who are being guided all type of witcher ways, and there being a lack thereof, because there is no like mandate, there is no like license to be a parent. You know, anybody can have a damn child, you know, from the heathen to the thug to the hoe to the scammer to the deeply disturbed. The poor can pop out children, you know, like, because there's no license per se, you know, kids are just being birthed and they're just coming into all type of fucking realities, you know, and not by choice. And because people can be in any type of mental state, they can be in any type of economic condition, they can be, you know, under any circumstance in life, man, you know, some kids are really being born into a lot of fuckery and into a lot of mess, and it's really tragic. And this is why every time we get to have a conversation around parenting, I am very, you know, I always go here with the conversation, because there's just no reason to be producing kids irresponsibly. There's no reason to be having kids aside from great experiences. There's no reason to just be casually bringing kids into the fucking world. There's literally no excuse for that. And it's literally so irresponsible. And it's so unconscious. And it's so unloving, I should say. You should feel obligated to give your children that you plan to have the best life they can possibly be. And you should understand that the only way to actually do that is by getting your life to where you want it to be economically, where you want to be in your own mental health, where you want to be in your own well-being, and knowing that your kids don't have a say-so and that the quality of their life is completely dependent upon what you and the other parent are going to create for them. This should create a deep motivation to check off the bucket list, you know, largely, and then give your kid, and then go forth and having your kids. Because when you don't, and you have them while you in trauma, you have them while the family is in crisis, the family is in breakdown, etc., then once again, you know, that blood is on your hands, because we all have a say-so. We all have a say-so. And when we decide to embark upon that experience, aside from the few exceptions where that's forced upon a person. And in this case, you had traumatized people, poor people without a lot of resource having kids. You had addicts having kids. You had all this undealt with shit going on in the family, and kids were just being birthed into all of this fuckery and foolery, and then they became fucked up as a result. You know, Chrisean Rock in and out of jail, you know, been in a public abusive relationship. You know, she's so dysfunctional. She lacks such boundary. She's fighting the parents of her boyfriend. Her boyfriend Blueface is fighting her parents. You know, they knocking each other people out because both of these people trauma bonded together, because they both have similar injuries, similar abandonments, similar rage and anger, similar injuries, and that energy unconsciously magnetized them together like a damn Joker and Harley Quinn. Then you can see from their child that they just had being brought into total dysfunction. You know, both of his parents were locked up at one time together. He being investigated by CPS because his parents, who chose to bring him into this world, chose to have unprotected sex, are acting like they don't know any damn better. And he may have some cognitive behavioral or mental issues because of all of the fighting, smoking, and drinking that Chrisean was doing while she was pregnant. Once again, continuing to be fucking dysfunction. That's not fair. That's not fair to Chrisean Rock Jr. It's not fair that this is the version of his parents he gets. It's not fair that this is the version of his family he gets. It's not fair that this is the version of his body and his health that he gets, because all of these things could have been prevented by people who insisted upon making better decisions. But they didn't. They made poor decisions and engaged in grown people behavior, such as sex, and brought a child in, just like they were brought in themselves, into a system that was broken, that was bankrupt, and that was ultimately corrupted. And we're literally seeing on a public scale, on a sensationalized scale, the generational transference of trauma. We get to see that through the Chrisean Rock Blueface Zeus Network brand. How this happens. We get to use Chrisean Rock and Blueface and Zeus Network as a damn case study of what this looks like in real time, as you're watching dysfunctional people participate and be rewarded by a low vibrational system that's exploiting all of their trauma, all of their childhood trauma, all of their psychic injuries, and then participating in reproducing and literally bringing children into that dysfunctional ass system. You're watching it play out in real time, and that's what makes this so astonishing. And we're going to talk about it because there's some real conversations like the one we're having here today that can be fucking had. I don't know about other content creators. I ain't got shit to do with how they report and what way they report. If they just want to report salacious shit and keep it fucking moving. But y'all know here, we're going to get into the thizzle my nizzle. We're going to make the conversation substantive. We're going to layer the conversation, nuance the conversation, do all of that. This is why you need to do your fucking work as parents. Because you'll create generations and legacies of dysfunctionality if you fucking don't. And you should be responsible. Because pregnancy and reproductive ability is a fucking gift. And to abuse it this way and to make it non-sacred and to slut out this gift of being able to bring souls into this world, absolutely, you should have to answer for that fucking blood. You should. You're bringing souls into this world who become dysfunctional teenagers and or dysfunctional adults who then go on to hurt other people, to go on to infect other people, who go on to create and replicate other dysfunctional people. And you don't think that you shouldn't have that blood on your hands after using your genitals by choice and by will to perpetuate something like this? Absolutely. You should have to answer for it, both materially and immaterially, both physically and motherfucking spiritually. Because you're literally affecting other people's life algorithm. You're affecting society's algorithm. You're affecting community's algorithm by what you produce and how you produce it. It's not just about you. It's not just about the child. This child goes out into the world and either becomes a blessing or a whole curse to someone else. And if you don't want that type of blood on your motherfucking hand, we need to return back to an attitude about reproducing that is sacred and that's dignified and that's revering, because we have really whored out our genitals. We've really whored out the reproductive gift, which is not meant to bring forth life that we choose to unconsciously destroy by way of our existing trauma body. It's not fair. Black women are living in an entire system where they are being raped, they're being murdered by dysfunctional male peers. Black men are being born into systems where there is a sexual bias as a result of a patriarchy that makes us being abused by the opposite sex something that is normalized and shouldn't even be seen as abuse because we're men. So I have to commend Mr. Tristan here for, even as a man, being able to talk about assault in the context of being a man when the perpetuator and the abuser is a woman. Because people really don't think that men can be actually assaulted by the opposite sex. Let me tell you what assault is in principle, regardless of how it's executed and regardless of who executed. Let me tell you what assault is, what sexual assault is in principle. Sexual assault is simply giving someone an experience that they have not consented to and or legally cannot consent to. So even in the case of Tristan, who's going to, trigger warning, graphically explain how Tesehki, as his aunt that he expected to protect him, would also take him into the bathroom and make him insert his flaccid penis into her for JJ, that's great. Because Tristan is 7 years old and he cannot legally consent. And even if he was a 17-year-old male who could consent, because I think the age of consent in most states is 16, 17. Or if he was a 27-year-old man, a 37-year-old man, and someone took his penis without consent and put it in their mouth or put it in their hands or attempted to insert it into them, he has been raped as a man. He has been molested as a man. Because he did not give you consent to put your hands on his fucking body as an adult. And as a 7-year-old, he cannot legally fucking consent to such an act. And then when you add the incest on top of that, baby, you just add insult to total motherfucking injury. Tragic. Let's continue to listen.
Shit, I don't watch them now. Yeah, my aunt Terrain definitely a fighter. That girl got hands. That girl definitely got some damn hands. I think that is sister that's in jail. Did my aunt chance to get locked up? Say, I don't know what's going on in their life right now. I don't be around them. Won't be being or suffering. See? Shit crazy. I don't condone suffering on nobody. God do this shit. I ain't gonna sit here and say God want to torture people either, because last time I checked, he forgive everybody. Her ass too, she probably just liked it. It was different. She wasn't the only one, so don't just beat her down with it. She was part of it. Then shit crazy. I don't condone suffering on nobody. God do this shit. I ain't gonna sit here and say God want to torture people either, because last time I checked, he forgive everybody. All I keep saying is Latifah. She wasn't the only one, so don't just beat her down with it. She was part of it. And it probably was molesting her ass too. She probably just liked it. It was different. You know, some kids, I don't know how to put it, but some people be fine with that shit.
Okay. And this is a big part of the misinformation. No kid is fine with being violated, even if kids don't recognize it. Even if the kid so-called doesn't demonstrate a resistance. And we talked about this in the last live, which is why we really got to educate ourselves on the complexities of sexual abuse. We have to take, especially when talking about kids, sexual abuse out of this framework of how they respond. It has nothing to do with how the victim responds. It has to do with the principle of assault to begin with. A child cannot legally consent. So I don't give a fuck if they're smiling through the whole ordeal. I don't give a fuck if they're coming back for more of the ordeal. I don't care if at some point they start pursuing you for what happened. They cannot legally consent because they are minors. Okay, so there's that part. When you are an adult and you have been violated, we touched on the fact that the situation gets even more complicated because your body has a reality and a whole functionality separate from your own personal will and separate from your own personal ethics and morals. Your body can literally be in one place and your mind be in another. We talked about how there have been historical instances in which rape victims, whether male or female, have, for men, gotten an erection, for male victims, and for women have had an orgasm during their rape experience. Hell, even experience a sense of pleasure during their experience, because your body and your mind are two totally different entities. Both can influence the other and both work and collaborate together, but also can be independent of each other, which is why your body can crave something that you are trying not to entertain or do anymore. It can have habits and impulses that your will and intentionality disagree with. You may be on a diet. That's not going to keep your body from craving the shit that you've been binging on. You may, in your spirit every day, want to work out and stick to your workout regimen, and your body be tired every day and be completely disinterested in initially joining your mind and getting the hell up and going to run for 3 miles or to the gym. You experience your body do this all the time, even in practical everyday life. Your body, you having to drag your body along, or your body doing one thing and your mind doing another. The body and mind can be compartmentalized in that way. But speaking even more to this notion, let's visit avonhealthcare.com. Can arousal occur during rape? A medical perspective. Some people go, how can you say she was great when she didn't struggle? It means she enjoyed it. This is a wrong notion. And the right question to ask is, can arousal occur during rape? The answer is yes. According to research of those who report their rape, around 5% also describe experiencing arousal and orgasm. This doesn't mean they weren't actually assaulted. Also, rape does not always involve penile penetration. Contrary to popular belief, grape is not always violent. Some survivors surrender to protect themselves or their loved ones, while others are intoxicated, drugged, physically or mentally incapacitated, or in a situation where there's an imbalance of power. In addition, some rapists are married to their victims. Some rapists are women, some women rape men. In all this, despite being the victim of an act, that is always a violation. A rape survivor may experience increasingly intense physical sensations leading to climax, aka an orgasm. In a 2004 review paper, a clinician reported that, quote, I have met quite a lot of victims, males, who have had the full sexual response during sexual abuse. I have met several female victims of incest and rape who had lubrication and orgasm. All right. So, just shortly, you're welcome, Melissa. Victims responses to their rape experience does not determine rape or not. If they were children, they couldn't consent, period. Doesn't matter whether they put up a fight or whether, once again, they smiled through the whole ordeal. And an adult rape has been molested or essayed simply because the principle of essay has been enacted, which is no consent and by force. So whether you were aroused during the ordeal, whether a victim enjoyed it or not is beyond the point. What enjoyed it was not the person. It was the body that enjoyed it. If there was pleasure, for those who experience a pleasure, because with him saying, hey, some kids like that shit, I just had to debunk that and differentiate between the body and the mind and establish that a child cannot consent. So no kid can like it in the way that he is framing that. And even with that being the case where we have young people engaging in inappropriate situations who are being engaged with in inappropriate ways, who to the outside, seemingly there's a lack of struggle and a full-on collaboration and participation, we have to understand the difference in our bodies and the difference of our minds. And this is what confuses a lot of great victims, because a lot of victims their bodies may have enjoyed some aspect of the molestation, because your body is your body. Your body has sensation points on it. Your body can be touched in ways, soothed in ways, engaged in ways that feel soothing, that can lead to climax, because your body is biology. It's literally a science. It's a matter of punching gears and buttons. So even someone you don't want to do something to you, or you don't want to touch you, can touch you in a way that can stimulate your body while it's still disgusting your spirit. Both of those things can be true at the same time. But because, once again, most people are very uneducated on the matter, they just look at it from the outside and just make one and two the same thing, and then conclude that, well, there must be people who are enjoying this if they're not fighting against, or if they seemingly are even pursuing it, or if they, God forbid, experience an orgasm or erection or etc., that this somehow translates as wanted behavior, because it in fact does not. And because this can happen to the body despite the intent of the victim, this is what can lead to a, as I said before, a catastrophe in a victim's mind. It can confuse them. It can cause a distortion in their identity. And obviously anybody would be confused, right? If you suffered through an experience that your soul didn't want and impacted your inner being negatively, but yet your body had a whole nother experience. That is enough right there to fuck anybody up from the inside out. And this is exactly why nobody should ever be a victim of rape and molestation, because the internal catastrophe that this can create. And not all victims are the same. Some victims are more resilient. Some victims, based upon their personality type and the nature of their abuse, you know, didn't have as severe of an injury mentally and emotionally, and were able to reasonably recover or entirely recover, while other cases are more complex because there's the psychological component, especially when that rape happened at the hands of your relatives. And then it's compounded by if your body also experienced pleasure. Those two things by themselves is enough to twist up a person's mind really bad, and to have them all types of internally knotted up. So, you know, of course, Mr. Tristan isn't a psychologist, and obviously he's not somebody who has put himself to the books about the matter. But what he's saying is not true for the reasons that I just proposed. But let's continue to listen on.
People will get molested and think it's okay and then do it. Because I'm pretty sure I got this one flashback I be having, bro. And I remember seeing, I'm pretty sure it was either Chastity or it was her, but one of them, they was making out with the other uncle and they was cool with it. Like, it was like relationship in the family type shit. It was weird shit, bro. I don't know if it was Chastity or T, but it was one of them, though. I remember I think they was fucking with my Uncle Mookie. They was kissing each other and all that shit. And they fucked a lot. I think so. If I'm clearly thinking back, because I remember the room and everything. I remember all that shit. So I think some people like cool with that shit, my nigga. Like, they cool with it. Like, what the fuck? You know, like, what the fuck? Like, yeah, bro. Shit, the world crazy, my nigga. I'm scared.
And of course, like, once again, like, this is like at first glance, like when you don't really understand the nuance, when you don't understand a disassociation, when you don't understand compartmentalization, when you literally like identify your consciousness with the body and you don't understand that they are two different entities, then yeah, from the outside looking in, it can look like people are participating or people are pleased by assault.
For my kids right now, bro. I just don't know. I'm scared as shit. I don't know what the fuck to do no more. I know for a fact my kid ain't being molested by a family. I can stop that one. Like real shit. But the streets, fuck. Hold on. It sounds like they full of demons. But she out here being out here lying. That's why called he ain't never like molest me or nothing. Hell no. Probably shot me a few times here and there, but he ain't.
Okay, so he's about to talk about his grandfather. So he's going to clear his grandparents of having been involved in molesting him or essaying him in any way. He's going to clear the both of them.
But she out here being out here lying. That's why calling her. No. Did your grandpa touch you? No, my granddad ain't touch me. He ain't touch me. probably smacked, shot me a few times here and there, but he ain't never like molest me or nothing. Hell no. It was like, it was the kids in the house, bro. I ain't gonna cap. It was literally my aunts and uncles. The parents was like zoned out. My grandma was always asleep. My granddad was always outside. Shit was wicked.
Okay, his grandma was always asleep. His granddad was always outside. So the kids were left to their own devices. And because this particular community of kids was actually toxic and dysfunctional and broken and traumatized, what these kids did without parental supervision ended up being sexual abuse of each other.
Someone who has adult things, so that's what I'm saying. Somebody has adult attitude. Somebody did something. That's what I'm saying. Where did they learn it from? Y'all asking me questions that we trying to figure out. You feel me? Y'all asking questions that we trying to figure out. We trying to figure out what the fuck this happened, what the fuck it happened for, and why.
So they don't even know like how far this shit like goes back, and more than likely there hasn't been a proper family investigation done. There hasn't been a full autopsy done. That either is due to the fact that people are just not asking those questions because they are uncomfortable themselves really talking about this as a family, and or the people who may have the answers to these questions may not be answering honestly. They may be avoiding participating in these type of conversations because they haven't overcame their own shame and guilt, and just find the conversations uncomfortable, even if they weren't a part of things, but they knew about things. So this can make it hard to really get to the bottom of how long something has been going on, who all was impacted by what was transpiring. It can make that very, very complicated because, especially for our community, the Black and brown community, we practice a lot of secrecy. And oftentimes you're actually taught that trying to drudge up that stuff is actually disrespectful. I remember when this was going on in my own family, and a certain generation of my relatives had been through the same thing. Ancestral abuse had taken place, and there were people trying to gatekeep the conversations, and there were people who were not willing to be honest that we knew had been through certain things. And it just resulted in not being able to have an accurate score on who all this happened to. How large was the impact zone? How many souls got destroyed over the course of time and generations, etc.? When did this first occur? Who did what? So this can really blur the facts. Matter of fact, when certain people, especially as you get into the elders, certain people try to use the excuse that, oh no, you're gonna upset mama, you're gonna upset daddy, get into all of this. They're too old, don't put us on them now, and because really out of fear, it really wasn't about protecting grandma or granddaddy. It was really out of other people just being afraid. And maybe not wanting certain conversations to happen because they themselves had been violated and they weren't ready to have that unearthed. They weren't ready to talk about their own victimization. They weren't ready themselves. So it terrified them to see the pending approach of this type of transparency. It mortified certain people who had not done that work. They had did a lot of work, put a lot of effort into pushing things down deep, sealing shit off in their souls, and pledging an allegiance to never open that door, never open that vault in their minds, never open that vault in their emotional body. And so you got a lot of the fear-based people, a lot of the deeply traumatized people who dealt with their afflictions and the things they witnessed and the things that directly happened to them by shoving them away and never looking back at those things again. So things get very complicated in families when you are attempting to do the autopsy on issues particularly like this: abuse, sexual abuse, molestation, incest, etc. And we're doing a big disservice as a community by continuing to practice secrecy and to not think that that information is important, because it is. That information allows us to understand what we need to do. First of all, it raises an awareness, for one. It creates a reasonable alert, for two, so that we know how to navigate certain people in our families who we're bound to come into contact with because of proximity. It allows us to take extra steps to prevent certain things from happening to our kids at the hands of certain people. It allows people's perpetrators to actually be identified. It allows us insight into the context of certain behavior, which can lead to closure. Because a lot of people just need to know that it wasn't them and that this isn't their fault. And when you cloak and you protect the truth, you put victims up against a wall to start imagining, in order to make sense of their experience, they self-blame. They deflect from the perpetrator and try to find fault in themselves just to make sense of what happened. Once again, all things that create a inner catastrophe in people. Hey, son. Incest and SA is such a hard subject to talk about or rationalize. Sometimes it's better to get an intermediary. Another thing that our community is still evolving toward. You know, we are having more conversations around mental health now as a Black and brown community, and we probably have more Black and brown people in some form of therapy, probably more than now than any other time in history, because of availability and because of the normalization of mental health and the encouragement around taking care of your mental health. But we still have a lot of work to do. We still have not made a grand exodus yet as a community into taking advantage of those resources and being encouraged to get those resources so that we can heal our lives. You know, but we are making some strides toward that, and there's, you know, a lot of hope and potential in that. And I hope that we continue to do that work, which can come by way of us continuing to raise awareness and have a talk about these things as a community, not from a place of condemnation, not from a place of egotism, but really creating the safe space to engage this topic, which is a lot. And, you know, Tesehki, she lives in a shame-based culture. All abusers do, even if those abusers were victims. So, of course, because she lives in the same community that we just talked about, that practices in secret, that's very shame-based, that's highly judgmental, that doesn't recognize the nuance of how monsters are created in our community. I always tell people that, you know, we need to take a real look at our supervillains as a society, because they are also a reflection of something that we've lacked in the type of community we've created. And we shouldn't just focus on penalizing wickedness and evil, but in understanding it, so that we can understand what we are doing, either intentionally or unconsciously, that creates the fostering of this type of behavior, of a murdering, menacing behavior, of a sexually deviant behavior. That autopsy and doing the contextual research and seeking to understand how do people become abusive, how do they become predatorial, is important, because it helps us to straighten up. It helps us to better inform ourselves about how to govern other people, how to guide other people, what to look out for in our own philosophies and our own parenting styles that may inadvertently be leading to the development of these type of situations and these type of individuals. So Tesehki, of course, she can't say in front of a very hyper-reactive Black and brown community who only likes to villainize people and doesn't like to understand that victims are not created within a bubble. I mean, that villains are not created within a vacuum. That villains also are a part of the perpetuation of hurt and harm against people. And some victims become villains in order to protect themselves from what they now is aware of in the world. Some victims become villains in order to cope with the evil and wickedness that they now know is in the world. Some victims become villains in order to reclaim the power and their autonomy, the unconscious attitude that I'll get you before you ever get me. Nobody will ever do this again to me. I'll be the one to have the power. I'll be the one to do the afflicting. Nobody will ever take advantage of me again. We have to understand villains. We have to do the investigation. We have to understand it in order to better understand what we may also be contributing to without even knowing it. Yeah. And it's a sad thing. And this is why it doesn't matter whether we're talking about Tesehki, or we're even talking about R. Kelly, or we're talking about Jeffrey Dahmer. There's always a part, because of me understanding that villains are very nuanced, that this is just as much of a nuanced topic as being a victim is just as nuanced. Because I understand that, there's always a part of me that empathizes with the villains as well, because I know that somebody else made them and they weren't heard either. They weren't protected either. And it's unfortunate that in the case of the villain, their coping mechanism was to hurt other people, because it's not really an intent more so than it is a mechanism, a defense mechanism. And it still has to very much so be addressed. And there has to be absolutely accountability. and people aren't justified in their harm of other people just because there is a reason for their harm. But I think something that we lose sight of in conversations, even around villains, is that they have a humanity too. A humanity that's been disrupted, a humanity that's been stripped from them, and a humanity that they may not have been able to even repair because of the cultural conditions their injuries were incubated in, such as a community that doesn't talk about mental health, such as a community where you can't even bring voice to what has happened to you, such as a community that either intentionally or unintentionally sustains abusive environments and spaces, almost normalizing the dysmorphia of your soul, almost normalizing that evil, almost normalizing that sadistic behavior, almost normalizing that perversion. There's cultural influences that are tethered to that. There's anecdotal variables that are tethered to that. And in that can breed and result in one becoming a perpetrator themselves. I'm sorry to hear that. I miss Pretty. 21 years ago, my dad was shot and left paralyzed by two young men, ages 16 and 19. What they both had in common was abuse and an extensive mental health background that was neglected. And once again, this is why we have to really get a hold of the sacredness of bringing children into this world, that we now owe it to ourselves to be in a better condition so that we can have our children inherit the healthy version of self. But we owe it to our community, because these kids are not just a part of us. They're not just a part of our families. They're not just a part of our household. They go out into schools. They go out into the community. They become boyfriends and girlfriends and wives and husbands and CEOs and bosses, and they become people who have to engage the world. Having children should not be done lightly. Other people's lives have been turned upside down as a result of other people's poor governing and poor parenting, such as Miss Pretty. Her father, permanently injured by two men who weren't born evil, weren't born bad, but was deeply neglected by the community they came from, the parents they came from, and then being a part of a system that failed in tending to the mental health issues that were present. And this resulted in a nightmare for someone and their family who had nothing to do with any of that. This is the indictment on us. An indictment on our mental health system, an indictment on society. That blood is on our hands. After I watched Precious, it made me sick when I saw that part. I was even warned they were going to do something like that. Yeah, I'm going to be dropping the link for sure. It made me, I never wanted to see that movie again. I usually watch movies more than once. Yeah, Precious was one of those movies for sure that was so polarizing, and it was unfortunately so relatable to a lot of us that it was only something you needed to watch once, and because you actually lived that, so it ain't even something you had to see in a fictitious form. It was too close to home. There isn't a safe space for victims or offenders. It just a never exactly. And you know, I am a reformist and I'm an abolitionist in that way. I'm a healer. So I hate that we still live in a system and a society that's not ready to humanize offenders, because that's also a part of breaking the cycle. We can learn a lot from not just throwing people away because they did something fucked up, but by understanding what happened to their humanity. But you have to have a humanity in order to even still see someone else's humanity and to even do that work, because it's important. We can't cure up what's happening in society without understanding all of the variables at work that is leading to this major discrepancy within our society. And a lot of people can't hear that without feeling like, oh, you're sticking up for the abuser. No, bitch, I'm sticking up for truth. I'm sticking up for context, because even in a court of law, it's not enough to just bang the gavel and say life. No, even in a court of law, they need a why. They need a motive. Why? What is this? Why is important? And why is important, once again, to victims as well, because most victims have found a way to point the injury or to point the blame on themselves. To hear someone else take accountability for what they did to you, and then to have them be transparent about who did that to them, not only helps the victim to take the pressure to blame themselves off of themselves, it also helps to devolve the victim from a state of hate to a state of compassion, which most victims prefer, because hate is a very heavy fucking burden to carry around. Disdain and anger towards somebody is very difficult and is very high maintenance, and it also comes with its own plethora of injuries to the mental and physical body. Carrying around that unresolved, that hate, hoarding, that anger toward your abuser can turn into high blood, hypertension, cardiac arrest, aneurysms, diabetes, strokes. So it's a twofold remedy for a lot of victims to have that confession and have you own it, because it means I didn't do this. And then to take it a step further and understand that your perpetrator was perpetrated against leads hate into compassion. And compassion feels much better for a lot of people than fucking hatred. This is why the transparency is important. And it's unfortunate that Tesehki, you know, she hasn't lived in a system that she also knows she's safe. She knows she's not safe enough in to be transparent, because now she is unfortunately the villain in someone's story. So now her humanity is stripped, and it's all about her being wrong and a monster and being witch hunted against and hung. And so she can't provide even on a public scale. And that's, of course, if this is true, all these things are alleged and according to, you know, so she can't even sit on a public platform and dignify her sister with a proper response, because now she feels the need to defend herself as a result of avoiding the shame, the guilt, and the judgment that she's going to sit in. And that other people are going to hold her to. And she's not strong enough to do that, even with all that pressure being there. But if Tesehki, and that's of course if this is all true, if Tesehki did that, yes, of course she's going to be trolled. Of course, there's going to want to be people that think she shouldn't have a right to live, that she shouldn't be a free woman, even if she did these things herself as a young girl, as a teenage girl. Even if the people that she directly injured are willing to forgive her, she's not heroic enough. And not that that's fair. That trolling isn't fair, but it is going to be there. And she still should do the right thing. But even that gets very interesting. Quote unquote, the right thing in the situation. We're going to talk about why that gets interesting. But let's listen to Trish a little bit more.
Lying about shit. Lying about shit. Hold on. The only people I speak on should speak on me. If I don't speak on you, don't speak on me. Yeah, talking shit and all that. And I just found out even my Chrisean just put out there. She just put out there too. Motherfucker, y'all all knew that shit was true. I was trying to sit there and act like just because Chrisean said it, oh, it's really true. Nigga, that shit's real. That shit's real, bro. I don't defend abusers. I just understand reality. Understand the world a little more, not fully, just a little more. And these people, like I said, they probably condoned that shit, bro. They probably was fucked up in the head, was cool with that shit. Because even as they got older, they was real close. Real close. I can't be close to somebody that's doing some shit like that unless they liked it. If you liked it, then that's common sense. You're going to be fine with it. I had two of my uncles apologize to me. None of the girls did. Not one of the aunts did. Not one. Not one said, damn, nigga, I'm sorry. I was fucked up in the head. Or
okay, so he just said that two of the uncles that violated him did apologize to him, but none of the aunts did. That would include Tesehki.
Oh no, just I'm sorry. Just I'm sorry. Like, what the fuck?
And this is exactly like what I'm talking about. Most victims, as destroyed as they are over their experience, as much as being violated by anybody, yet alone their relatives might have done to their lives, done to their sense of intimacy. No matter what the damage is, most victims don't even want to see, their perpetrator necessarily put away. A lot of victims just need the fucking closure. And it's interesting that victims, even though they are the victim in the situation, can have such a level of humanity, even as the victims. Like, here it is, like, this man has been violated by most of his aunts and uncles. And he don't want to hate them. He don't want to see them put on death row. He don't, he loves these people. He also understands that these people were created this way, that other people violated them, and that what's going on in their family has been going on for a very long time. It's been going on before they got here. And, for him to have been perpetrated against and abused in this way, and all he wants is a sorry, all he wants is the closure. Like, it shows you the resilience of the human spirit. The fact that the human spirit can go up against that level of darkness and bear witness to the worst aspects of humanity and still come back with some type of light in it after seeing hell, after witnessing hell in 4K, can still come back and perceive the heaven. That really shows you how resilient and how strong and how elastic the spirit of man, which is the spirit of God, is. And, you know, a lot of victims really struggle with finding that light again. Some claim their lives. Some people ended up severely mentally ill and mentally impaired. And, you know, some victims, they took their lives. While others were able to recalibrate. So just shout out to all of the genuine victims of assault and abuse, for just holding on to that light in the face of seeing and experiencing something so non-human. Shout out to you.
So, you done spoke on multiple times. These people sick, man. That's life for you. Yeah, my mom about to get on YouTube Live, though.
All right, now let's go back to Chrisean, because Chrisean is going to, unlike in Tristan's case, he didn't get an apology from any of the aunts, allegedly. But Chrisean actually did get one from Tesehki, according to Chrisean. So let's revisit Chrisean live.
You see your opportunity and you're taking it. Go ahead, take it. You want to be in my world, talk about me so bad. I don't give a about you and what you do, none of that. Leave me alone. And the nigga with, he used to be with Chastity, my big sister, Terrain. Tell her, tell the truth. Like, come on, yo. Like, nobody want to talk about your skeletons in your closet, but that's what's happening because you want to lie on my name. Like, you don't have to lie on my name. You're being weird. Leave me alone. What the hell? Y'all, it's pissing me off. I go to sleep like a couple hours. I wake up, she's lying. Just go away. And then everybody want to act like, I want to be honest. I don't have a real relationship with my sister because when I realized when I got older, she didn't really me too. When we was kids, she was a fast individual, bro. Ask her about when she wanted to play house. No, because she acting like my thing really tried to touch me. Like, we don't like each other because our childhood, bro. Don't be making up. Like, yeah, we forgive you and all this up. We don't talk about what happened. And now you're trying to like make it seem like something really happened, something really was going on. First of all, that's all TV. But if we'll be honest, I forgave you, Latifah, for a lot of shit. Still forgive you. Just keep my name out your mouth, my nigga. I don't talk.
Okay, so this is where shit gets a little flaky at, because what a lot of people are saying in some of the resurfaced clips now, such as this one, I'm about to show you guys of Chrisean and Tesehki on live. Chrisean claims that she never personally went through something that took her childhood away. So now people are like confused because they're like, well, girl, you said nothing ever happened to you. And of course, this was, I think this live was actually done after her nephew, or maybe, or some people came forward and started speaking out or whatever. But this was Chrisean's response. And we're going to talk about that in lieu of what she just said in the other live after, you know, everything went down between her and Tesehki.
And you, Chastity, y'all went through some shit. Like, you know? Yeah. Like, nobody never, you know what I'm saying? I never personally went through something that took my level, like my childhood away. The only thing that took my childhood away was like mommy always sleep and being at friend's house, but that's it. I don't know. After my young self, it's okay to not be okay. But I don't know. What would you tell your young self? But Tifa and you, Chastity, y'all went through some shit. Like, you know? Yeah. Like, nobody never.
All right, so you see in one clip, Chrisean Rock is unloading the fact that she's been abused, that you saw in the trailer, you know, her confront her sister about being, you know, forcing her to do those things to her when she was 7 years old. And then you also see this live here of her and Tesehki, obviously on good terms, on speaking terms at that point on IG, you know, saying that nothing ever happened to her. First of all, we know that Chrisean Rock was all capping because, first of all, Chrisean Rock is walking around with one big tooth missing, with the side of her head shaved off, with her male abuser's image tattooed into it, and normalizing her abusive, dysfunctional relationship to this abuser, who she's cracked over the head with a bottle, who she's been punched and beaten by, who she's been publicly humiliated by, who she's publicly assaulted on the street corners by. So we can literally just see from the obvious, bitch, that Chrisean Rock had to have been through it all, because you just don't turn out that way. It just does not happen. You just don't turn out as a wild ass young person who is staying with a man publicly who is literally humiliating you, who's literally abusing you, like explicit abuse. Like, this isn't even some like, oh, we got to really look under the table and got to look real hard and look real close to see the abuse. Bitch, the abuse became a whole reality show between them. The abuse became every other live stream, every other tweet, every other image, every other indictment, every other arrest, every other mugshot. So we don't even need Chrisean to tell us that her life obviously had to have been pretty fucked up to have done the things she's done, to have act like she was being entertained by the shit she was going through with Blueface and openly. So I'm not even sure why anybody's really confused about this clip, because do you really need Chrisean Rock to say some part of my childhood had to be really tore the fuck up, bitch? Like, do you really need her to say it? I'm like, who the fuck was looking at Chrisean Rock even then? Literally convinced. You have to be a complete dimwit and just really naive and legally blind to have fucking like listen to that clip and actually considered it to be fact. I don't know how long ago it was. I just know that it obviously had to be at a time where her and Tesehki was getting along. So somewhere before their season of Baddies, before she was pregnant, this live stream happened. From oh, I ain't been through anything that took my childhood to fucking Cleo from Set It Off here. Shaved head, shaved head tattoos, the modern day Ike and damn Tina, with a missing tooth girl and proud, whipping on other people's parents, and then allowing her abuser to whip on hers. And you need Chrisean Rock to tell you that she ain't been through nothing. And you believe her. Oh, okay. Okay. You see how well that didn't age very well, did it? That didn't age very well. This three-way did not age well at all.
You know what I'm saying? I never personally went through something that took my level, like my childhood away. The only thing that took my childhood away was like mommy always sleep and
yeah, mommy leaving us doesn't turn into thinking I'm cute with my front tooth missing and beating up on a man and getting beaten up on by that same man and fighting my siblings and fighting his family out in the streets like a cage animal, like a wild uncaged animal, and allowing him to abuse and beat my parents because Blueface knocked Chrisean Rock's daddy the fuck out on their reality show. Chrisean knocked Carissa and Blueface sister the fuck out. Both of them are gang members. And if you looked at all that and thought that, oh yeah, Chrisean Rock must be telling the truth, baby. Considering what she had made a brand out of, considering what made her famous, considering all of her legal issues, baby, I don't know what to tell you. If you actually took Chrisean, I don't even understand how somebody with common sense would even believe that that the crux of Chrisean Rock's dysfunction was just her having an absent mother. Sorry, baby. That does lead to some problems, and some kids do have that issue with the missing parent, baby. But you don't turn into Harley Quinn, sugar, simply because you had a crack-addicted mother who was in and out of your life. And you don't have the level of dysfunction that you would have in Chrisean Rock's life by a mother who was only addicted to crack. She didn't necessarily abuse you. She didn't necessarily fight you and hospitalize you, but she was just simply an addict. Yeah. You're just not going to get this level of rage, and you're not going to get the development of a Blueface and a Chrisean simply because of one single existing negative variable. No, baby. You only get the Chrisean Rocks and the Bluefaces of societies when those people have been stewed and brewed and baked into a bundle of confusion and dis-ease. Baby, this dysfunction here is well seasoned, baby, with all type of peppers and salts and accents and spices. Now,
about the news.
Carissa, who has no business inserting herself into this conversation talking about light and love, is literally the wrong message. She is literally the equivalent of Blue Rock and Chrisean, the equivalent of Tokyo Tony, the equivalent of etc. Her parenting has resulted in her giving birth and producing nothing but gang members. Her daughter is an alleged gang member, according to her other son. Blueface is, all of her kids are openly and publicly dysfunctional and have only been able to carve a name out of themselves by being dysfunctional heathens, which is why her daughter is on Baddies, acting a goddamn fool, fighting and acting her ass and showing her ass for a click in the view. Her other son is famous for being an abuser. Being a negligent parent. And being now a convict who attempted to unalive someone on top of all of the other fucking horrendous things that Blueface has done. And her other son is somewhere a part of a gang, struggling to find the love he so needs in the world, and accused Carissa of teaching him and his brother how to do nothing but eat pussy growing up. She, according to her own kids, didn't even raise them. So I don't even know why the fuck she is even in the group chat. Matter of fact, I don't even care to hear from her.
Do I?
So going back to Chrisean Rock's sister, China, who is Tristan's mother, responding to Tesehki threatening to sue everybody and put their ass in jail for defamation of character. She corroborates Chrisean's abuse. She corroborates the abuse that her daughter and her son Tristan experienced. So once again, this is what will make Tesehki's plight very difficult.
Sean's oldest sister, China, also wanted to address the situation.
Latifah's supposed to have been saying she's going to sue us for defamation of character. Now, bring it. Bring it. This is what we've been waiting for. Because they'll make her take the lie detector test. She ain't doing what? Y'all think she's going to do that? That girl don't want to take that lie detector test. Hell no. She need to just sit down and shut the fuck up. Like, damn, you still running your mouth. What the fuck is wrong with you? And that playing house shit, that was their thing. Come on, let's play house. Fuck a house. How do you play house? Right. Molesting your fucking nieces and nephews. That's how they play.
So you guys, after
all right, and then there was a live stream with Tristan, his mom, China, and his sister here, who are all talking about, once again, this twisted version of playing house, which was used as a means for ancestral molestation and ancestral grape.
Hey, you don't like eating watermelons and shit on Instagram, chasing followers. Because I can't vouch for your part. You can speak on your own testimony. You feel me?
Yeah.
I'm going to call you.
Get this motherfucker on 80. I'm a prick.
Tristan, she kept saying that you lying about her touching So I'm going to call my brother.
Nobody tell Tristan that to his face when he told her what you did.
My mother right there, she ain't saying shit.
She said you ate her up. Everybody was saying you dragged her. Yeah, Tifa definitely be running that jaw. That's all she do. Somebody gonna hit her in that jaw. She gonna get the right bitch. She gonna play with the right bitch in that strip club.
Hold up. Bitch, you don't even want to.
So they're responding to Tesehki, them calling her family liars and jealous and da 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 da.
Nope. They said she definitely be running her mouth. Go back to Well Live. Nah, they can come over here. I'm on my live. Tristan is at 82. Let's go.
Keep building money up off, but no.
Let's go. Yeah, I was definitely at work. I still got my work shirt on.
Tristan, no, it's 76. Y'all gotta wait.
I'm about to pop my
I'm all the way
feel?
retarded.
He was drinking his
All
pain
the way
away. That's
retarded,
it.
nigga.
It's a live on YouTube where Chrisean.
Oh, he got all that. He got all that. Whoever said he been in the thing,
I put
Me
all in
and
your
my
stomach.
sister wasn't always on the best of terms. My other sister just did some whole other shit to me. Like, I
if he doing too much, get off his page, bitch. Have you ever been molested? Get the fuck off his page.
Mom, why you doing all that? Just
Let
block
the people
him.
talk. Let the people talk.
The page is not private, man. Just block him. Don't stress yourself. Block him.
The police know me already. You can Google me, bitch.
You can block them. Everybody that's
no, we gonna tell what happened on our lives.
Mike, block them.
Okay.
Block them. What you stressing for? Block them. Block.
No, I ain't stressing. Ain't nobody gonna sit there and tell me your brother fucking doing too much.
Block.
I'm fine.
I'm blocking a bitch right now.
This is what happens when it comes to the streets. Right now, look, we at 80. We at 80.
That's my brother, and that's my mother. We don't let people say but you're not ready to sit there and lie. I hate a liar. I really do.
All right. We at 80. Now, these motherfuckers. Where y'all want me to start at? Y'all give me what? The beginning or the ending?
Oh, I thought that was the bully.
No, I'm dead.
I'm gonna definitely keep that. Thank you, baby girl. He gonna tell his story right now.
The beginning or the ending?
Right. Why they here if they don't want him to talk? Big facts. I love my baby. These my day one.
Hold on.
Yeah, people on the pages. I'm telling you.
The beginning or the ending?
And the thing is, my brother tell you the truth, though. That's the thing about us. We didn't tell you when we was wrong.
We want to keep it 110.
We didn't tell you where we were wrong at.
Tristan, let me ask you something. When did you run back to me?
I was 9 years.
I'm also trying to find Tesehki also responded to the allegations, and I thought I had sent it to myself, but apparently I didn't. But that's what I'm trying to find for you guys now. Oh, here it is. It's on Neighborhood Talk. Hold on. Let me do something real quick. Bloop. Okay, you guys can see here. She commented under something, I guess under other Neighborhood Talk. She simply said, now that was a season and so glad I'm a seasoned professional because baby. Okay, so seems like Tesehki is still trying to evade responsibility or trying to allude to the fact that her family is basically lying and she's proud of herself for not being gaslit, I guess, by their lies, because if she were, baby, and so there's that. Yeah, this is sad. It's sad. And it's so pervasive in a family. I'm going to drop the link. Anyone want to join, click the link. This is so pervasive in their family. And the hurt is compounded because could you imagine the pervasiveness of ancestral molestation and rape in your family? And that's only like one of y'all's issues. You still have the poverty issue, trauma. You have any like physical violence aside from the SA, aside from the molestation. You have all this other stuff that comes with life and living. And I think the biggest takeaway from this is we need to have these conversations normalize transparency, normalize speaking to whom it may concern amongst our communities where we're safe about abuse. We need to understand that abuse is complex, that the abuser has also been abused and deeply disturbed, that the victim is in a complex predicament, especially if their body enjoyed something that their heart and their minds didn't. During an orgasm or during a very sexually arousing situation, your body releases dopamine, which is known as the feel-good hormone, and oxytocin, sometimes called the love drug. These hormones increase feelings of happiness and other positive emotions, and they counteract the stress hormone called cortisol. So when Tristan was talking about, oh, there's some kids who like this, it's some kids who enjoy this, and he was saying that Tesehki seemed to have enjoyed her abusers because she apparently was like kissing like their uncles directly in the mouth, and there was like this kind of openness amongst each other as it relates to this type of behavior. It just, all that ties back into the conversation I was having earlier on about how the body and the mind can be two different things. They can exist in two different places at the same time, and that some victims can experience arousal, they can experience an erection, they can experience an orgasm even during a SA, because you're just dealing with biology at that point. You're dealing with science at that point, not consciousness per se. And that when you prematurely expose young people to pornography or to sex prematurely, that you can lock them into an addictive state through premature exposure to adult things, or to adult behaviors such as sex and sexual pleasure. And this can lead to the development of hypersexuality in young people. That's why you get a lot of so-called, what they call fast girls who have been the victims of rape and become highly promiscuous. Boys who become highly promiscuous, become addicted to pornography, sexual expression, because what they are pursuing is those chemical releases that they're unaware of. They are pursuing that experience of those dopamine and oxytocin hits. They're literally the equivalent of chasing crack. They are essentially a drug addict. And so imagine a young person being prematurely exposed and their bodies being prematurely exposed to such stimulation. And then they don't have the mental wherewithal to put those impulses into the right context. They don't have the intellectual capacity to understand what's happening on a chemical level to them. And now that their body has been stimulated in this way, they now are in pursuit of this the same way that a child is to candy. And the same way that children are to candy. This becomes the sugar of the body. It's this sexual stimulation. And so, yes, you may have young people, even adult victims, return back to the scene of the crime for the crime to be committed again, not because they want it or they like it, but because they are in a chemically induced state. And if left unguided and untreated, it can lead to them putting themselves back in harm's way, developing Stockholm syndrome. It can lead to them, unfortunately, perpetuating this behavior onto other people, aka becoming the villain, which is a nuanced thing. Victims can become villains to reclaim their power. Victims can become villains in order to cope with their experience by being the getter rather than the gotten. Very, very deep, complicated shit. And it's not a one situation across the board for everybody. Deeply layered, very multifaceted phenomenon, and ultimately results in, once again, a catastrophe in a person's identity, in their perception of life, in their perception of their experience. And this is why this should happen to no man, no woman, and certainly to no child. Because not everybody has the wherewithal to come back and to ground themselves again after being levered that far off the ground from their humanity. I want to welcome Homebody to the platform. Hey, Homebody.
Hi, how are you?
I am awesome. How are you?
I am well. I again just want to say thank you for talking about this because one thing I love about your platform is we can talk about fun things and gossip and hair and we can kiki, but we can also talk about serious things. And that's why I think your name really suits you, Consciouztv. Like, because we can really talk about things, but we can key and gag and talk about the bitches and the hoes and all these bum ass baby daddies out here. But we can also talk about, real things. And I
Yeah.
appreciate you for that. And I won't stop
So much,
telling you how
babe.
much I appreciate you for that.
Thank you, babes.
Yeah, so I wanted to say something that
Mhm.
I think is important. So I'll briefly share something that happened to me. So I was essayed by two of my ex-boyfriends,
My
and
God,
then
I feel that.
also essayed by one of my best friends that I had known for 3 years.
Wow.
And so I had reported the assaults and
Mm-hmm.
went through the court process for all of these things.
Mm-hmm.
And so the first time I went through the court process, um, it was really difficult because it was weeks or almost months. I want to say it was 6 to 8 weeks after it happened. So I didn't have like the evidence. So like the clothes that I had worn like were already washed and things like that. And so
Mm-hmm.
we went through the court process and I wasn't able to get the prosecutor to get approval from the judge to take it to trial.
Mm.
Because usually what happens is if you report essay, it's not going to be you against the person you're reporting essay against. It's going to be the state,
Yeah.
whatever state you're in, against that person.
Mm-hmm.
And so the detectives have to put the case together, give it to the state's attorney. They meet with the judge and say, this is what the detective put together. This is what
Yeah.
we have. We want to take it to trial. The judge says, yes, that meets the legal threshold, or
Mm-hmm.
no, like there's just not enough. If you can get more, bring it back to me. If you can't, then you have to let this go, or we can't move
Yeah.
forward. And so that's what happened the first time with my ex-boyfriend. And keep in mind, too, the statistics also say that people who are abused know their abuser.
Yeah.
And
Absolutely.
so That is absolutely true. And so I know this is taking away a little bit from the conversation with
No, baby,
Sean
you
and
get carried
Tesehki.
away. Can get carried away, honey. I don't care where you take it.
Yeah, and so that was the outcome of like my first assault by my ex-boyfriend. So at the second assault, I pursued legal action again. And so
Mm-hmm.
the police did something different because I found out from the first assault um that what to do and like what steps to take and stuff. And I'm sharing this just because conscious like you have a broad range of people who listen to you.
Yeah,
You have young people in their 20s
yeah,
or their 30s, and then you also have older people who maybe are holding this in. And so I just want to share, and I
yes,
mean whoever it helps, but I'm always going to share if I can.
yes.
And so on the second assault, so the police did something different. The detectives did something different. They said, okay, because I reported it earlier, like within 2 weeks or something after it happened. And so they said, let's do a recorded phone call. So that's a wiretap.
Mm-hmm.
And so they said, come to the precinct, we'll do a recorded phone call. And I was so nervous, like during that recorded phone call because the person that you're speaking to doesn't know. The police just want to hear them admit or hear if they say something incriminating
Yes.
or hear, anything that they can take to the judge and say, hey, like this has to go to trial. And so for my second assault, they the person that assaulted me was very much a manipulator and very much a wordsmith and he also worked in law enforcement. And so he did not say anything that made that sounded like he was agreeing with my accusations. And so the second assault also could not go to trial. The third assault that I had with my best friend went to trial and she got convicted for two felonies. She got convicted, and this is a woman. That's
Mm-hmm.
why I put in the chat earlier, women can also be
Yes.
abused and raped. Can I say raped on the live chat?
We trying to use the term
Oh,
great
oh,
because
great. Okay.
YouTube, yeah, it gets weird.
Okay. So, women can also be raped. And so, in this particular case, this was a friend that I've known for 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
And I invited her to my house. I had just moved into a new house, and it was her birthday. And because my move, I was late on giving her her birthday present.
Yeah.
Gave her her birthday present. She she came to my house and she was acting a little weird. I didn't think anything of it. She
Mm-hmm.
acted like she was having an anxiety attack.
Mm.
And so I told her, like, why don't you go lay down? And, because I didn't want her to drive. I
Yeah.
was like, go lay down and I'll bring you some water and check on you like in half hour. Brought
Mm-hmm.
her water, checked on her in a half hour, and she pulled me in the bed and started to assault me. And so this time, since it was my third assault, I took it to the police much more quickly.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like within days. And so they said, let's do a controlled phone call, and that's a wiretap.
Yeah.
And so I went to the precinct and we did the call. They put like a recording device on your phone. They take it off like before you leave because they can't just be recording your phone calls and
Right.
everything. And so she apologized for everything she did and said, I know you didn't like it when I did this. I know you didn't like it when I did that, and everything. And that was all the prosecutors needed. And so they gave it to the state's attorney's office. They took it to the judge, and the judge convicted her after trial. After the trial, because she took a bench trial and not a jury trial. And the difference between, for those who don't know, the difference between a bench trial is the judge is the one who makes the verdict, and a jury trial
Mm-hmm.
means six other people
Yeah.
from the community on jury trial make the verdict. So she took a bench trial. The judge found her guilty of grape as well as SA. So
Mm-hmm.
she had two felony charges. And so that was about 4 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And so I say all that to say that if you are someone who is assaulted, report it just so you can learn the process, because you could be assaulted several different times in your life.
And do
You
you know
could
what's
be
interesting?
what's interesting.
I didn't want to interrupt you, but what's interesting for people to keep in mind is that typically, if you've already been a victim of SA, it increases the odds actually of you being victimized again. So
Exactly. And that's also, I'll add, without therapy or treatment to understand, because you need a good therapist. And I'll say this, because my parents were very like go into therapy, like take care of yourself, because they just wanted all of us to, we're Africans, so they were just like,
yeah.
go to school, have healthy lives, and everything. They really, really supported us.
Mhm.
And so they put me and like my siblings in therapy early. But for people who haven't been in therapy early, I would say I think that getting therapy early, because I started getting it at 13 and I'm 38 now.
Mhm.
I don't look like it from the picture. Hello. That's the
Hello.
genetics. But I would say get therapy, because there's so many things you can learn about, excuse me, about what to do before, after or after an assault. And there's so many different variables, and you touched on that a little bit, Conscious.
Yeah.
There's just so many reasons
Mm.
on why people
Mhm.
can't recover
Yeah.
from SA. So it could be their upbringing, the type of SA
Mhm.
they had, like you mentioned. It could just be your lack of knowledge as well. And so when you go to a therapist, I always tell people that they you're not going to tell the therapist or the detectives anything they haven't heard before.
Right.
Like, there's no way you're gonna knock them out of the chair with
Mhm.
like your essay story.
Yeah.
Like, cause like this is what they do, you
Mhm.
know? And so I say do it. And even if you fail, even if it does not go to trial the way two of my essay cases didn't go to trial, but my third one did, I would say do it, because first of all, it takes a lot off your shoulders
Yeah.
and you just feel this liberation. And like, just even if you cannot be face to face with the person that
Mhm.
abused you, because a lot of times too, when you're face to face with them, you can't speak or get out the words the way you could speak or get out the words with
Mhm.
a psychologist or a therapist, or as an essay advocate or a detective. You could feel more comfortable speaking to somebody else. So I just say, just do it, because yourself 10 years from now is going to appreciate that you tried. And like, that's a big thing that really helped me. Just even though, like, the first one, and I spoke with my family and my friends, and they were just like, you did it and you tried, and that's okay. And so by the time I was assaulted again by my friend who's a female, and I never saw this one coming
Mhm.
at all. And then when she got convicted, now she has two felonies on her record for
Mm.
SA.
Mhm.
And she tried to appeal, lost the appeal. And so, like, that's just her way, the way her life has to go. And I remember the state's attorney office let me do a victim impact statement at her trial. And I told her that when you assault someone, it stays with them for the rest of their life.
Yeah.
And now you have a felony conviction, and that's going to stay with you for the rest of your life.
Yep.
And like that, dude, that was just like a very liberating
Yeah.
moment for me. And so I have other things I'll say about the Chrisean and Tesehki thing, but I definitely want to give other individuals on the panel time to put in their input as well.
Okay, well, I'm definitely looking forward to hearing that, and I want to thank you for sharing that. And I'm so glad that you were able to get the justice that meant something for you in that situation, and even you just standing up for yourself in the other two situations. Because, as you said, I think it's important for people to definitely try, even if they're not sure what would happen legally, they're not sure about the situation, because I think even you just doing your part, it represents you standing up for yourself, which can be very significant to the self-esteem and the sense of autonomy and well-being that was stripped from you and taken
Yeah.
from you by this other person. So just you, even it's almost like standing up to a bully, even if you feel you're not going to win, but just standing up is a liberation and a reclaiming of your power in and of itself, regardless of whether you get the outcome that you want or not. Just that standing up can be very nutritious to the rebirth
Yeah.
and the repair of your soul.
And I'll add to that because I feel like it also it it also does something for you. Like some of you know, I work in healthcare. I work in pharmacy and I work with patients that have critical diseases, and I see patients who are towards their end of their life. I specifically now work with cancer patients and see patients pass away, and I see what they regret. And a lot of things that they regret. I mean, I have patients just tell me stories about their lives and things they never did anything about. And so that's why I say, even if you when you have a situation like SA or trauma, because it doesn't have to be SA, trauma could be just how your parents treated you or how your family treated you when you were younger. Speak it to them and say it and get it off your chest, but also make sure that when you do it, you've taken the time to maybe speak with a professional. If you can't afford to speak with a professional, speak with your closest friends, your closest cousins, your closest like people, and get support so that way when you bring up the topic, you are level headed and that you are not coming from a place of anger, even though you are angry, because you're allowed to have that anger. But I feel like when it comes time for you to reflect on your life, you're going to regret never speaking up on these subjects, on SA or trauma. You will regret it. I promise you. I work in healthcare. I sit with people when they're passing or in families when they're passing, and it's something that stays with you for a lifetime. And so do it even if you fail, and I'll just wrap it up. Do it even if you fail, even if the legal system is not against you, because like CTV was saying, folks who get assaulted are likely to get assaulted again. So if you don't do that work and speak with someone and get the help, I promise you, when you're 40 or 50 or 60, you're going to regret that you never did anything about it.
Yeah, absolutely. Great points. Great points. And thank you for sharing that. I want to circle back after I get Rashonda in here to get you to sound off on Blueface and not Blueface, but the Chrisean Rock Tesehki situation too. So thank you for that, homebody. Rashonda, are you there, love? Can you hear me, Rashonda?
I'm here. How you
All
doing? Hey,
right. I am well. How are you?
I'm okay. I don't know if my mic is low or not.
No, I can know. It's actually pretty
I'm
damn
here.
high.
How you doing? Hey.
I am well. How are you?
So
Uh-oh.
you can hear me?
We got an echo. Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. All right. Um,
Hey,
it's
V.
always good to come up here on the panel. Thank you for having me, Conscious. Thank you for everybody on the panel. Um, what I see is a lot of people having children, not raising
Uh-oh.
their
Hold on, Rashonda.
children.
It sound like, I don't know. You sound kind of blurred out. It sound like you're talking too close to the mic or something. It's hard to make out what you're saying exactly.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, that's better.
Okay, I had to mute my mic. That's why I said let me know if it goes in and out.
Okay.
What I was saying is a lot of people having children and they're not taking care of their children, and they just dropping them off to anybody who they want to, and not understanding that that's part of the reason why um, they're leaving people to get raped and stuff like that. Because you don't know who you leaving your children with. That's the first thing, and you don't know what they're capable of. You know, um, they tell everybody if you're not ready to have children, don't have them. Because all you're doing is raising children out here to be thrown to the wolves. You understand? Um, there's got to be a sense of responsibility with parents because people forget that those kids grow up to be adults.
Yeah.
And between that, what they see is what they'll emulate down the line. Like you always say, you don't want to raise children that becomes the next Freddy or Chucky,
Yeah.
or you see what I'm saying. So that's part of the reason why you have all these people with trauma and dysfunction. And what I've been seeing, people like being in dysfunction and trauma. It's like they normalize being in trauma and dysfunction. Um, uh, we have to take some responsibility. That's why we're in the situation we're in now because everybody's finger pointing and blaming other people, but they're not taking responsibility for what they contribute to the abuse, to the trauma, to the dysfunction. Um, and then you leaving people with different people, leaving your kids with different people. I just seen three stories. Um, I'm gonna share this right quick. I was so disturbed, I had to turn off conscious. The
Mm-hmm.
man was on. I don't know if you caught this, but it's been all over social media. The man was on camera saying that um, your daughter needs to leave. If she doesn't leave, I'm gonna do something bad to her. So he gave her 3 days to get out the house just because she was built like her mama. So basically, he was telling the mama that he was gonna rape her daughter. And I saw that's disturbed me, my spirit so bad. I said, "Wow." So he's on camera actually telling her what he's gonna do to it, and the mom didn't do anything. This is what I'm saying.
Mm.
So you allow this man to come in your house, say what he needs to say, and then if something happened to it, then you be crying, talk about what mama, what you did to my child. When he telling you he's gonna do something to her.
And that actually happened in
So
another story that I had just saw the other day in my algorithm of a young girl, teenage girl. She was killed by her stepfather who raped her and then unalived her to keep her from exposing him to the mother.
so it's a lot of stuff, and then I seen another story. The woman she went to the bar, left her kids, and she got arrested for this. She went to go drink at a bar and left her kids for 3 days. It's
Yep.
too much. That's what I'm saying. It's just too much going on.
And that's what I meant when I said a few live streams ago, like last week or a week before last, I said, yeah, we're not ready for the conversation about how there are so many secretly unloved children in the world, so many secretly unloved adults who were unloved children in the world. And this is why I don't believe in having kids with any other intention of being clear about the fact that you are ready to bring another soul into the world and you are prepared and committed to helping that soul to get on the path that was meant for it. You if you have a child out of loneliness, you're gonna fuck this up. If you have a kid out of trying to keep a woman or trying to keep a man, you're going to fuck this up. If you have a kid out of a paycheck, you're going to fuck this up. If you're having a kids because they was just a byproduct of you and your lover enjoying a good, hot, funky, sweaty night together, you're probably going to fuck this up, okay? Like, you got to be clear about one thing. And I always share this story. Like, when my brother had my niece, the first thing when he first told me him and his girl were pregnant, the first thing I said to him, I said, baby, are you prepared for whatever this is that's about to come into this experience? Have you cleared your mind of any expectation? Because do you know that what could come out of that birth canal could be very different than what you are naturally expecting? What could be coming out of that birth canal could be a trans person, a LGBT person. It could be it could be a handicapped person. It could be a special needs person. It could be an autistic. You just don't know what is going. You don't know what God is going to give you. You don't know what the universe is going to give you. You can have your expectations. You could have prayed for a certain thing, but ultimately, it could be God knows what. And are you so when you think about I want to be a parent, have you thought about that across the landscape? Have you thought about the fact that if I put myself in this position to use my reproductive system to bring forth a child, that what I am actually really saying is that I'm ready to parent in general, because anything under the sun could be coming down into my lap. Okay, like I can say what I want, I can pray for what I want, but ultimately I'm gonna get whatever the hell I'm gonna get. So am I ready to be of true assistance to whatever this mystery is? And most people are not even that contemplative about it. Most people literally just think I'm going to get, like, it's like a chia pet. It's like a custom dress. Like this is my custom freakum dress, honey. Like I'm getting blue-eyed, good hair. I'm getting me a basketball player. I'm getting me the next Obama coming out of me, but the next Michelle coming out of me, honey. Like, they just be expected. They like live in this whimsical wish list land and then be bamboozled and hoodwinked when something contrary happens. And I'm not like, baby, I don't know why you didn't leave room for God to get real spicy in what was going to happen, baby, to get real creative. So, I be telling folk, baby, come on, we gotta look. This thing is real serious, honey. Like, this whole parenting, caring for kids, your parenting style, the condition of you as a parent, you and your spouse, like, it really matters. And I really want people to hear this. I want people to hear that this is just so powerful. I don't know about y'all, but I know for me, when I literally think of like children and I think of like reproducing, as far as I'm concerned, we are bringing forth God into this reality. And history bears it out that we are bringing forth gods, because it only takes one man or one woman to change the course of human history. Just one human being can literally change the course of human history, can literally change the course of an entire nation, an entire country, an entire continent. I really think that people are not really understanding the level of power that we have the ability to manifest into this world, and the way in which that power can contribute to the collective, whether it's for the greater good or for the fucking greater evil, like the Hitlers and the Saddam Husseins or the Yeshuas of the world, the Mother Teresa's of the world. It could go left, right, in the middle. It could be Jeffrey Dahmer. It could be from Ike Turner to Nat Turner. Look, baby, the pendulum swings. So the pendulum swings. So, this is some powerful shit. We are alchemical musicians. We are wizards and witches and mystical people. We're God incarnated, and we're replicating God through biological sentient life, through our reproductive gift and talent, and not making that sacred and not understanding like the universal philosophy that we should have about our power to procreate, and about the fact that it is power, and the fact that humans are a form of power, and that power can be nuclear, it can be life-giving, and it could be destructive, that out of us and in us lies the potential for heaven and for hell, and that can be mirrored through our lived experiences. I really
you know something else, conscious. I'm gonna tell you this too. It ain't just the parents. They feel like they can. Their children is a rag doll or toy. They also feel like there's no accountability when they do stuff. So they feel like, well, I'm the parent and you the child, but they don't understand when they grow up, they got to deal with other people in the world, which causes people to do things that cause people trauma, hurt, harm. That's where it becomes a problem because do you know you got parents? My child ain't never did that, and y'all ain't gonna tell me what to do about my child. Don't you? They be knowing they do wrong, and the parents will uphold them in it, and they will go to war about their child when they know they wrong. It don't make no sense.
and a lot of that just comes from unconsciousness, and it comes from the blind leading the blind, and people just replicating.
I'm
what's
sorry.
going
I
on?
didn't mean to laugh. I'm sorry. Let me turn my mic off.
No, because I'm about to get you in here. Actually, I need to get you in here and Nan in here and Aaron in here because my laptop is actually about to die. So I only got like a few minutes left. So let me get everybody in here. So, V, welcome to the platform, boo. I saw you getting your life over there as if you was at an open mic experiencing some good ass poetry. What's going on, child?
Listen, conscious. I'm just going to say this right off the bat. I didn't even know about you until I had went on Sheree's channel.
What?
And she had spoke so highly of you.
Mm-hmm.
That I said, let me go out here and check out what she say. She called you conscious.
Yeah.
You know, so she was like, the only people I mess with, this is when her and Jaguar was kind of into it or whatever. And she said, the only people I mess with, conscious, I think she said, nosy ho, or whatever. And I went straight to your channel. But I didn't, I subscribed. And you should start going on me. And the other night, you did your Trump thing and you did your fucking big one. You did your big one. I was sitting up there. I was like, I could not stop laughing. I was like, somebody actually understands what the hell is going on in the society. I was like, oh my God. So after that, I've been hooked. I've been listening. And guess what? I don't turn my notifications on for nobody. I don't turn my notifications on for nobody. And you got my notification. I said, I want to hear what the hell Conscious is talking about.
I'm honored. I am honored, baby. I'm honored.
So yeah, I just wanted to come up because I usually don't come up on any particular subject, but I do have an experience in terms of everything you're talking about tonight. I was actually what you may have called a molester. I was 6 years old, and my father, who was a preacher, pastor of a church, raped me.
Wow, I'm so sorry for that.
Thank you. And so I was acting it out. And we, a lot of the kids, we were just playing. They used to call it playing house back then. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so we would play house. We'd be kissing and feeling on each other's and everything. It was just that's what kids did back then, play house. So I was just thinking, I just got through watching another young lady's video, and she was molested by a lesbian. She's a female.
Yeah.
So it was the whole Chrisean thing.
Yeah.
Did Tesehki actually molest her? whoop. And I was just like, it depends on what age they were, I think. Because I was about what, 7?
And Chrisean was 7 too. Mm-hmm.
But my younger sister is I would say 6 years younger than me.
Yeah.
And we would go upstairs and we would play house and feel on each other and stuff like that. So when you get fame,
yeah,
and somebody has something against you, now I know I don't need to be, I'm not a predator.
Mm-hmm.
I was just acting out what my father did to me.
Yeah.
Sex. Yeah. I didn't even know what sex was.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and so I'm coming from that age to actually give a perception.
Yeah.
My perception of what happened within my family. Now, that's not everybody's thing. And I would say, once you know you ain't doing something right, that's when the trifling shit come into play.
Yeah.
I didn't know I wasn't doing anything right.
Right. Yeah.
But I'm not here to defend myself. Right. I was a child that had been raped by my own father. He came up in my room. I didn't know nothing. And all of a sudden, it was just this man. I got a book about it. I'm writing it. Yeah. And it was a man on top of me. And I was 6 years old. Wow. So I just thought that was just what fathers do. Mm-hmm. That's somebody creeping your bed in the middle of the night. And you just get molested. Oh, that's just how it goes. Oh, we kiss and we feel on each other's private parts. That's just how it goes. And that was a hella hot beam. So that particular sister, mind you, she can't stand me. She cannot stand me. I think it's because of that now. A lot of the other siblings participated too. We all used to play house. My cousin, everybody, we all used to play house. It was just like, okay, let's play house. You know? But for some reason, I think it affected her more than, because everybody else be like, bet, V, you know, you good. Everybody loves me, but she hates me. So I think that maybe I'm just offering my perspective. That Chrisean and what's going on with Tesehki, because they said that Tesehki was a little bit older.
Yeah, she was.
When she did it. So I'm not a Chrisean fan. I'm not a Tesehki fan. I'm a lover of family fan.
Yeah.
Okay. And y'all need to figure that out. That's your sister. You don't get one more. So I just wanted to offer my perspective.
Okay, so I got some questions.
Say too much.
First of all, I have to shout you out. First of all, for the transparency and the bravery it takes for you to, be able to say that out loud. And I think, that
thank you.
Hearing from the other side of this is really important too, because there is, even when it comes to the perpetrator, like the automatic go-to is that it's out of nefariousness. There kind of is a one attitude about why the other person is doing this to somebody, and it's usually just out of some villainous motive. But you represent a slew of people who, as you said, have contributed to this behavior as a young person to your own siblings, but it was out of what was like truly normalized to you, and you literally thought that this was just what happens. Now, because you are in breakdown, like with your sister, and you think that it may be because of the experiences that happened between you and her when y'all were children. Like, did y'all at any time have an opportunity to talk through this, to confront this between y'all?
No, but she's microly aggressive. We were all split into different foster homes. Because my father had got arrested for all the rapes and stuff. It wasn't just me, it was my younger sister. It was we was a part of Kojic. I know y'all know about Kojic, because over there at the Ray, we all know about Kojic.
Church of God craziness.
Church of God in Christ.
Yeah.
And so we were immersed in that lifestyle, everyday church, whoop, whoop, whoop. And so we only had each other for years. So once they went into foster home, once I went into the foster home, it was just about survival.
Yeah.
And everybody, I was the one of the oldest sisters, second oldest sister. So I was doing everything that I had to do to make sure that we stuck together, because we had to go to court. My dad was lying, all this stuff. You will read about it in the book.
Wow.
But we never got a chance to even address it. And I said, well, if she's not saying anything about it, and the same thing happened, it wasn't just like it was just her and me. It was my brother. It was my cousins. Let's play house. So I said, well, maybe it didn't happen the way that I might have thought in hindsight. Maybe she's not looking at it the way, and I'm just kind of like being overly, you know what I'm saying? Because everybody else is cool. She's not cool. So I'm like, maybe you overthinking it. And maybe if she don't say nothing, then you shouldn't bring it up, because your cousin love you, your brother love you, your sister love you. We used to all play out. We used to all kiss each other and feel around on each other's little, things and stuff. So how come she hates me? But I think back to that and I'm like, well, maybe that's why she hates me, because I, molested her when we were kids, but we was all molesting each other.
But
maybe it affected her a little bit more.
Yeah, but
and that's my guilt.
That you might have to consider too is your sister may have been violated by. Was she violated by y'all father too?
Now he hadn't got down to her, because it's 6 of us.
Okay,
so it's 6 girls and 1 boy. He had got to my older sister first.
Yeah.
And then he moved down to me when I was 6. And then he moved down to my younger sister, and that was like the last straw.
So this is a big problem with, and that's why
he hadn't got. I don't mean to cut you off. He hadn't got to.
Yeah.
The one that I'm talking about right now, which may even be a factor.
Yeah. Because I was talking earlier in the stream about like this also can be disastrous about us not having open conversation about these things, because when people are kind of left to internalize their own experiences, they can produce sometimes narratives that aren't as beneficial for them to internalize. They can create contexts that may not be true to what actually took place, and not talking, and not talking, it leads to that. And this is why because I'm always going to reference my spiritual godmother Iyanla, because she just taught me everything that I know. And Iyanla is very big on secrets kill. They kill spiritually, they kill mentally, they kill emotionally, and sometimes they kill physically as well. That secrets kill. They corrode at our ability to grow and to ascend accordingly. So, if there's anything that I take away from what you and your sister are going through, I am so sorry that you were a victim of something you should have never had to be a victim of. And I am so sorry that your sister had to experience the residual of that, because you and the siblings had been through this experience and were reenacting this, and now it's led to breakdown, when the reality was that all of you guys were kids and all of y'all were victims. And it sucks, but but this is why we have to get to the bottom of what
we gotta have these conversations. And I'm so grateful that we have a man that's. Are you openly gay or?
Oh yes, very open.
Okay. I mean, I just had to ask lightly.
Yes. I'm outside.
He outside. Now, I'm so sick of these white people taking the black people's lingual.
Yes.
I mean, I know we take it from them too. Cause I'll be
They
like, I
colonize.
think if you will, I'll be trying to
They
talk
do.
proper and shit
And
too.
pivot. Yes, this is what they do. That's
Right. And they always, and it's not just the white guys, it's the black women that take the lingual of the gays and they be so conservative. Oh, girl, it's not giving. It's not giving. I'm like, bitch, what the fuck you know about it's not giving? That's black lingual. That's black gay lingual. Right. Okay, let me get back to the subject.
Back on track.
Ooh, child. Over here, Jamie. Mm-hmm. What Jamie Foxx say about Puffy 20 years ago? Over here, Puffy.
Over here. Mm-hmm.
So I'm just so happy. I just relate to you. Yeah. Everything that you be saying, I'd be like, okay. When I thought you couldn't get any realer, I was like, this nigga, you see me in the box, right? You see me in the box. Yes. I was like, I said, no, you should have. Did you hear me? I was like, boy, you preaching to the choir. Yes,
Look,
so,
I have to jump at opportunities to talk about these things because this is the part of celebrity gossip that I like because we can always take it here. Like it's not just happening in some surface level, but the conversations can get real. Situations can come all the way down to being personal for us and
to the people.
And this is something that's very common, like ancestral relationships and molestation. This is a real thing, and we need to forward these conversations and be transparent about these experiences. And it's something that I want to say before I get the other panelists in here too, is that you mentioned something very important about proximity. And this is why parents have to parent, and they have to do their fair share of supervising and almost kind of being a helicopter parent in a way, because young people naturally are going to experiment with the world around them. They try to learn about their own bodies through exploring the bodies that they have access
to. What
they
see, what they're exposed to.
Yes. Which can be their siblings, it could be their cousins, or whatever bodies they have proximity to. Just like as a child will put anything in its mouth because it's learning the environment. It will put a toy, a Lego. It's going to touch the fire, the stove. That's all about trying to
Absolutely.
And also,
Conscious, can I just say this? And I'm going to drop down. You can drop me down after I say this, Conscious, real quick. Mm-hmm. Your rant about parenting was epic.
Thank you.
You see me in the chat. I'm like, oh my God, boy, you better. I was like, boy, you better preach. I said, if this nigga had a church, I'd go to that motherfucking church real quick and hurry. This is shit that Conscious be talking about at his church. That's the church I want to go to. Your rant about parenting and what it all entails and how you need to approach it was fucking masterful.
Thank you, boo.
So you got my notification. You the only person that got a notification.
Period.
Okay, drop me down. Love you.
Okay,
thank you, Sam. Sorry, I didn't mean to rant.
No, but you good. And thank you so much for that. I appreciate you, love.
Okay.
That was LV, y'all. That was really powerful. So, as I was saying, a proximity is important. Yes, kids will play house. Kids are still very much so in the developmental stage of their life. So, and in their learning. So they're going to, I got echo. I don't know how I got echo.
Yeah. And, well, I'll add.
Homebody.
Is that me? Am I echoing?
Yes, I think it's you, but hold on. Let me see. Okay, yeah, it's you.
Let me know if the echo goes off.
I don't know why it's staticky. Can you try to go out and come back in?
Yeah, let me exit and come back in.
Okay. I'm gonna drop the mic again. So an important. Hey, boo. I just want to get this out super quick. Then I'm gonna let Anan get in here and Aaron. But proximity is really important. Please don't be naive about children. Because something I think does us a disservice in the community as well is this attitude that kids are going to be kids, and we almost have a fantasy of young people being in their innocence, that we almost once again strip them of their actual humanity, which also involves this hormonal component, this curiosity component that is with kids. They have a body. They want to understand their own bodies. They want to understand their own genitals. These are things that they live with on their persons every day. And oftentimes, young people will attempt to learn about the body by engaging other young people's bodies, which can result in what we then call molestation, which I just wanted to add that context, because when it comes to young people on young people, the context isn't always something nefarious. It isn't always something mischievous, but it's birthed out of proximity. It's birthed out of curiosity. And that can also be largely prevented by parents, once again, just being very mindful of their children, properly supervising them and educating them as well. All of this religious bullshit that we use to justify not having the conversations we should with young people, because we want to believe that there are some like supernatural people who are just removed from curiosity, removed from sexuality, is not realistic. It's not the case. These spirits are in biological flesh suits that have a functionality, regardless of what your beliefs are, regardless of what your religious affiliation is, regardless of what your orientation is, regardless of what your gender is. It's irrelevant. Your body is your body, and your body is going to body. And there are appropriate conversations that we can have with young people as they age accordingly, in order to curb what becomes sometimes of a lack of proper education and a lack of proper supervision. But proximity will do that. Kids will learn about their own bodies and their own feelings through engaging other young people's bodies as well. And once again, they're typically going to engage the bodies they have proximity to, which can be their siblings, their cousins, etc. This whole playing house thing as cousins, playing house thing as siblings is, once again, is more common than what people give a credence to. I want to welcome Homebot. I know you were trying to jump in here and say something, and then I want to get and Aaron in here.
Am I still echoing?
Yeah, it's still kind of staticky.
Wait, is it echoing now?
No, I don't. Not really.
Is it echoing?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna mute myself and see if that helps.
Okay, no, I think maybe like I hold it too close to my mouth, and I have that good chapstick on. So maybe the chapstick, that lip gloss, girl, was good. A little static. But I just wanted to add, on top of what you're saying, like when you said like playing house, because that's also what Chrisean and her other family members said Tesehki would allegedly do. Have them play house. It's also important to teach your kids the words that these things actually are. So teach your kids the words that the actual word for genitals, whether it's male or female. Teach your kids the actual word for engagement. And I won't say, all the words, because I'm trying to be
yes,
protective of the live, but use the actual words the way they would be asked if they have to go to the hospital, or if they have to go talk to law enforcement. Say the actual words to them, so because the kids don't really even know what that means. And so if you say those words, then someone else can't say, let me play with your horse or your kitty, or you know what I'm saying? So I would just add that that's something that's so uncomfortable, especially if the parents have been through SA. But I just work in healthcare, and I see so many situations where assault happened and the words were changed and the kids got like sort of used to using those words. And so I was just saying, like, say those words early. And then even if your kids are adults, like say those words again, like, did this happen? Did this person, you know, I mean, use the words, did they, I'm not trying to say it, but just speak blankly so there's no gray area. You don't want there to be a gray area.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, homebody. Nan, welcome to the platform, boo. I think you're on mute, Nan.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
Oh my goodness. I am a writer. I am in my 50s, and
Amen.
And I will tell you, yeah, I'm grown, granny grown. I will tell you how this has this Chrisean and Tesehki thing resurfaces what happened to you. For people who haven't been adulterated or touched as a child, they may see it as, oh my God, what's the tea? What's oh my Lord, let's click, let's go. But if you have been tampered with as a kid, all that stuff come resurfacing right on back. And let me tell you how I'm too old to know the music or whatever, but I'm a certified astrologer, tarot card reader myself. So I don't have a channel that's active in that lane, but I have favorite readers that I watch. So when I was watching, sometimes I click on whomever they're reading for. If I recognize the name, I know of the public figure. And sometimes I click anyway because I like that reader's style. Each reader has their own style. So how I even came across Chrisean is one of my favorite readers was reading her. I was like, well, who's this? Well, let me see. So I was like, oh, who's this young lady? So I went to go look at it, and I loved her music because she wasn't talking about her vajayjay that keeps swimming, a vibe all the time. I'm like, well, she's not talking about her body. And then her body looks natural. There's nothing against anyone who got BBLs. I don't want to, but I'm Generation X, so we're like, oh, that's a natural body. That's like a big deal to my friends in my age group. So I was like, no, that's her body. That's a natural body. She's not talking about, but I didn't know about her violent side because one friend was like, you need to see her fight videos. I'm like, she has fight videos? The point I'm trying to make is I don't side with either sister because I like both of their music.
Yeah,
I do. I think the music is good. It's not really, they look sexy, but it's not sexually driven lyrics, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So it's hard to pick a side, and I don't want to because I like both of the art that they presented to the world, the art that I have seen. So I don't know, but it's something about if that has happened to you when you voice it, like NDRE songs, The Truth, when she says, you know, the truth by the way it feels. Something in how Chrisean is saying this to her. I'm like, oh my God, dear God. And it feels very true. Yeah. Now, I don't know. I wasn't there. I don't know. But, and I don't think, I'm like, well, maybe Tesehki was so young she doesn't remember. But something like that, you never forget. It taxes your psyche in such a way you would never, ever forget it. But Tesehki has too much to lose to admit something like that in public. She has built this whole music illustrious career now. It's just too much to lose.
And this is happening in the age of Me Too, of Diddy, R. Kelly.
Yes,
so yeah, she knows that she's not going to get the benefit of it out.
No, we will never. It'll always be her side against her sisters because of this age we're in. But the age of Aquarius, the truth will keep spilling out. Secrets secrete anyway. Secrets is ruled by Scorpio. That's a water sign. Water will get through dams and rocks. Secrets will secrete anyway. It will always come to the surface one way or the other, no matter what age you're in. But age, Aquarius key phrase is I know. And it's the sign with the glyph that's pouring out water onto the people. So that constellation is going to keep spilling truth like manna. And the age is 2,600 years. So it's a long time of truth spilling. Yeah. But my adulterated history, I'm going to go really quick because I know there's people behind me. I can be verbose. Please bear with me. When I was 5, first of all, I didn't even know I had a body. I was so skinny, a little girl growing up in Harlem. I was very quiet from the ages of 0 to 7. 7 is in numerology. in geometry, 7 is a very important number. It stops things.
Yes.
It's in the Bible 700 times 7. 7 is ruled by Neptune, which is a very spiritual planet, and 7 is prime. So the age of 7 for all of us, something is usually pivotal that happens.
Yes.
So like Bruce Lipton said, give me a kid between 0 and 7 and I'll program their whole mind. Paraphrasing Bruce Lipton. So I'm in Harlem. I'm a skinny little girl. I'm very quiet. And I have an older brother. It's just the two of us at this time. This is the 70s. And I'm 5 years old. And in New York, growing up, there was a lot of latchkey kids. I didn't know that was unique until you leave New York. But you'll be home alone a lot. It's not unusual. And it wasn't in my day. Your mom got to work and everybody can't afford a babysitter. That's the thing with that babysitter thing. I'll get back to that in a minute. So you're home alone a lot. My brother, he's a teenager. He's ripping and running in the streets.
Yeah.
So I got up to go pee. I'm 5. There's 2 attempts at 5. I got up to pee and I pushed the bathroom door open. It was ajar. It wasn't even all the way closed. I'm thinking I'm home alone. And it was a very handsome man sitting in on commode. I don't know if he was using the bathroom. I didn't smell an aroma as if he was making a number 2. I don't know what he was doing. Sometimes you just pull the hood down and you're sitting on it as a seat.
Yeah.
And I stepped back and he pulled my arm. This is a very handsome man. The episode of I call him Mad Dog, on the episode of Good Times, TV show back then in my era. There was a character named Mad Dog, very handsome, afro, that same look. So when I'm thinking to tell my mom, I'm thinking this is actually Mad Dog in the house. I don't know if he was a friend of my brother's or a friend of one of my aunts who lived with us at the time. We had 2 aunts that lived there. My mom was in her 20s. She's likely at work. So I pulled myself back, which he could have overpowered me, but he just let my skinny arm go and chuckled. And I ran to my mother's bedroom and locked the door and hid under the bed. But it's in that moment that I knew something was wrong. First of all, it's like a whole rebirth because it shapes your psyche like something is very wrong. Something's wrong. So I never told anyone about that. And I just, I'm already quiet. So it was another attempt by someone in the family whom I won't say his name, but he's about 13 and I'm 5, still 5. And he said, well, not let's play house, but let's play a game. And you're like, well, what kind of game? You're 5, And he goes, okay, you chase me. If you catch me, you can touch my butt. And I chase you. If I touch you, I could touch your butt. But I already had the knowledge from Mad Dog in the bathroom. I'm like, no. I don't want to play that game. He was like, no. I'm like, no. And he left it be. Thank God. So I'm like, what is going on in this world with older people? What is going on? And in Harlem, there's a lot of pretty girls walking around that's their age. So I'm like, why don't you go outside and look at someone their own age? So your mind is exploding. You want to read books. You want to do all you can to figure out what's going on. So I went to daycare. I was in daycare. I went to Fresh Air Fun, sleepaway camp upstate New York. And I'm scared, like, do they have creepy guys up there? What is going on? So my mom only told me, don't let anyone touch your hair or your privacy. Back in the days, they called the JJ your privacy. Even for little boys, they call his dingling the privacy. So those are the rules. No one touch your hair or your privacy. Something, and this is the moment right now I can say, Mom, there was already 2 attempts. But anyway, I went up to the camp, paranoid as hell. Nothing happened, thank God. And I'm in the woods reading books with blueberries and bears. Nothing happened to me at sleepaway camp, and I went twice. Fast forward to 8 years old. I got baptized at 7. So I'm thinking, oh, I'm baptized. Everything up there right. No one to touch you. No, 8 years old, we moved from the tenements to the projects, and my mom remarried, and she had to go to work again. She's pregnant with my younger brother. Blackout, 1977. Survived the blackout, but not the molester. So she went to work. She worked the overnight shift. They called the graveyard shift back then. And he woke me up out of my sleep. I had my own room because, again, my brother's ripping, running the streets. He stayed with his girlfriend downstairs a lot. So it was just him and I. He's babysitting. And he woke me up in the middle of the night. And he said, your mom said to sleep in our bed, the marital bed, and while I waxed the floors. And you don't talk back to adults in my day. You just don't. And I didn't even, I'm groggy. So I just went and got into their bed, queen size. And I woke up with his finger inside of my vaginal 8-year-old hole. And and my back is to him, and I'm holding on to the railing of the bed because it's like he's trying to turn me over.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh my God, no penis, but his finger.
Yeah.
And I've been celibate for many years. I can go celibate for decades because it's just, and I'm a mom, but I'm just, the whole idea of debauchery and sex is such a turn that I can go decades celibate, many years. And I know it's a holdover from what happened to me when I was 8 years old.
Absolutely.
And my mom turned the key. She came home early. And then that's when he stopped and I ran in the bathroom. But most of that, the rest of that will be in my book.
Wow.
But it took me years. I was in my 30s as a woman before I finally asked my mom, because I had to tell her because it was a second attempt.
Yeah.
When I was a Girl Scout, I learned how to lock myself up in my sleeping bag and how to tie knots. So I'm in my room always in Girl Scout in camp mode. Like, I'll just lock myself in here. I'm 8.
Yeah.
And then he was trying to tug at the sleeping bag. I said I had to tell my mom because I wasn't going to tell her because I didn't want to ruin their new marriage and they're about to have a baby. I didn't want to make waves, but I told her.
Protect their mom.
But she took him back. It'll be in the book. My book is adulterated about these crimes against children, but I'm here to share. That will mess with you for the rest of your life, being tampered with.
Absolutely.
It will. It just okay. Thank you.
No. Well, oh my God.
The rest of your life.
Anan. Yeah. First of all, I'm so sorry this happened to you. Secondly, thank you for sharing and this experience and affording us this part of your truth and your experience. So where are you now with your experience? And when you told your mom, did she protect you accordingly once you informed her? Like, did she affirm you? Did she give herself over to you?
As a little girl, because her eyes watered. And I told her during the episode of Good Times when Thelma was attacked by a man named Ray, Wallona's ex-husband. Yeah. I don't know how young y'all are. If y'all familiar with Good Times?
We love Good Times. Yes, God.
Oh, yes. So mommy's like, oh, he's horrible. Oh, my God. And I'm looking at my mom like, this is the time to tell her. And he made a second attempt. It won't be a third attempt. And I told her, and she was like, you know, her eyes watered. She didn't say much of anything. But the next night I heard them arguing because he worked in the lumber hole. This second husband of my mom's. And when he got in, they were arguing and he was like, she's lying. And she was like, well, she doesn't know anything about sex. Oh, she must have seen it on TV. And then we had cousin May, living with us. And I don't know if you've seen Eve's bio. And cousin May, I was so quiet. I'm verbose now, but she saw something in the toilet. Cousin May was like, they used to roll with snakes. It was a urban myth, but I'm like, no, I think she really has the snakes. She was like, I killed that motherfucker dead from Florida. Our roots is in Florida. So she came up back then you come up from the South to get jobs in New York as an opportunity. Back then that was called migration if you're in the same country. Immigration is from outside of the country, but they don't switch it around. I digress. And she kicked, I don't know, but she put out cousin May and him, and I don't know, but allegedly cousin May put snakes in their bed to kill him. And mommy was like, what is going on? So she got both rid of. So yes, mommy got rid of him initially, but by the time we moved to Queens, she took him back. And I was in junior high by then, and I was like, why is she taking him back? But I think it was for bills and money and trying to survive. But the answer she gave me in my 30s, when I had the courage to finally ask her, why did you take him back? Horrible answer, horrible mom. And I love her dearly. Blessings be upon her soul. That'd be in the book, that answer she gave me in my 30s, why she took him back. But they divorced again while I was still in junior high. And then I bought Playboy magazine to read the articles. And then he went in Queens, he went between the mattress and found my Playboy magazines. And mommy's like, what are you doing buying this? I'm going to sue the store. And I'm like, Mom, how would he find that? What is he doing in my room? Oh, he pays half the mortgage. Why is he in my room between the mattress? She was like, that's where you had the book? I said, between my mattress. So he was like creepy. He's dead, but he was creepy and he never made another attempt on me, but my homegirls around the way was like, oh, your stepdad was at the high school. I'm like, what? So I was like, tell my mama, she won't believe me. But the creepy, we used to call them Chester child molesters back then. So creepy Chesters, if they leave one kid alone, I'm thinking they're cured, but maybe not. Do they move on to someone else? The whole thing with looking on children is psychotic to me.
Yeah.
There's fine women in the world. Back in the 70s, all them fine women in Harlem. I don't understand. Why would you look at a child?
I'm gonna tell you why. Because I heard Chrisean's nephew ask that same question. He said, why would you want a 7-year-old? Why a child? I'm gonna tell you why it does make sense. Because if we think of sexual abusers in the sense that their condition gives them a power, like they have a power fetish. So this is why accessible adults or people within their peer group who are consenting would be a turnoff. They need it to literally be unconsenting in order to get off to the experience, because what they need is genuine, sincere power, and they can't do that if the person is a willing participant. It doesn't matter how attractive they are. They are looking for a true victim, somebody who would truly feel disempowered, somebody who would truly feel dominated, somebody who would truly feel broken and abused by the experience, not some other horny adult who will agree, oh, okay, yeah, you can chain me up, you can choke me, I'm into all of that. No, that will not appeal to a genuine abuser who needs the abuse to be sincere. They need it to be genuine. So that's why they would typically
taboo. They prefer taboo.
Yeah, and this is why they would typically prefer the most vulnerable, which will be children and women and the elderly, who are the most.
And that's also why they don't mess with women their own age or men their own age, because the rejection is not something they're used to. Back to, they like the power and the sincerity. I think also there's a part of abusers that likes being accepted, and because young people are very loving, very welcoming, very nurturing naturally, because you don't see anything wrong with the world yet. And so when these older abusers, like in the case of Chrisean and Tesehki, they were also going through a lot of abuse. But when you find someone who makes you feel like, or sees you, or makes you, or wants to still be kind to you, you also might and I'm not it's not like I've sat around and interviewed abusers, but I feel like they might feel as though like they get something out of being with someone who's kind and innocent.
Oh God. Well, like I wrote earlier, if you have to be 21 years old to legally buy liquor, that's an indicator. 26 years old is when the prefrontal cortex of the brain is fully developed. Just taboo sex is, my God, I don't know.
And then can I just
it's
say that
illegal and sick.
I appreciate you for sharing what you shared, because
gratitude.
You have the book that you were mentioning, and you are older now. I love that you shared it, and that's one of the reasons I shared my story, because there's so many viewers on this platform that are younger. So there could be folks in their 20s and 30s or 40s or older, and also there's folks who are older that don't ever speak about this. But I feel like anytime someone shares their story, it kind of gives them the words to use to share what happened to them. So I just really just want to show you love and respect and say thank you to you, because people are going to hear this, and I feel like just all of the stories that have been shared since this live has happened is going to help people have some words to, if not take action against their abuse, maybe like reflect and see what they can do to process it and live a little easier.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I want to thank you, Nan. And if you want to stick around, you can. I want to get Aaron in because I got some questions for y'all too.
Okay.
So y'all don't have to be in a rush to get out of here. Hey, Aaron, welcome to the
Hey.
platform. What's going on, my love?
Good. I was just I know y'all just noticed you're still live. I know you started up live. I just edited a video of me speaking on this matter because first off, I want to say shout out to everybody that's sharing their stories, and I'm sorry that that happened to you.
Yeah.
And you shouldn't even been put in that situation. You know, because y'all were children. You know, you're children, so no children should be put in that situation.
Yeah.
Speaking on Chrisean and Tesehki, I want to say this. I keep saying so I just want y'all to know this is a very touchy subject.
It
and
is.
nobody, you have to find the right words so you won't offend people.
Yeah.
But because I'm just so blunt and I'm just saying how you mean it and I have to watch my words, it's going to be difficult for me.
Say how you mean it.
And also, during this topic, I also feel some type of way about this topic, with the sisters in particular, because I love how people are not taking sides and understanding that both of the girls has trauma.
Yeah.
Definitely has gone through a lot in their lives. And Conscious, you did a deep dive because it says you did a deep dive in the Malone family. I have done it too. I have went down the rabbit hole.
Yeah.
From the father on down. When I tell you it's child.
Yeah.
In the it's a lot.
Yeah. Yep. It's
I
toe up from the floor, baby.
I can definitely understand why the whole family needs counseling.
Absolutely.
This is exactly why they fight. This is exactly why some of them behave the way they behave the way they behave. Some of the siblings are going at it at this very moment.
Yeah.
It's sickening.
It is.
It's a whole lot of holes in people's stories.
Yeah.
It's a lot of people speaking out, but they have their own secrets. People kidnapping, unaliving.
Yeah.
A whole bunch of craziness within this family.
Yeah.
Now, I just urge people to not send Tesehki hate. Because this is what is going to happen. It's already happening right now, but y'all have to remember she has 2 children. She has 2 children that are in middle school and high school. They're literally, as this is airing, as this is taking place, and the kids love them some Zeus.
Yeah.
They're gonna definitely be coming back and putting that in their faces. Now, my only thing is, I'm not a big fan of Chrisean in the least. I'm not a fan of her. I'm not a fan of her antics. I'm not a fan of her behavior, her parents, anything of just Chrisean, what I have seen of her portrayal in the blogs, media, anything, I'm not a fan of.
Right.
With that aside, I can see that she has trauma, she has gone through stuff, but I will not look past the lies that she has spread over the length of time that we have seen her in the media. That I cannot do. I cannot
Can
look
I ask you a
aside.
follow-up question?
Yes.
This is Homebody Armand TV. I want to ask you a follow-up question. I don't completely agree with everything you said, but I still want to ask you a follow-up question. So do you feel as though the reason this is all coming up now is because they're on reality TV, or is there any inkling of you?
So, yeah, and I'm going to answer that. This all came out, and this is another crazy thing. A lot of people saying that Chrisean has been talking about this. No, she's only been talking about it the year that Tesehki did not do what Chrisean wanted Tesehki to do. She got pissed at Tesehki, got her jumped, and then they went back and forth online, and then she said something. She took in heavy artillery and shot Tesehki with that accusation.
How do you know
Because before
she
never came up
she's shocked?
until that. I'm not saying, listen what I'm saying. I'm not saying that she's lying. I'm not saying that she's lying. But it's very convenient.
How is it convenient?
You came out, said it, and you were still cool with her. You were still good with her. Saying that you miss her, saying that you love her, that was still good. Then she didn't do something that you didn't like,
Mm-hmm.
and you literally just said that because you knew you wanted to tear her down. You wanted her to fall. You already tried to set her up with the show. That's what a lot of people is not putting into perspective. That's why I find it hard for myself, particular, to even, not that I'm trying to say she's lying, but I cannot take what she says
seriously
or like immediate truth. I can't do that.
So you're saying, and correct me if I'm wrong. So you're saying you can't take it seriously after Chrisean had her friends jump Tesehki after that incident on the show.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see if I can help. Hold on. Let me see if I can help this a little bit, because I think what Aaron is saying is what I discussed in my deep dive when I gave some critique to Chrisean when she came out of her own mouth and said that, you know, they had put this behind them. They had forgiven Tesehki and all of this, because to Aaron's point, Chrisean did launch this information out there just as a way to get Tesehki off her ass, who had became upset at her for all of the shit that took place on Baddies and the whole
because she knew after she gave birth to Junior, Tesehki was gonna whip that ass. Like after she sent her friends to go, run down on Tesehki.
And
I watched the show too.
And not just that, but it was a egotistical release of a truth to one up someone. It's almost like, someone bringing up something that may be factual, and it may be, and it's something that bad that y'all went through. Say, for instance, let's say like when you and your sister was young teenagers, you saw her boyfriend and he's now your husband, hell. And you and your sister had got over this, y'all overcame it, and then let's say a few years later, y'all get into another confrontation that's completely unrelated, and your sister may be dead wrong to you, and you may be standing firm on that thing she did. And then as a way for her to kind of pull a trump card on the argument and to kind of totally deflect and to kind of quiet and dead things, she brings up the worst thing of your humanity, to not because maybe she genuinely hurting about it still, maybe not even because she is truly still bothered by it, but only because she needs to one up you, because right now she's in a hot seat for some shit she did to you. So to get her ass out of the hot seat, she says, well, you stole my man and you slept with my boyfriend and you da-da. And it's like, that ain't got nothing to do with a prostitute in China, baby. Like, and that don't take away from
she's definitely deflecting.
Yeah. So I think that's what
and it's not even in conscious. It's not even that. It's this whole smear campaign against her sister.
It's like she's trying to get a get back. That's what I'm saying.
Man that she's currently with right now was with another sister.
Huh? Say that again. I'm sorry.
Do you know that? Did I cut out?
No. Rashonda was speaking, and it kind of had blurred you out. I couldn't hear the last part of what you said.
So it's the smear campaign against her sister, because not only about the SA, it's about her man, about Tesehki's man that she's currently with right now.
And what about him?
She's saying that Tesehki took her sister's ex or her current boyfriend, got a family with her, got a family with him.
I heard that as well.
And everything. So it's like, that's not the only thing that she's trying to do. Like it just, I'm questioning everything, because
to Krishan's point, like she said in the live that I'm sick of this bitch talking about me. I'm sick of her doing interviews. I'm sick of every time I wake up, she's got my name in her mouth and she's blabbering off, and I don't want to fight with her. I don't talk about her. I don't whatever to her. She is literally making a whole existence out of her relationship to me and our beef, and I'm trying to keep quiet, but she keeps doing all the yabba dabba doing. So now, since you out here telling these quote unquote lies about me, let me tell the truth about you, bitch.
But that's crazy, because you put your sister in that predicament. You had your friends jump your sister.
Okay, so let's also explore that, Aaron, because it wasn't until all this came up and out about the molestation and the incest and all this stuff, because as their nephew Frank said, Tesehki wasn't only one. It was most of the aunts and uncles who was participating and facilitating this abuse done to him, done to Chrisean and other relatives. And so when I had put all that into perspective, and then I looked at Chrisean and Tesehki's relationship, I said, oh, this also explains why their relationship is so unusual and it lacks boundaries, and why Chrisean thought it was appropriate to have her sister assaulted by her friends, because Chrisean grew up in an environment with Tesehki and the rest of her siblings with there being no boundaries, and with there being allowed almost to be this terror, and there be this unaccountability, and there be this debauchery. So for Tesehki to Chrisean, it was like sexual. From Chrisean to Tesehki, it was more like, I have the capacity to treat you like any bitch in the street, like any other hoe in the street. Like, you disregarded me as a sexual object, and I wasn't your little sister in those moments where I was being violated, etc. I was subjected to you. I was at your mercy. I was not young enough to defend myself, to stand up for myself, etc. And so now I've grown up to be an adult. I got some lingering unconscious resentment towards you. And when you act bad toward me, then it allows me to ventilate maybe these other unconscious rages and anger that I have toward you, because I feel like you never really gave a fuck about me. So now I'm gonna show you I can have the capacity to not give a fuck about you either. And then since this stuff between us has been kind of unresolved and we didn't heal it, then it bleeds out in like these ways where they're like fighting each other, or they setting each other up, or they openly dog walking each other in public on IG lives, and all of that comes from this lack of boundary and this lack of proper sisterhood that should have developed when they were all kids, that was completely disrupted by all of this abuse from adults that was inherited by the kids who then abused other kids, and it just turned into all this outward dysfunction that we got here now.
Yeah.
I have a question,
I want to
Conscious.
say to Nando. I'm sorry.
I'm holding on for a minute. Rashonda. Oh, go ahead. Aaron.
Oh, Nando, Nandy, Johnson. He put out a question in the chat. Do you think that Chrisean may low key resent Tesehki's fame / talent? Does she feel she wouldn't be famous if it weren't for her preceding fame? I can't answer to that, only Chrisean. But what I will say is that Chrisean did not want her sister to be on Baddies. She did not.
And I don't blame
I
her.
think her and Natalie devised to set Tesehki up. Natalie also, told Tesehki that your sister has been trying to set you up this whole time. So this woman, this Chrisean, has amounts of fame, has a massive following of children. Your sister is now coming on to protect you because you're pregnant. You and her got issues. Now y'all get over them. She's on the show now. You don't like something that she does. Cause y'all had a pact before the show films. She didn't stand on something that y'all agreed upon. You are furious with her. You now get her jump. And now there's this big clusterfuck. Now I will
the
add on
allegations
to
that
it.
are being made are larger than the show.
If Cassidy, if Chrisean feels this way about Tesehki, how does Chrisean feels about Cassidy?
Well, the allegations that are being made are larger than the show. In my opinion, the allegations that are being made are very much larger than the show. That's why I didn't appreciate how Zeus just put that clip or that snippet in the trailer, because that's a very much larger conversation. Because if you notice, if you watch the trailer, they put like a 3 or 5 second clip in the trailer and then went back to shaking ass in the club. So
we all agree it should have never been on there. But my question is, like I said, if Chrisean feels this way about Tesehki, how does she feel about her sister that she's putting a check in her pocket? Because Chastity's going to be on her show, her new show, God's Way or God's Plan or something. Chastity's going to be on her new show. Chastity was involved, was one of the aunts named that the nephew accused of touching him.
Right, but I feel like you're still just going off of the show and not treating it as real life.
I'm not going off of the show. That's like real life.
I said,
like she literally,
the
nephew literally just accused Chastity of it. So it's not the show. I'm not going off the show.
So what I think is two things. So if this is true, I'm going to say it's still alleged. We can all say it's still alleged because we don't know if she actually did this. But if they were both minors when this happened, and this is just broadly speaking, that if they were both minors, then no one can be charged. If kids are playing with kids, then it really gets hard and sticky for the state to charge. And then also, though, with that in mind, there's some states where there is no rule on incest or statute of limitations on incest if the person was a minor and the other person was over 18. And so we don't know if when this happened, if it happened, where it happened, if in that state were they both minors is the first question, because Tesehki was saying in the trailer, she's going to sue. If this happened and they were both minors in that state, the chances of anyone getting in trouble, and I'll just say it flat out, the chances of anyone getting in trouble if they were both under 18 when this happened, I mean, unless the state has like 15 or 16-year-olds can't mess with people under, and that gets very sticky because a lot of states don't do that. A lot of states are like, if both kids are minors, there's really not a lot we can do. But if one kid was a minor and the person was over 18, maybe 19, maybe 21, maybe 22, then there's some states, not all, that have a law that there is no statute of limitations on incest. So it doesn't matter who assaulted you in your family, no matter what age, if it's 7, 8, 9, 10 years, 15 years that goes by, certain states will still prosecute. And I guess I grew up in Maryland. I haven't looked up or researched. Maybe someone in the chat can look up the laws in Maryland. But there's those things that come into play as well as what I wanted to mention. I wasn't trying to take away from what you're saying, Aaron, but I just wanted to take it away from the reality show and bring it more into the realm of real life.
Yeah, that's why I was telling you I wasn't going to the show. Like, these are actual. This is the words that the nephew said. He named out the aunts and the uncles that touched him. Chastity was one of those people. Chrisean is now
Allegedly, you're
close
not saying
with.
allegedly. You just
No,
said
no, that's what
Chastity
I'm
is one of
saying.
those
That's what the
people.
nephew said. So it is. That's what the
You
nephew
still,
said.
but you just said Chastity was one of those people. That's what the nephew said. You can't say that.
I can't say that because the nephew said it. I'm saying
No,
what the nephew said.
there's
What are you
nothing
talking about?
that, and I'm not, and conscious, I'm not trying to argue with the panel. I'm just trying to be realistic and express like how things really happen in the real world. And so if someone says it online and you're saying that's what the nephew said,
We're
that
talking
doesn't
about
matter
it. We're
what someone
talking
said.
about
If it's
it.
the
We're
nephew,
talking about what the
listen,
nephew
I
put
have
out
nephews.
there.
My nephews could say that I did that to them. That doesn't mean anything in court. It might mean something in public opinion, but like that you need evidence. There's a lot of
I
things.
definitely understand what you're
Mhm.
talking about. I'm not
Okay.
saying that what he says is a fact. I'm saying what he said. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying what he said. Yes,
He's
this is all
referencing.
alleged. This is all alleged. But I'm going off of what he said. If he said on his live that these are the uncles and aunts that touched him, why does Chrisean not feel that way about the sister that she is putting on her new show? That's where I'm coming from.
I
That's
mean,
where I want to
we
know.
were talking earlier in the chat about Stockholm syndrome. We were talking earlier in the chat about how victims are groomed and can relate to the people who abuse them and come back for more, and even if they don't come back for more of the action, they come back for that relationship or that friendship or that rapport that they get from that person. And that only happens when in their adolescence, and then when they grow up into their adult mind, which happens for most people but by 25 or later. when you really form that mind. And I don't even think Chrisean is 25 yet, right?
No,
I think
she's
he's 25.
25.
He's
I think she's
25?
older than 25.
She's about to be okay. No, and so I'm just saying that like there's just a lot of variables, and I think Conscious, you were saying on your first stream that this stuff should not be brought to the public.
Yeah.
Like and if it was brought up and y'all had sat down about it and stuff, if for it to be brought up to the public again means it wasn't really healed. And so I just want to make sure that everyone treats the situation delicately, because we weren't there. And so I 100% believe victims, and anyone that wants to get at me in the comments can get at me, but I do believe what victims say. And then I also look for what happens after what the victim says, or how many attempts they made to, get help during that time. Some victims don't do it until they get older, but that's fine. But you have to have compassion for victims. And so I just want to let Mr. Aaron let him know that I wasn't trying to come at you. I was just trying to speak about the story, and then also speak about like reality, because what we know about Chrisean and Tesehki comes from a reality TV show,
I also want to say this because I think like this is because as I'm listening to y'all, I was thinking about this Chrisean Tesehki dynamic. I actually, now that I'm just looking back over a lot of things, like when I'm even reflecting on Chrisean, like wanting her sister to fight Vicky and Anya, and to kind of take care of that because of that pact that Aaron said like had been made, and her protecting her. I wonder on an unconscious level for Chrisean if this was kind of like a rite of passage on an unconscious level she was putting her sister through, or like a test unconsciously, because that trust had been broken. If these allegations are in fact true about what Tesehki allegedly did to her, and so in her unconscious dynamics with Tesehki and this trust being broken, she's kind of like unconsciously created these scenarios where Tesehki can prove that like I'm safe with you, that you have me. And I wonder if that's why it meant so much for Chrisean, like for Tesehki to mean what she says. And I don't give a fuck about you feeling about how you feel about them girls being out of your weight class and how skinny. I don't give a fuck. Like you hurt me, you violated me, and I'm putting you on right now, and I need to know that as adults, like I'm safe with you, and that I can trust you, and that you won't ever hurt me again. So I need you to go to the extreme to prove that to me by pretty much acting as my hit woman on my opposite moment. Like I wonder if that
she might have did that because Chrisean might have did that because her and Tesehki might have been under 18. So she might just be lashing out and letting her rage and her pain go. Now that she has a chance to be on a reality show, she might be letting her feelings go on Tesehki, because if they were both kids, it's really hard for a charge to be made. You know what I'm saying? And so, but I don't know, like, because they have such a big family, like you were talking about in your first broadcast. They vary from so many ages. Girl, Tesehki looks so young. She looks 23. Like, if you fooled me and she says that she has kids. If I didn't know she had kids, I might think she's like 23, 24. Tesehki looks great, And so, but like, it goes back to the age. Like, we really don't know what age they were when all of this happened.
So,
oh well, we know according to Chrisean, she said she was 7, and according to her nephew, Tristan, he said he was 7 as well. Ironically, like it's weird that everybody's abuse kind of started.
So minors, so all under 18. It sounds like.
Yeah.
So here's the thing: Tesehki and the nephew are close in age. That's what people are not saying. They're close in age. Nephew and Tesehki, they're close. Cause remember, the nephew is their oldest sister's son. She's the oldest. I think her name is China from the research, the rabbit hole that I dug in.
It's
China is their sister that the family, well, the siblings don't mess with. That's from what the stuff that I gathered. China, that's her son.
Yeah, I know China. She's the one who works at Wendy's, who's always smoking weed on break, going on live.
I forgot the head
That's
wrap.
the one. That's the one.
So,
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Tesehki and her son is close in age. So, if he was 7, then Tesehki, I don't know who oldest between them. Maybe Tesehki. So, probably Tesehki was 8. He was 7.
I don't even know if it.
We weren't there.
Yeah. Well, so
no, what I'm saying is, if this is what he's alleging, him and Tesehki are close in age.
And what does that mean exactly?
That means that. So from what I'm gathering, they're both. So I don't know who's older. So what I saw is that they're literally 1 year apart. I don't know who's older.
No, she has to be kind of a few notches older than him, because he said in his live stream that he thought that Tesehki, out of all the aunts, was actually going to be the one to protect him, but she was actually the one who was with the shit too, and would do stuff with him in the bathroom, and he thought that she would have been the one to protect him.
Yeah, but somebody did the research and said that they are definitely close in age. Not too far.
So then they were both under 18 and minors, and no charges can be pressed, is what I'm gathering.
So this is the gist, because really the age, it really doesn't matter. Like, what we do know is that all these people, because even the nephew said that Tesehki was like, she was pretty much a girl too. So we know that she wasn't an adult either. So what we know is that, as Homebody is saying, all these people were ultimately children and young people. You know, some people might have been a little older than the other. Some people might have been, closer to the teenage age, while other people were under 10. But what we do know is that this was a community of young people who are minors, and people were violated, and people allegedly,
Tesehki's not 32. She's 29.
Y'all can y'all get off this age? It really does not matter.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at the chat. I'm so sorry.
I'm speaking to the chat too. I'm like, I don't know why everybody is talking about this age. Like, one person saying Tristan is 27, people saying 32, some people saying she's 32. So it don't matter what has been said by the accuser.
The surgery looks so good, you think they 32 or 22, girl.
What has been said by the accusers themselves is that they all were young people. So what we know is that Tesehki was not a grown woman. She was a girl too. So we can give them all of that in this hypothetical of allegations that all these were young people. All these were young people, including Tesehki. She was older than the nephew, but she was a young person too when she was abusing her sister, allegedly, when she was abusing Tristan, allegedly. Now, here is the bottom line as far as I'm concerned. You have to be of a heightened emotional intelligence when you are in a fucked up situation like this, where there has been a very deep and profound injury and kind of crime committed against somebody else's humanity, aka sexual violation, aka, some type of psychological or physical assault, something that is like truly objectively violating, because if to what Chrisean said in her live stream is, you know, we have forgiven Tesehki, because like that's what she said, we forgiven Tesehki, we put this, you know, all behind us. You know, I really don't even want to be airing out her demons like this, but I'm basically sick of her talking about me. I had to give Chrisean some pushback on that and say that this is inappropriate. Like, if you know you've forgiven your sister, y'all have worked through this. Of course, that don't make y'all relationship all of a sudden perfect, because y'all are still going to continue to have issues in other areas, like any other person in relationship to another person. Like,
it sounds like it's premeditated, correct?
Well, no, I don't think it's premeditated. I think Chrisean initially, when she outed all of this a year ago, was just being egotistical, like most people are. Like, you start dragging me today and I know something fucked up about you, I'm gonna one up your ass and I'm gonna do you in with what I think can make you look worse or fucked up in the situation that you're trying to make me look fucked up in. You trying to make me look a fucked up person, I'm gonna make you look like a worse motherfucker. I think that's what it was, a tick for tat. She was sick of Tesehki saying all the shit she was saying publicly, and Chrisean went to hell when Tesehki went low. I think that's what took place. I do not think that Chrisean was even, and I also, like I said in my previous live, I don't think she was even jealous of Chrisean either. I mean, jealous of Tesehki, because Tesehki don't got nothing but hands. She don't really have personality. She don't really have any other thing she's giving other than fighting, and all of the fans don't even want Tesehki to return, despite how good of a how good of a fighter she is, because they need personality, and she's been getting dragged, you know, this past seasons on Caribbean for doing all or nothing.
100%.
I think that a lot of people want Chrisean to be jealous, but Chrisean has a lot more going on even still now than her own sister does. You know, she has viral songs, she has successful music, she has also a kind of brand and a likability and a ability to hold an audience even outside of Baddies, aka her situation with a Blueface, aka Zeus giving her a whole new show about her spiritual journey. You know, so she really don't. It's just no reason for her to feel threatened by Tesehki. Tesehki hasn't done anything to make herself an actual threat to Chrisean in any way. She hasn't surpassed her sister. She hasn't even accomplished a third of what Chrisean already has in a short amount of time that Chrisean has been a celebrity. So for me, I just don't think that the jealousy per se is there. But what I do think is there, I think that there's a lot of baggage in that relationship, and there's a lot of trauma, and it's huge because they come from a dysfunctional family. This isn't even tethered to just Chrisean or tethered to just Tesehki, as we can hear from China, we can hear from Tristan, that everybody fucked up. It's all this bullshit. Everybody in and out of jail. Everybody done been touched. So everybody doing the touching. People wasn't raising their kids. The grandparents was raising their kids. You know, it's all of this dysfunction. It's all of this shit that the family didn't heal from, didn't deal with, and they do what everybody else does. When we get on each other's nerves and you press my patience and you test my fucking gangster and you play in my motherfucking face, I don't give a fuck how inappropriate what I'm about to say is. I don't give a fuck where I got to reach in order to hurt you. I don't give a damn into what truth I got to reach into in order to hurt you. I'm going to do just that. I feel like we're just looking at humans. I feel like Chrisean and Tesehki ain't doing anything different than people on Bigo do, YouTube do, on World Star do. When it's battle time, you just are going to outdo your opponent. You're going to try to find a way to slay your opponent in the most effective way. And I think that Chrisean thought that by pulling out this accusation and pulling out this alleged truth about Tesehki while they are going through what they're going through was a way to just exterminate Tesehki talking shit altogether. She probably thought, yeah, I bet you this bitch will quiet down now. I bet you this bitch will fall and
right.
a hole. And
she kind of disabled her in a way. You really did. She really did.
And that was her point.
She disabled her.
That was the whole point. Yeah, because that's the whole point. I wanted you to shut the fuck up. You're getting on my nerve. You're talking shit about me. You're on all these press tours. I've been trying not to press on your ass. You keep antagonizing me. I'm going to be immature then, and I'm going to let this thing out that I know is going to bulldoze the shit out of you. And I'm not going to feel bad about it.
Do you
But
guys?
she didn't do it temporary. She did it permanently.
Hold on, y'all. And I'm not going to feel bad about it because my immature justification is if you didn't want the smoke, you shouldn't have set the fire, bitch. This is why you should have kept your mouth closed. This is why you should have left me alone. This is why you should have just left shit where it was. But no, you want to keep going on and on. And every time I wake up, somebody's sending me you talking shit. You somewhere talking shit. You somewhere posting shit. You somewhere dragging. So now I'm at my wit's end. Fuck you, and let me tell the truth about you. And then here we are. Kaboom.
So who's telling the truth about who? Do you feel like that's Chrisean speaking to Tesehki or
Absolutely.
Tesehki?
I believe Chrisean personally. I believe Christian. I believe China. I believe them. And Tesehki's response is telling as well, because I don't give a fuck. Like if a bunch of motherfuckers come out and accuse you, because let's be clear, on a social level, on a social level, this is honestly one of the worst things you can really say about a person. Hell, being called a pedo is even worse than being called a murderer. I mean, most people will even be able to like rationalize, oh, I'm gangster as fuck. I don't mind you thinking I'm a murderer. I don't mind you thinking I killed somebody. But to call somebody a PDF file, that's literally as worse as it can get in terms of a narrative, in terms of a rumor, in terms of a jacket or a stain on your name. And if Tesehki knows in her heart, if she knows in her heart that her ass is innocent, that she did not do these things, that these people are lying on her, I need to know then why she didn't press the gas on what she promised to do, which was a lawsuit. That's what she said out of her mouth.
So what I'm hearing, and I'm not saying this for fact, but they're saying that Zeus told her not to because of the fact that it's contracts involved. And Tesehki pulled back.
So go take the lie detector test then. Tesehki, like there are other alternatives that Tesehki can do if to her claim, her reputation, and is so important to her because she's the one out here pressed about these allegations. So there's other ways to resolve that. If you stuck in contract and you can't see your sister, fine. Go take the lie detector test and put it to rest. Go do all the other alternative things that you can do in order to vindicate yourself.
A lot of technical tests, don't you think?
What I wanted to ask you guys is, so do you think that the conflict that is happening with Chrisean and Tesehki is a reality TV conflict, or is it a real sister conflict? Because I'll tell you before you answer, I'll tell you as a big sister, like I know about little sister beef. I have 2 little sisters who were under me, and so like, but my little sisters never set me up to get beat up. Like the beef never ran that deep. But I mean, and like there is things, and if you talk about in the context of Chrisean and Tesehki, I don't know how many of you have heard Tesehki's music, but Tesehki can rap and sing, and her singing and her R&B voice is beautiful.
She's
good.
And
then here goes Chrisean rapping like she in the Migos and rapping about Junior. Like we don't have to revisit that because it wasn't a hit. And so I'm trolling a little bit, but I think like do you think that it's a reality TV conflict or a real sister conflict? And Like, did it just get out of hand?
Are y'all hearing the family? This is obviously like some
This
real
is real.
Yeah, this is some real black family shit, and the TV is just magnifying it. But to your point, homebody, I'm not going to negate that. Of course, I mean, like with all siblings, you know, I can't take away the fact that there may be some type of capacity for sibling rivalry, which can, you know, commonly exist between siblings. And that can exist without any maliciousness as well. But no, this is way too nasty. It's downright in hell right now. And hold on. And here's the thing to really add the legitimacy from Tristan to Chrisean to her public relationship to their mom. Their mother don't even have a single tooth in her motherfucking mouth. Like all these people from Tristan to Chrisean got mugshots to prove that there's real fuckery in these people's lives. There's real hurt and damage done in this family. This girl walked around with a fucking missing front tooth and thought she was cute. Like Chrisean Rock is obviously off. She was fighting while she was pregnant. She was drinking and smoking while she was pregnant. She tried to drown herself in a fucking jacuzzi tub outside, for God's sakes. Like, there's something really wrong. And that has bled out. Like, you know who the reality star? Tiffany Pollard. And you don't see her craziness outside of Flavor of Love, outside of I Love New York, because that's what it looks like when you're just doing TV. That's what it looks like when you're doing just your job. That's when it looks like when you have a real self that's distinguished from your alter ego self. The fact that these people are doing real time, got real fed cases, these people's parents are drug addicts. There's all this confusion that we've got to learn about because they're on so-called reality TV, and they're able to put all of their business out there. They're able to exploit their own personal pain, their own their lived experience for a coin, etc. TV just like really magnified. And that's why I was saying in my previous live, this is not a conversation that can go no other way now that it's been inserted into the framework of social media and reality TV that can end well. It now almost has no choice but to get worse from here, because Tesehki is going to have to defend her ego and her image and her brand, even if those things are true. She's not going to be willing to stand on the box of truth, you know, and potentially lose her endorsements, especially in the age of Me Too and Diddy and all of this shit. Like, we know that this type of shit happens. We know this type of shit is real. Tesehki, you know, calling herself standing on virtue and transparency at a time like this, I'm sure she would rather protect her assets and protect her brand. And so she's not going to affirm Tristan with the truth. She's not going to affirm Chrisean Rock with the truth. She got too much to lose in order to do that. And her materiality means a lot more than her soul or her relationship to her family and her siblings who are holding on to these experiences. And with Tristan, it seems that he's completely triggered by the fact that he's been thrown into all of this because of the Chrisean Rock Tesehki beef. And he's like, look, I was going to lay low and not say shit. But, you know, if y'all going to be using my story and using my pain and using my trauma, bitch, y'all can cut me a check then. In that case, y'all can put me in the mother.
Yeah, and speaking of cutting a check for
pay me for my pain, since Tesehki is getting paid. Chrisean is getting paid. Hell, you know, if y'all would have kept my name out the group chat, y'all would have never known who the fuck I was. But since they want to go talking about all the family business and dropping names and pulling everybody else into the shit, well, here we are. So it's just becoming a total shit show, and it's bad.
And you know what, too? It's like I feel like it was surprising to me, because I know, Conscious, you said you watch, you know, Zeus and the Baddies from time to time, you know what I mean? And so, like, it's kind of like my guilty pleasure too. And so, like, I watch it, but like I watch the episodes a little late. And so like I'm mostly like, I'll be on Instagram and stuff like.
Oh, you went out, homebody.
Yeah. I'm on my phone. Let me keep my hand on the phone. So I watch like the Baddies and Zeus and everything as like a guilty pleasure.
Yeah, me
But
too.
and so like sometimes I'll see something online on Instagram or on YouTube and I'm like, oh, let me like go see the episode because I have the subscription, but like I don't, that's not my first show to watch. Like let me catch up on my other stuff. Um and so but it's it's interesting that on Baddies, for me, like I said, like I feel like it's interesting that they showed it on the preview, the Tesehki and Chrisean matter, that they showed it on the preview only for a few seconds before showing the clip. But then it's also interesting to me that Zeus brought Tesehki, I'm sorry, not Tesehki, they brought Chrisean back on the Zeus Network after she got out of jail, after doing a little bit of time, and after she had a new baby, because I feel like they brought her on the show because they maybe felt as though she needed some money,
Definitely.
and then also maybe brought her on the show. And if she signed that contract because they saw she was in a vulnerable position, this is all in my head, this is all alleged, I wasn't there. And so, but I feel like since she just got out of jail and just had a baby, and Blueface is in jail, her baby dad's in jail, what job can Chrisean do with a tattoo of a man on her neck covered up by a rose and another tattoo on the side of her face from her baby daddy, and all like I mean, what can you really do? And you've been on TV fighting for all these years. So I say that to say, I feel like Zeus also put her in a contract for multiple years for her to show on Baddies Midwest. That'll be coming up. But I feel like they have her and they're giving her her own show. They are. They already announced that on the Zeus Network. I can't remember the name they put on the show, but
God's
in
plan or
the
God's way.
what's it?
God's way or God's plan or something like that.
God's plan or something. And Chrisean
Mm-hmm.
was wearing like the white dress, taking Junior to a baptism or something.
Mhm.
And so I think that they said, okay, we'll help you. We'll give you, I don't know the amount, I wasn't there. We'll give you this amount. And then you sign this contract for this number of years. You give us this many of episodes on you give, and you don't work with any other networks.
Because
And
I
I
think that
feel
that's
like
what
Chrisean was down and out and she signed it.
because I
Go
think that
ahead.
that's what I think that that's a part of the business strategy of Zeus is that they're trying to pivot. So Chrisean is trying to rebrand herself into kind of this like I'm a mother, I am a better person now, I'm human now, and they're like, okay, cool, we can capitalize off that too. We're going to give you a show. We're going to follow your journey. We can make content out of your growth and your becoming of age story, etc. And Tesehki is kind of like the new Chrisean Rock. So they're bringing her in to be the new Chrisean, transitioning Chrisean into Mother Teresa. And I think that this confrontation on Baddies is a attempt by Zeus to keep Tesehki, because Tesehki got dragged so bad for not having a storyline and not having anything else to bring. She needs like something going on that makes sense for her to be a part of the seasons instead of her just being a seat holder. So I feel like really they brought back Chrisean for these little episodes with Tesehki to save Tesehki ass, because Tesehki really needs something. Like, as somebody who's been watching this season of Baddies, and then who've been watching like all of the like Zeus Network blogs and shit, and keeping up with like
Mm-hmm.
tonality of the fans are about everything going on. Like, the big consensus is don't bring this bitch back. Yes, she got hands, but she's boring. Y'all can replace her with blah 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 blah.
But they know, but they do
Low
know
key,
that.
maybe they bring Tesehki back because Chrisean has too many pending legal issues.
No,
Low
not
key,
even
maybe
that.
they
Not
bring
even.
Tesehki back because she can move from state to state freely.
No, not even that. Can I add to that?
Yeah,
They know that
absolutely.
whenever Tesehki fights, it goes viral. No, do y'all notice that any other fight on Zeus has never gone viral except for Chrisean and her sister? Do y'all realize that?
And then I do,
So,
and I know that this is why they want to keep her, because Zeus is like, look, we need to justify keeping her here because she's good for bringing the blood to the show. We know that Tesehki gonna fuck these girls up, and we need that for this violent ass show that we doing. However, because there's so much pushback from the fans, and the fans are not necessarily like impressed enough to appreciate Tesehki just because she can fight, Zeus now is forced to figure out some type of a storyline for Tesehki. But what they fucked up at was they thought they was going to bring Chrisean in for a sit down to address some old ass shit that took place on a previous season and all of that. And then Chrisean pulled a fucking reverse Uno and blurted out that whole situation to one up Tesehki ass, and now Tesehki looking like, what the fuck? And now it's all still working in Zeus Network favor because they specialize in mess. The expertise is chaos. The expertise is the exploitation of the most worst aspects of our humanity, whether that be greed, whether that be violence, whether that be sadness, heartbreak, etc. Like, this is what their specialization is. So of course, even though this probably was unexpected on Zeus's part, on the producer's part, on Tesehki's part, because there's obviously no way that Tesehki would have sat the fuck down and allowed, if she knew, right, if she knew beforehand that this is what Chrisean was going to introduce to the fucking conversation, there's no way fucking Tesehki would have been that dumb to put herself in front of Chrisean and have this air out and have to deal with this. Because she don't even want to deal, because she ain't been dealing with it. She ain't even been dealing with it. She's been trying to have the most long distance relationship to these accusations as she possibly can by saying the bare minimum and basically trying to ignore the shit. So there's no fucking way that anybody can convince me that Tesehki intentionally signed up for this conversation. But I don't even think that the producers knew what Chrisean was going to do. I think Chrisean did what Chrisean does. She brings that element of surprise, and she wanted to gag her motherfucking sister. And she probably also knew that if she had told producers that
they wouldn't have aired
it would have run the risk of running Tesehki off the network altogether, because they would have had to prep who is becoming their new pair of fists. She's becoming the new Chrisean, but if you're going to try to humiliate Tesehki by exposing her on television with this accusation, Tesehki obviously is going to turn around and not only feel a way about Chrisean, she's going to turn around and feel a way about the fucking network. So Chrisean knew that she could probably only get away with gagging her sister before those cameras by acting like, yeah, I'll come in, I'll talk about.
But do you think Chrisean is
I'll have a conversation about the portrayal and blah blah, and having her jumped, and then I'm gonna get the fuck out of this bitch in this conversation.
Conscious, I don't even think that Chrisean is running the show. I think
that Chrisean is running her. I don't think she's running the show. I think she's running her.
Right.
And I think that in this particular situation, because this is a very small instance in the whole like Chrisean Rock multiverse, like her just. All she really did was just take advantage of a scene. Like, it really doesn't, like, and this was easy to accomplish. All she had to do was just come in with her plan. Like, I'm going to come in.
Well, no, and even when you say the plan, my thing is, like, when I was sitting back and listening to this conversation is, I feel like Chrisean is still talking to Blueface, and Blueface is still telling her what to do. Maybe not what to do, but he's still kind of running the show because he's the one that knew how to keep her on TV. And if you think that even after Chrisean got out of jail, and she got out of jail before Blueface, and he's still locked, his charges are like very much more severe than hers. And so I don't have them in front of me exactly to read. Whoever wants to pull that up can.
And I think his other baby mother is on the show as well with
right. His other baby mother is on the show. So that goes back to what I said earlier about how I think Zeus is saying, okay, we'll give you this money, and you work with us for this project, and then like I think for Chrisean, they maybe signed her onto a few years while Blueface is in jail. Maybe, allegedly, I wasn't there. But maybe I think in my head that Zeus, since Blueface is in jail, they took advantage of Chrisean and Jaden for the upcoming season, and they signed Chrisean maybe to a contract that Blueface is gonna knock Lemmy out for. And then Jaden just signed it because I mean she has more kids than Chrisean has with Blueface, and so I'm just kind of guessing. I think that Jaden and I appreciate you, Aaron, for bringing that up because I think that both of Blueface's baby moms are getting played. And I think that they're both like talking to Blueface, and Blueface is sort of like cutting the deals, but he's not there to enforce it and make sure that Lemmy doesn't like play with their money. And so, like, I don't know. I mean, I feel like I just kind of like talked about what the previous seasons on Zeus might have been. Like I might have just gave a whole
And
storyline
don't
low key,
forget,
low key.
Blueface's sister was on Caribbean. Blueface's sister was on Caribbean, and his mother is on that auntie show with Tia Kemp and Black China. So it's a Blueface affair. It's a family affair with the Blueface people.
And it's kind of a family affair with both their families because Tesehki is working through Zeus. Chrisean is now, she's working through Zeus, a Blueface and his siblings, and his mom is working through Zeus. And of course, like this is of course a like rational business model on Lumel's part because once again, like y'all are great TV. Why the fuck would I not allow y'all dysfunctional ass,
Honey, he's giving them the family,
y'all? Hold on,
discount, the family product.
Why would I not allow y'all dysfunctional, low vibrational ass relatives on? Because literally, like, if there's more where you came from, bring their ass on. Bring the whole family in. Bring as many of y'all dysfunctional motherfuckers in as possible. Because yeah, we will run those reality shows. We'll give y'all own shows because we know that y'all are going to bring the drama and y'all are going to bring the bullshit of it all, which is what once again Zeus Network specializes in. And I want to speak to what Sun said, that this could end in a lawsuit litigation for Zeus. The thing about it is people can file suits. The thing about what is your claim going to be, because Tesehki would have the task of, first of all, she would have to prove that Zeus is liable. She would have to prove that Zeus facilitated or had some involvement in this specific slanderous narrative. She also would have to prove that it was malicious in nature. She would also have to prove that she is that there's been punitive damages, and she would have to prove that Zeus knew it was a lie. Like, anybody can make an accusation to get you on TV or on YouTube. You can't sue YouTube because of what I said. You can sue me, but you can't sue YouTube. You can't sue Zeus. That's why Bobby was saying he was going to sue Tommy and not necessarily sue Zeus. Zeus per se, and I'm sure if Zeus is also very well balanced and they're like protecting their brand, which I'm sure they are because they didn't come this far to be stupid. They know that they're trying to get away with murder, and they're going to try to get away with as much of that murder as possible, which making sure that those contracts and those clauses are well written up. So I'm sure that they have it within their contracts as well that they bear no responsibility of the views expressed by your fucked up ass relatives about you do not reflect that of Zeus Network and do not reflect that. And you're signing up to be a part of that. They're signing up to be a part of that so that Zeus can stay out of court as much as possible, since they are going to be specializing in fuckery. They know there's going to be slanderous shit said about their castmates. They know that people are going to do fucked up shit in front of their cameras. Trust and believe, Lumel is not stupid. They got Zeus tightened up from the back to the front door. And it's all in the framework of those contracts. So Tesehki can sue Chrisean, and and that'll be frivolous itself, because when you got 3, 4, 5, 6 other motherfucking people who are going to corroborate what your slanderer said, who have their own varying allegations against you, and it's pretty much just you against all of them.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, how
I mean, not even. What about her sisters? What about her sisters who went online and said that's a lie?
I mean, her sisters can't say what factually happened and didn't happen to Chrisean. Like, even like my brother could have lived with me for 17 years. He can't fucking say that I wasn't raped by anybody. He doesn't have the authority, even if he had proximity, unless you had a 48-hour camera on me and you were able to tune into my life moment by moment every time I left my house or let somebody into my home. Then where is your authority to say what didn't happen to me? Even if you lived with me, even if you are my sister, you don't have the authority to say that. So what does it really matter if her sisters, it's just her sisters saying it? How the fuck will her sisters know, though, is the case? How the fuck would you know what took place between Chrisean and Tesehki? How would you know at what moment Tesehki forced Chrisean to eat her cooter? Like exactly how would you determine that did not happen? How would you know it didn't happen? How would you know that?
None of us were there. None of us were there.
Yeah, like you weren't there. I wasn't there. Even if it's your sister, even if y'all live in the same house, bitch, clearly you wasn't around for every moment. Clearly you didn't see every interaction. Clearly, there was obviously times where Tesehki and her sister Chrisean were, had their private time. They played alone together. She babysat her sister outside of everybody's presence. Like, this can be something that happens in the hallways of the schools, a school restroom, a church's bathroom. I mean, it's kind of like it's impossible for someone else to say about someone else's lived experience that did not happen. Like, and it's kind of weird that they would jump out here and say it never happened. But what I will agree to is if you want to debunk an accuser, what you have to do is, like, your personal assertion don't matter. What you got to look for is the inconsistencies. You got to look for the inconsistencies in dates. You got to look for the inconsistencies in testimony. You got to pretty much like look at their own narrative and then line that up with something else that objectively exists. And then you punch holes in that, or you compare and contrast that in order to get to the bottom. But you just jumping into the stream talking about that never happened. Like, bitch, who are you to say that didn't happen?
I see your point. Yeah.
Because look, it's funny we talking about this because me and my cousin, me and my younger cousin we spent some time today, and she was just saying that about my about one of my other relatives who I'm not speaking to right now, but that relative wants to like desperately speak to me. So that relative sent a message to my younger cousin and was like, "Tell Davion to call me. Ain't nobody did nothing to him." It's like, girl, you are really that statement couldn't be more ignorant and more filled with just absolute nihilism and substance than it could be. Like, bitch, everything happened fucking to me. And the weird thing about her saying that to my little cousin is she knows more than my little cousin exactly what has transpired that has led me to not fucking with her. But you're going to choose to sit over there in your denial and act like nothing happened. Oh, okay. You will continue to see how that works out for you, because you'll be waiting on that phone call that's never going to happen. You'll be waiting on that knock on the door that's never going to happen. So continue to see how long that continues. It's already been like 4+ years. So I can do this for the rest of my life. Is pay you dust.
Yeah, and everybody don't want to be back cool if they bring something up and family members don't acknowledge it. And so I understand where Chrisean is coming from. And then everyone doesn't want to be back cool if you say something that's not true. So I understand where Tesehki is coming from.
If this is not true, Tesehki has every fucking okay. So there are two things here. If Chrisean Rock, and at this point, because it's like their word for hers, people, would just have to make their decisions on which side they're gonna fall on as outsiders in this whole thing. But if Tesehki knows this isn't true, this is done. But see, this is the thing about Tesehki, and this is what makes me believe there has to be truth to it, because this trailer we're seeing is coming out of recent filming. All these allegations were made a year ago. So you let Chrisean Rock and your relatives co-angle and conspire to say these things about you publicly, and you were still willing to be in a scene with her after she said the worst thing she could say about you as a human being, which is that you essayed her, you molested her. Tesehki, why would you do that? Because a bitch who put their motherfucking mouth on me and that way could get nothing out of me, including pissing on her motherfucking ass if she was on fucking fire. Because, bitch, once you say something like that about somebody, that it's only one word for another. Like, there's no way for me to prove I didn't do it, really, unless I can prove that I lived on a whole nother continent, during the time that you claim this happened. So you know what you're doing when you say something like that, and you know that you're locking somebody in to a narrative that's almost impossible to disprove. And if a bitch said that shit about me, I cannot tell you the level of dust I would pay a bitch in. I couldn't even, there's not even enough words in the English fucking dictionary for me to satisfyingly express to you all how, girl, there were never, there's no
it would be ass whippings for the rest of your life.
There's no conceivable possibility of a reconciliation, of a conversation, of a friendliness, of a casualness, there's not a half a minute phone call. There's not even like I seen you. There is nothing. There's nothing. So why the fuck would you sit in this scene with your sister if she's lied on you and y'all's other relatives have joined in to quote unquote lie on you in this way? And first of all, why is the scene not about that? Why is the scene about her hurting your feelings over getting you jumped instead of, bitch, why you lied on me? Bitch, why did you spread this rumor about me? Bitch, why did you accuse me of molesting you? That should have been the scene. Like, if Tesehki really wanted to put a reverse Uno, that scene actually should have been something she orchestrated. I'm going to confront this bitch.
Well, that was a clip. It was just the preview.
We know that it's not about. No, we know that Tesehki didn't, because Tesehki's response was shocked. She was the one who was shocked. She was the one. What did you say? So we know that she ain't the one who pulled the trigger on the conversation. We know she ain't the one who was initiating that. Chrisean was the one who gagged her motherfucking ass in that conversation. So if Tesehki was innocent, if Tesehki wanted to pull her power back, that scene should have been caused by her. That scene should have been brought about by her. That scene should have been her confronting Chrisean motherfucking ass about that vicious, malicious ass bullshit you said about me. And bitch, I'm gonna let you know right now, you can put that baby down or you can keep him up there, because I'm about to give you a 2-piece and a biscuit, and he can take them blows for your ass. I don't give a fuck which one of y'all inherit the knots. So you can put him down. You can put him down, baby. You can hold on to him, bitch. But you're about to get knotted up.
We could say what she should have done, what she should have said, but I just feel like, for just watching Tesehki on the show, seeing how she gets down, seeing how she navigates through social media, she don't really go live like that. She's not like a Chrisean. that goes live 24/7 and have all of these viewers in support. Like she's just not like, she's so different than Chrisean. The way she handles things is not like how everybody would handle things. And I think the bulk of her time on last season, which you brought up about how she wasn't doing nothing, like people like Zeus was trying to set her up, having other cast members get a rise out of her, and knowing that she like Zeus had one of the cast members go in on one of her friends so they could get a rise out of Tesehki, because they feel like they paid her too much money and she's not doing nothing. But we all know that she's just not gonna fight somebody for no reason. She actually needs a reason. I think one of her friends says that she's a very defensive fighter. She's not like an attack person. She don't go on the attack. She goes on a defense. She's a defensive fighter. She fights to defend herself, not to attack nobody. So she's not like a rah-rah person. I think the way she handles things is very mature. I do feel like Zeus set this up because of what people were saying in the comments, that Tesehki wasn't standing up for people, or she was being bodyguards to people and wasn't being to her sister. There was a lot of people that said that last season, how she was sticking up for people, but she never stuck up for her sister, or how she forgives people, but don't forgive her sister and all of that. So it was a lot of Chrisean. It was a lot of Chriseans in her comments, in her lives. Everybody constantly asks Tesehki about Chrisean 24/7. Her fans are always in Tesehki's comments, lives, mentions, DMs, everything, asking about her. Guess what Tesehki does? She pays it dust. She pays it. She constantly pays it until one day Chrisean gets out, and then the fans are just going through DMing Zeus to get Chrisean back on, because they feel like, damn, we need a sit down between the sisters, because it's been too long. It's been 2 years. They need to talk. I just feel like, I think it also goes in that before Chrisean went in jail, she said on her Snapchat that she misses Tesehki. She put up like throwback post about them and said she misses her. So I think Tesehki had that in her mind, like she misses me, so let's talk if you miss me. I think Tesehki went in there with good intentions and hopefulness, and I think Chrisean was on demon time.
Absolutely, and that's why I said that I believe I know exactly what Chrisean was doing. Chrisean was on her pay time, and she wanted to memorialize her lick back, and she accomplished just that because this is going to follow Tesehki forever
for the rest of her life.
Yeah, it's something that you can't unhear. It's a bill you can't unring. And then the fact that it's not just Chrisean, it's other relatives who are saying the same thing. It's now definitely a bill that can't be unrung.
It's only Chrisean and Tristan. It wasn't no other relatives, more than relatives.
No, it's China.
That's Tristan's mother.
Yeah, and her name is China, and it's her daughter, because China, Tristan, and his sister also did a 3-way live stream together, and she has been abused as well. It's multiple relatives. It's not just Chrisean. It's 3 other people in that family who have publicly came forward and talked about how fucked up and perverse the family is.
Y'all, and I'll add that I feel like Zeus has this family in their separate contacts. In their separate contracts, because they have everyone from Chrisean and Tesehki's family down to Blueface and his family members. Go back to the auntie show they have with Blueface's mom. So I feel like they are all, I'm just going to say it. I feel like both sides of the family are in a group of people who don't have a lot of intelligence. And so they're getting into these contracts because they'll be able to get the money right away. And so now they probably don't know the ins and outs of the contract. So in 5 years or so, I'm sure they're gonna like find themselves asking like, hold on, well, what do you mean? Because I guarantee you, since you've seen everyone's on Chrisean's side of the family and Blueface's side of the family on Zeus, you won't see them on another network for a long time. Unless like they approve on it, because I know Tommy has a show.
Or they buy their way out of their contracts.
Or they buy the way out of the contracts. Yeah. But I feel like Zeus gets them every time by seeing that, by using the reality of their family situation to say, hey, we'll give you this amount of money. At least you can get out of your court case. At least you can take care of your family. At least you can maybe get out of the hood. Like, I don't know what they say. I'm not there. But I feel like there's something that they say to them to make them sign contracts, and they're not even reading the fine print because the money is so good. But they're also not a group of the most intelligent individuals, and so they are not even financially planning. So the money they see in the contract, that is not going to mean anything in 6 or 7 years.
They have to continue to make Chrisean a business. I mean, it's the only smart thing that, I mean, it's literally smart to do. I mean, if I put myself in Lumel position, it's like, yeah, I'm holding on to one of my biggest stars. And because she has like the actual it factor, and people will watch her even when she's not swinging, like they'll just watch her because she just has that thing that makes people want to tune in and consume her, whether it's just her quirkiness or her dumbness or her flimsiness or her kind of carelessness, whatever the working X factor is. Like, yeah,
but
like,
how long you think that's going to last? Because there was a point on Baddies where the fans got sick of Chrisean. They were sick of her being an adult, like being a baby in an adult body. Like, you know what I'm saying? She was throwing tantrums. She was speaking out of turn. She was not letting people do their job. She was just running up on folks. It was like this consistent unprofessionalism that she exuded while working for Zeus.
She literally had a diamond pacifier, I believe, in the episode.
So I think that's
the thing about here's the thing though about like Zeus Network demographic is that, and Lumel is smart enough to know this at this point because he's dealt with enough like criticism and complaints to know that they're going to tune in any fucking way. Yeah, like even them talking shit still turns into a click and a view, and that turns into millions of dollars for us, whether they're happy or not, because the Zeus consumers are the kind of people who will tune in because they love you, and they'll also tune in because they fucking hate you and they need an outlet to talk shit in. So whether it's dragging Chrisean or pedestalizing her, like they'll tune in to do either one of those things. So I guess they really have no choice but to see how long this goes and to see just what all they can get out of this other side of Chrisean. But I also feel like maybe what's going to happen, which to your point, Aaron, why she may have Chastity on her season on her show, which is supposed to be like this transformation, is that maybe her and Chastity are going to touch on some of this family abuse shit, and maybe that's also a part of why this scene happened in Baddies, which might kind of preview or create like a foreshadowing of something that's going to be expounded upon on Chrisean's season, because I'm sure they're probably going to go into all of that. It'll make a lot of sense. Like if you
It would the cross
your life and
promotion.
shit, like then you dealing with obviously all this baggage, all this hurt, all this violation, so it can if they do it right, it could all be tethered in and kind of play off of itself. But the person who is paying the
Suffering
ultimate
the
price
most
is
Tesehki.
yeah, because woo child, bitch, you got sacrificed to the cross. Like my God.
It's sad because the thing is, I like Tesehki. I like the fact that we got a more mature Malone. She wasn't like a hothead. She wasn't a bully, and I think that's what Chrisean was turning into, was a bully. She would just punch people because they said something to her. They were telling her that they didn't like something that she did. And then she remember the thing with Lo on Baddies West. You punched her for no reason. It was so unnecessary for her to attack Lo. And I think a lot of people just did not like the fact that who Chrisean was turning into. We needed something different. And then Tesehki came in and was willing to be professional, willing to be mature. She's not going to bully anybody, but don't try her, because she does fight better than Rock. She came into the auditions and told everybody, look where Chrisean got it from. Duh, I taught her how to fight.
But remember at the auditions when Chrisean said that Tesehki tried to fight her when she was pregnant, and we also saw it in the Crazy in Love episode, and she did actually do that. And so I feel like maybe a conversation was had, Chrisean's about to have the baby, like, can we maybe prep you for TV? And so I think that she maybe like slid in during Chrisean's pregnancy, not because Chrisean wanted it. I feel like Zeus just did it because they want TV.
I hate the fact when people bring up the fact that they say that Tesehki tried to fight Chrisean while she's pregnant, after Rock literally pushed her and tried to like swing on Tesehki. And the thing is, what y'all don't know is that I have sisters. I have literally 5 sisters. 2 of my sisters, who are the oldest, and one next to her, they get into it the most. Like, they very vicious, very low down. They get into it. They get into it every year around summertime. It's like clockwork. They'll come back together full time, and then the seasons go. Then that summer they get back into it for some odd reason. They have went low. They have fought each other. I damn near think they low key hate each other. So it's and I see the same thing with Tesehki and Chrisean. Something just tells me that Chrisean low-key hates Tesehki for whatever reason. It may be the essay, whatever. She can't get over it. She is ingrained in her mind. She'll try to forgive her, but something that Tesehki does just set her off, and she's on demon time again. But I just feel like Tesehki's just getting the brunt of it, and it's sad.
So let me ask you this question, Aaron. Okay, because I think you said it in the beginning that you it's not that you can't believe the allegation, but it's just that it's hard for you to take it seriously just because Chrisean is so messy and just the way she does everything and how she just
And
is as a
she
person.
has lied before countless times.
And she's lied, of course. Now, if in a hypothetical that these allegations are true, what do you think is an appropriate way for Tesehki to deal with this?
I think at this point, it's very mute. It's a mute point. I think it will always follow her, whether it's true or not. Because if it's not, it's still going to follow her. There was people when Rock said it was still in her comments and all of that in her lives, calling her Melisiki. She literally got into a fight with ET because ET called her Melisiki. So it does bother her, but I feel like she's learning how to deal with it, cope with it, and knowing that this is her reality. This is what they will always put it attached to her name, whether it's true or not. And I think going forward, she just has to constantly pay it does. Because at the end of the day, people are going to constantly tell her that, especially with Chrisean Rock having the bigger platform. Like Chrisean's Rock fans like go hard for her.
Does Chrisean have the bigger platform though?
Yes,
Because
yes. Chrisean
no,
has the
wait,
big.
wait, but hold on a moment.
Go ahead.
She smack Tamar Braxton's staff and knocked his teeth out, and he filed a lawsuit. I believe it's still pending. I don't know if the full details. If anyone knows, share. But and then also, if you remember, there was a prayer circle that Chrisean. I believe this was after, or maybe during or before. Maybe it was she interrupted the prayer circle and then knocked someone's teeth out, or maybe she knocked someone's teeth out and then she was backstage at Tony's concert. I don't remember the order of events. So please correct me if I'm wrong. But when you say she has a bigger platform, I mean, there's a lot of things that also went on. Chrisean was at a show performing for, I don't know if the artist was Rick Ross, but it was another artist that was bigger than her. And she was acting so out of control.
She's finished. She's finished.
I think your phone. I think your phone had went out. Homebody.
So let me just finish because I don't know if she this is where a point was going, but the reason why, and I'm saying out of the two of them, not anybody else, out of the two of them, Chrisean Rock has a bigger platform because when Chrisean goes live, she is reaching millions. More than Tesehki. Literally, Rock, her lives have at least I saw 1 million in her live. Or probably 100K. I don't know what the number is, but it's a big number. It's like literally touching Nicki Minaj numbers.
She do the numbers. Yeah, she
does the numbers. She has traction. Like people really follow her.
I don't know why Homebody. I don't know why Homebody is playing in our face. She know Chrisean has the larger momentum than damn Tesehki. Tesehki relevancy is really only tied to baddies. Like
in the thing
Chrisean
about
kind
it,
of has stepped into like a mainstream space, super mainstream space.
Yeah. And the thing is, like, this was like a stepping stone for Tesehki. Like, who would have thought that people would love who Tesehki was? And I think she's building herself. She's building who her brand is. She's slowly building as many seasons that she does. But what you said, what could Tesehki do? To be honest, if I was Teseki's manager, she would really have to take a break or two off of Baddies. Like literally, I don't know what she can do because when you have this attached to your name, it constantly follows you. Like I don't even know how freaking Tiffany the comedian and her being attached to that kid stuff. That kid, you remember the movie with Brown?
That covered that whole thing. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that craziness. Like I don't even know how she's still working.
She barely working.
That's what I'm saying. So it's like that is touching to a person that's barely known. Because even though Tesehki is out here, it's close knit. It's like local. Shoot, she just now getting a booking in London. You know what I'm saying? Like so she needs to take. I don't know what she could do. If she could take it off and rebrand,
I'm gonna tell you
do
like what I think.
different. It's crazy.
I think that like if it's true, I think the best thing she can do is pull the reverse Uno on Chrisean's reverse Uno and actually own it. Like I'm kind of a stickler of the saying, if you spill your own tea, then you can't be sprayed with it in return. If she leans into it and actually like approaches that conversation from a sincere place, like
do you think it's too late for that? Do you think at that point, if she does, it's too late?
I do think she kind of fucked up by just now playing the "you guys are lying" game. I think that was, if it's true, that was too strong of a deviation from like maybe just kind of tiptoeing out the sanctuary quietly versus being like, you bitches lying on me, I'm suing y'all. Because it's like now, if you pull the reverse Uno after then like being that defensive and telling them they're liars, now you really look villainous if you come forward and be like, well, yeah, it's true. Even though that's it could be grace in that, and it'll be probably better than trying to cling to the narrative that it ain't true, because all it's going to do is cause your relatives to continue to be triggered and to double down on these allegations, because now you're telling them, now you're questioning their integrity and you're causing their integrity to be questioned on this public platform. And because she has a bigger platform than Tristan does, than China does, than Chastity does, then they're going to feel even more compelled to like make their voices heard and to say it again. So you kind of put yourself in a fucked up position instead of just being like, look, this stuff happened when we were kids, and me and you have talked about this, and I am sorry that I did the things that I did to you. I'm sorry that I thought that I had to because of the things that were being done to me. I hate that what happened to me because it caused me to do what I did to you as a child. Like if she would have just not been scared and assumed that the public couldn't handle it, if she would have really delivered it properly, it actually could have been really powerful, and she could have maintained control of, or she could have participated in the control of the truth if she would have shared her part of the truth instead of just being defensive and pushing back against the whole thing and putting her back up against an even thicker wall. And then I think and people could have respected her because she could have pivoted from there and went on a podcast tour and spoke about childhood trauma and what it's like to be abused and the way that can show up in a family, the way that can, like, she could have really, really, really combat. I think would have been easier for her to combat the narrative that she's an evil monster if she would have like humanized herself by taking the opportunity that Chrisean and her relatives gave her to like finally just, okay, because this really is the only thing y'all can really say about me. Once y'all say this, like, ain't nothing else that y'all can hold me to. So if I leaned into this, I can take the fire out of it. It's just gonna be based
Definitely.
on how I handle engaging this situation now that it's happened.
Definitely.
So,
And
so
I think
what if it's
Zeus as
not true?
well.
What if it's not true? How she goes from there?
Well, I think also, Aaron, I'll say, I think Zeus as well could have handled it better by having a professional there to mediate the conversation between Krishan and her sister, because with everything going on social media, Zeus does use it for their shows, and sometimes the beef that you see on the shows or the fights you see on the shows stem from what we saw on social media a few months ago. And so, if this was something that was already on social media, and Zeus always claims to be that they're the number one app streaming, and they're getting more integrated. If you're watching the seasons, you're listening more and more to social media. I think that it would have been amazing for them to have a therapist, clinical psychologist there, the way they had Dr. Ish on Crazy in Love to mediate the conversation between Blueface and Krishan after they had that really bad altercation. And so Zeus has done that before. They do, you can find different episodes and shows where they bring on licensed therapists. I don't know how much
They
they
did it
pay.
actually on a Black China's show
But
between her and her mom.
oh, I remember. I think wasn't
That
that the
shit had
same
went on for
doctor?
like 2, 3 episodes of them at that
Wasn't
damn
that
counseling.
was that also Dr. Ish? I feel like that was the same doctor.
I
They brought
forgot
in a
his name.
different
I'm not
doctor.
sure.
Oh, okay. No, I do remember though. They did do that with Black China. And so I bring that up to say that with this happening on social media, I feel like if they had brought on a psychologist, and by the way, we don't know because we just saw the clip of what they aired. So they could flip the script on us and actually have a psychologist there that we didn't see in the preview. But I'm gonna argue and say that they didn't and never did while they were filming. But if they did, I feel like that would have really helped them, and then maybe made Krishan and Tasiki like really get through it. But I feel like again, Zeus is just using their whole family as
Yeah.
a product, and
And I don't
so.
believe that Tesehki has that level of like maturity to have like sat in that, because the only way that the only way it would have came to a nice point is Tesehki would have had to admit it, and I don't think Tesehki is at that point. And I think she instead played the victim through the whole season and made it seem like her family was lying on her and she don't want to do this no more, and she want to go home, and you just so yeah, I think she played into that part of it, because if she
Mhm.
called you if Krishan called you to the stage, I mean, and it's true, the only thing that really was going to squash that was by actually acknowledging it and affirming it, pushing against it.
And then can I just ask you, just as a rebuttal, and I
Mm,
agree, and I just want to also ask, just from a general perspective,
yeah, yeah.
so what if you're being accused of this? What is the right answer?
If
What
it's
do you
what? If it's
say?
true or if it's false? If
It
it's
doesn't, well, if it's
matters.
true, I mean, if it's true, it's tellable to say if it is, I guess I don't know. So I mean, I guess to answer your question, if it's true or it's false, if you're being accused of this, what is something that, let's just say someone being accused on TV on a reality show of this, what response would someone say or have to the viewing audience that would be acceptable
I
to
want to tell you what the fuck
exonerate
I would
them?
do. First of all, I'm going to sue the living. I'm going to
Well,
sue.
are you going to smack the person who said it as well?
Probably. If that person has enough disrespect and enough trauma spirit in them to actually think that they're going to gaslight me by reciting that malicious lie in slapping distance of me, bitch, you're going to get slapped. You're going to get fucked up. If you're going to have the audacity to let somebody set you up like that, to say some shit like that to me in slapping distance, you're going to get slapped. You're going to get smacked the fuck up real bad. So yeah, they're probably going to be an ass whipping, a very bad one, and then it's going to be followed by a lawsuit that is going to, I'm going to sue your motherfucking ass for every single fucking worked and slaved penny. I'm going to,
girl, why am I getting?
I'm going to sue the Pampers off of Chrisean Rock Jr.'s motherfucking bottom. I'm gonna take it, baby. I'm taking.
And no shade. The better time is.
I'm taking
get it
the
while
baby.
She's in jail. She should have filed the lawsuit while the bitch was in jail.
Girl, tell me why this is all reminiscent of
broke.
Candy Burris when Phaedra said she was gonna put Portia in a dungeon, and Candy was pissed off, like I'm about to sue the. Y'all remember? Y'all remember? You have to be there.
And then I am going to, and I wouldn't care if that breached my contract with Zeus, because the thing about it is, I'm going to get so much clout off of this lawsuit that I'm gonna put on this bitch's ass that by the time the next 3-4 years run out, I'm gonna let my Zeus contract run out. I'll be able to pivot with my book and proceeds from my tell-all book after I get my legal victory against this hoe. And I would just tear her up in the legal, and I would take the lie detector test. I would do everything that I can do to establish my innocence from applying a lawsuit, to the lie detector, and whatever else that I can. I would force her.
So you're saying family or not? Family or not? Because in the topic,
oh yeah, I don't give a fuck.
Sean, it's like family or not. Okay, family, not family. X.
A lie is a lie. And if you tell that, and if you have enough platform to actually injure me with that lie, that would make a difference too. Like I probably wouldn't waste my time doing all that with somebody who ain't making no noise, because it's just irrelevant already. And obviously the public already has made a choice, and that's me in the matter. So it's really no point in giving attention to something that can't even get off the ground. But if the person that is talking that shit is an equal contender, and they have enough momentum to actually injure me because of the level of their name, etc., yeah, like we going all the way up, because that's what it's going to take. Like I believe, like you got to match energy in that way. So yeah, if the volume of the celebrity on a person is large enough, or the claim itself becomes sensationalized or becomes viral, if it gets off the ground, yeah, like I am going to have to do what I have to do, because like I said, in this day and age, to be accused of something like that can come with, it can be a catastrophe before you even get to vindicate like yourself. Sponsors already start pulling out. Look at what happened to what's the man name? Jonathan. Is it Jonathan? What's the man? Jonathan. The actor. Jonathan
Wright, I believe.
Yeah, Jonathan Wright. Yeah, like look at what happened to him. Like before he even went through the court situation, like he had already been cut from movies. Sponsors pulled out. He'd been dropped from a trillion things. Just
he was also accused of assaulting a Becky.
And like that's the point. He was also penalized simply because of an accusation, not even like before it even was proven to be true or not. The accusation destroyed his whole career, and he didn't even have a chance to be proven innocent before he was already treated guilty. Like he didn't even have a chance to be proven guilty before already being Jonathan Majors, yeah. him. So yeah, like this kind of shit can be fucked up. We're living in the Me Too era. We're living in once again the Diddy era. We're living in this whole thing. So most people can find these allegations more believable now than they ever could, considering all of the exposés that's been done on the church, all the shit that's come out about Hollywood and politics, about various politicians being locked up for finding child pornography on their computers and dealing with prostitutes. And like it's been so much crazy shit in this area that it's more believable now. So people can take accusations and make them a real thing, and your career can be sabotaged by that. So allegations of this kind, yeah, like you probably want to fight for your name.
And just think about it, like people don't even read no more. They don't read, they just look at a headline and be like, wow, that happened? Okay, we believe the victim. You know, like you said, people believe the victims. And, you know, Tesehki, whether true or not, is like done for. And I agree with Conscious. I agree with you. First of all, I feel like Tesehki should have just stuck on, this is not my sister no more. You should have just cut all communication. Okay, she's coming on Zeus. She's not filming with me. Like, you can cut all filming out with her. You don't want to film with her. You don't want to talk to her. She's not your sister. Yeah, she could be in the room, but I'm not going to address her. Type shit. You know
and let
what
me
I'm
tell
saying?
you, and as I said before, if she was, the only way that scene was going to happen is y'all gonna let me film with her so I can confront her about this shit. And the way I would have got in her shit to debunk her, so in this conversation would have started, oh, so I did what to you? Okay, so what was I wearing? What color of my panties? I would have literally been asking that bitch flip it back to back questions so that the audience can see her stumble, can see her trying to catch her damn breath. Because if it's a lie, you wouldn't have had no ready set answers for none of that. I
Yep,
would
and Lemmy, come get this baby too.
Yeah.
Come get this baby out of her hand.
Yo, girl,
Little
Chrisean keeps the
yeah.
baby in her hand to stop her from getting that ass
And
whooping.
And does.
Okay.
And
Now,
does.
she was supposed to get her ass whooped at the reunion, but Chrisean wanted too much. She knew that ass whooping would have cost. No funny stuff.
No, that ass whooping would have cost weeks to heal.
Yeah, she
would have.
she would have had to pay medical bills. Yeah, she definitely would have did that.
Mm.
Because the way Tesehki would have handled her and tossed her all around and got down with her, oh yeah.
Yeah, and
see,
I'm conscious. You have
and here's the thing about like these type of accusations. You remember these type of experiences, you remember every single detail. Like I know like victims who they remember the smell, they remember the aroma of the room, they can remember like the most seemingly minuscule parts.
Specific.
Yeah, because it's so polarizing. Of course, in other cases, people can just like black the fuck out as a way to cope with what happened to them. Like, so Tesehki, if she was going to agree to that scene, then yes. But if it turned out to be true, I would have did everything that I said earlier. I would have leaned into it, because the reality is, if those experiences against my sibling was not perpetuated after I like really became an adult and I really knew better, and I knew and you know I knew what I was doing was not appropriate, then I would have found it easier to forgive myself if I was her, you know, because those things happened when they were children. And so that really was her that was her escape route right there, was like, we were children, like, and I was a victim of this. And like the other caller said who came up here earlier, you know, she is very clear about the fact that like what she did to her sister, and it was her normal because of what their father had did to her, and she didn't even know that there was anything wrong with what she was doing. She thought this is what, you know, people do. Tesehki had a pathway to lean into it, and if it would have been true, I would have trusted myself because I would have been clear about my own truth. I would have been clear about the fact that, you know, I was a victim and I, you know, engaged inappropriately, when we were kids, and I would have made amends and apologized to my sister once again. I would have asked her for my, you know, for her forgiveness. I would have reaffirmed the fact that I forgave myself, and I would have lended my love to support her in finding her salvation, and I would have circled back to reminding her and everybody that we were all abandoned and abused as kids. You know, we were put in situations that we should have never been put in. We were exposed to things we should have never been exposed to. And the thing about it is, that's not just an excuse. That's literally like the truth. You cannot hold young people to their behavior when it comes to experiences like that, because you literally do not have the wherewithal internally to navigate that in some ideal way. You don't. You
Yeah,
are young, you don't have
and
the
Zeus
resources, you don't
should
have the
have did
mental
it better.
fortitude, you don't have the access, you don't have the resources, you just don't have it. So you can't hold, you know, these young people to the shit that they did to each other because they were children. Like, it just has to be a different standard for critiquing that than, you know, us talking about a 47-year-old perpetrator or a 37-year-old perpetrator or a 67-year-old perpetrator. But a 16, 15, 14-year-old perpetrator, I'm not going to hold that to the same standard. It's not
Yeah,
fair.
and the thing is, Zeus brought it on the show. So they should have had the proper counsel, not counsel as an attorney,
Yeah,
but they
but
should
there's
have had the
Zeus,
proper
child. We
psychologist.
can't really.
Right, but we just talked about examples a few minutes ago where they did have psychologists and clinical, like reputable psychologists there. We don't know what they paid them. Um, but but I feel like for this conversation, since they put it in the preview, they also should have previewed what happened, because why was that in the preview? And then it was back to the club, everybody's booty shaking and everything else going on. Like it was very, the trailer was it moved so fast, and this Krishan and Tesehki thing in the clip happened so fast, and so it leaves you wondering what happened more. And so I wonder if Zeus is going to use the reaction to the public to clip and nip the show to show what really happened. And so
No, of course, because when it was announced that Krishan, and I'm gonna say goodnight because I'm getting a little tired. When it was announced that Krishan was coming back as a special guest, I think people all knew the only reason why she's back is to have a conversation with her sister. A lot of people were waiting for them sisters to handle unfinished business. So and I see a lot of content creators, because I watch a lot of Baddies reviews, and shout out to the content creators that covers Baddies. I'm trying to get into that algorithm too, but a lot of people said that you have Krishan, who has a big platform, and her sister, who's creating her own path for herself. That's going to be the highest viewed episode with Krishan and Tesehki. They already saying it out in the atmosphere that them two sitting down is going to be the highest viewed. Zeus is watching everything, the comments, everything, reviewers, everything. So they're seeing that they're going to get the most shocking clip and clip that and use that. They need a shocking moment. That is the most shocking moment of the clip itself, of the whole entire teaser or trailer, was that clip. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about the trailer. We're talking about that. But those two sisters sitting down and Krishan saying that to them. They knew what they were doing.
Of course.
They don't have genuine, they don't really have genuine care for those sisters. They don't care about their sisterhood. They care about the clicks and views. So that's why I'm saying, yes, they may got the right people for other parties, but with these sisters and the trauma, they don't give a fuck about that. They care about a click and a view because of their name and what they bring. They bring viral clicks and view moments. They needed that.
Yeah, it's a click and a view game, man. And Zeus, like, they work like any other corporate space. It's about a bottom a dollar. It's about capitalizing and monopolizing, and it's about like the revenue. And they have a masculine business model, which is it's business. Of course, we don't care about what happens to you guys after we drain y'all of all of y'all's effort and all of y'all's talent. And of course, it's none of that. It ain't any heart and soul in this, which is why we also encourage reality stars and reality talent, like, save something for yourself. Don't go all out for these networks, because even if they're cutting you a healthy dollar, it's not really a healthy dollar compared to what they're actually making off of you. You're getting $1 million, 1.3 million, 500,000, while the network is making multiple millions off of the content they created from you. So you're never really truly getting paid your worth. You're never truly getting paid for your contribution to something that they're going to eat off of for the rest of their life. So don't do all of that. Don't give them the depths. Don't sell your soul entirely to these people. Don't, just be their willful slave, because it just doesn't make any sense. And I just wish that, and they know like what they're doing. Like Lumel knows, because as like I've heard some of the girls say, like, we don't got no, I was watching the Bobby Lights I Love Her. I was watching some of the interviews from the castmates, and they was like, oh, like, we wasn't making the same money that like Baddies was making. Like, like, we got paid like a little cute coin. It was
not
enough.
even the bad boys. They wasn't making bad boys money.
They weren't even making what the bad boys was making, because they was like, when we heard what Jonathan what he was making and what other people was making, we was like, damn, we didn't even get a quarter of that shit. And then one of them said, like, we didn't even have lawyers. And that's what these networks are preying on. They know they are business illiterate. They know they're just like playing off people's desperation. They're able to lowball them. They're able to get them into these 360 ass deals, because these people are coming in with no business mindedness. They don't know how to protect themselves legally. They don't know what a bad contract is and it's not. And these people are just moving off a desire to be famous and moving off of what dollar sign is at the bottom of that contract, not even knowing that there's more to fight for, because they just don't have that financial literacy. And they're just being, once again, exploited. And I hate that. I hate that for us. Zeus is a minstrel show. It is a modern day slave plantation. And what makes it worse is that it's being ran by Black slave owners.
Which Diddy has an equity into it. So thank you, Conscious, for this panel.
Thank you so much, Aaron. Can you tell the people where to find you at, chat on?
Yes. Y'all can find me over on Aaron Wiles Out TV. And I also have a backup channel where I discuss all things Black T sector / Jag sector. And I get into the girls over there. Look forward to the video with Tesehki, me speaking on the sisters and my perspective on it. You may not agree, you may agree, you may be indifferent, but respect. I respect everybody's opinion,
Yes.
whether we agree or not. We all have opinions. We don't have to always agree, but respect each other's opinion. Conscious, you know you dope. You know I'm always gonna follow you. And shout out to the rest
I
of the
love
King
when you
Lords.
pull up, Aaron.
Yeah, you know
Aaron,
I
I
come in
really
big
like
ones.
chatting with you. I think this is the first time I chatted with you on the panel, but I really like chatting with you and
And you brought it out of
sharing our
homebody,
thoughts.
baby. You
And
brought it out of homebody.
yeah, because I be up here and I don't really argue, but like I argued a little
Home
bit with
baby
you.
put that hair into a ponytail, baby.
Honey, put the bonnet on.
You know,
So
sometimes
Love
I
it.
do. You know, I'm very, you know, yeah.
no, but
But
I just want to say that
no, I
I
love
appreciate
everybody.
you going back and forth with me, even though we were disagreeing, and it was just a really
Hmm.
good time
Yeah.
chatting with you. I'm definitely going to check you out as well on your
Oh,
show. So
period.
you're just a really good conversationalist, and I appreciate that.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm honored. You know, but good night, everybody.
Good
Gotta
night,
get up.
Aaron.
Only got 2 hours of
That
sleep.
was
I got
Aaron
5
Wiles.
o'clock.
Yes.
Chill.
All right,
Later,
boo.
guys.
Have a
Bye.
good night. That was Aaron Wild and out. You guys, I want to introduce Jacory.
Hello, how everyone doing?
Hi, how are you?
I'm
Hi,
fine.
how are
Hi.
you?
I'm doing great, you guys. I wanted to ask a couple questions.
Mm-hmm.
I am a clinical psychologist. I studied when I was like 24. I'm 44 now. I take that and I use my expertise every day because you got to use that all throughout life. I been going back and forth and I was been listening since you first started. And I
Mm-hmm.
was liking your commentary when you were speaking on the dysfunction in the black culture and some stuff that that we weren't raised on real great strong infrastructure
Yes.
breaking generational curses. I loved it that because that's need to be get out there. I
Mm-hmm.
love that you said that. I love that you had that type of
Mm-hmm.
mindset and that type of dialogue when you first came out speaking. I
Mm-hmm.
loved it because we need to hear that.
Yes.
I thank you for saying that. I advocate for this type of stuff. I
Mm-hmm.
advocate for us now coming out, as a culture in the community of the dysfunctional and the stuff that we normalize that shouldn't be normalized. Y'all was speaking about
Yeah.
Zeus Network. You absolutely tell the truth and setting examples. But what I was going to ask was when they said, well, Chrisean said that when she was on the trailer. I watched all of them say it.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder, my questions was, because it's deep rooted. It's
Mm-hmm.
deep rooted because everyone have their own individuality.
Yeah.
Because they're sister, they have their own individuality. Why was the reason Tesehki didn't address this before it got too far?
Mm. Anybody want to take a stab at that?
I want to ask her, Coffee. Can I?
I think she thought it would
Um,
go away. I was about to make this.
that too,
Oh,
and that too. What I think is that she basically wanted to be famous, and I'm gonna tell you why. I kind of watched Chris uh, her career when she first came out. She was talking about how, well, how she was living in his house and different things like that. She was so excited and, just to be in my star that she forgot how to, um, she forgot who she was. You see what I'm saying? And
Yeah,
once
you
she
created
started,
with it.
yeah, and once she started to get with him and move in with him and all that stuff, she started to every side of him and she didn't like it. You see what I'm saying? And basically what I'm trying to tell y'all is to her it was normal. You see what I'm saying? That's the reason why I believe she stayed. Because she's like, okay, I'm used to this. This has happened before. I've been abused before. I've been this and this and that. You see what I'm saying? So
No, I don't. I don't see what you're saying. The
okay,
questions the questions was like the question I asked was like categorizing stuff in a pacification, like she been abused before. We know we got to know that it was a pattern of behavior that was going on. It was a habitual pattern. When stuff goes
yeah,
on, it's a habitual cycle. It's repetitive. What I was saying is, when they first came out with it, regardless if she was, you know, dead or not, I don't want to say it. Y'all know I want to say the word. Okay, I'm sorry. Out of respect,
yeah,
I want to say why she couldn't sit down and they addressed this privately when Tristan and Chrisean, when that was Chrisean was before she got on the ultimate was it challenge show when she was talking about it inside that house. And
Reality show.
yes, why did no, no, I feel like the point of excuses be out the one for justification once you're active, once your action already been, what I'm saying, demoralized. You was a victim and
Hmm.
you victimized. The thing about it is, before we blame shift, we want to know what's in Tesehki that she couldn't be set her pride aside and they address that situation.
Right. The thing is, I'll answer. This is Homebody. I'll answer and say what we've been saying is like we weren't there. We were not there. So we don't know if this was addressed previously or if this was addressed in private or if this was addressed at a family meeting or if this was addressed between the family. We really don't know. And so the reason the conversation is coming to the forefront is because, well, it was discussed last year and other family members have brought it up, but the reason it's being brought to the forefront is because it was in the Baddies Midwest trailer. And so we actually don't know what they're going to air. And we don't even know because this family doesn't seem like they have therapy. So I'm gonna just put my cards on the table and assume that none of them have been to therapy. Maybe a few of them have. And so I again I don't know, I wasn't there. And the go ahead.
and I want to say this too. There was something about her mom. Um, you have to look at that as well. Because I saw some of the episodes where her mom, you know, she was breaking down because of all of that. And she said she couldn't take it anymore, stuff like that, all the fighting and arguing, stuff like that. So that might have played a part into it's things I believe that's not being said, and she's hurting. I that's what I'm going to say. She's hurting, and her family has been coming for her. Cause this ain't the first time that her sister and her auntie and all of them have came for her.
Exactly.
You have to look at you know they figure, oh, how did she get famous all of a sudden just because how she ended up with a star when she was somewhere, she was a nobody yesterday. I'ma tell you, it's jealousy, it's envy, they mad, different things like that. So that plays a part in it. But also, they're not addressing, like why um, she trying to tell them, look, you hurt me, and they said, well, okay, besides forget all of that, what about us? You know what I'm saying? Because if you notice, um, her mother, they got her mother being put out, and her mother was all on Facebook and everything, acting a fool. You see what I'm saying? Now she tried to help her mother. Chrisean tried to help her mother get help and different things like this. Get her hair. I seen all of it, and I don't know. It's something other than trauma and abuse. That's what I'm trying to say.
It is. It is. That's why I was trying to dissect it and separate it because the thing about individuality and me doing my practices while I'm practicing, I don't. First, I work with one person because we got to let them self reflect on themselves. They got to self reflect. They got to get everything out of them. They
What
got
do
to
you
tell them.
practice exactly for just people watching who might be joining you?
I'm a licensed psychologist. I'm also prophetic. I'm a visionary, and I work at the warehouse. So
Damn.
I have a lot of credentials, and I try to use it. I advocate also for civil rights. I advocate for employee rights.
Mhm.
So it's a lot of things that I advocate for. I'm um I'm a conservative person, so I try to be neutral with everything, and that's by not having any conflict of interest. Or if you like Chrisean or you like Tesehki or whoever, I try not to show those. I've been steered away from that. I had to, but that's the way I. One thing I don't like when it's like people pertaining, they leave out things, and when they leave out things, it's poisoning. If you do not exercise your truth, exercise or advocate for yourself, and you keep secrets, it become poisoning. And
Mhm.
it became poison in his family. Not only that, stemming off emotions and being able to identify them. And that what she just said. There's a lot of stuff come from that. Jealousy, hatred,
Hmm.
all that. It's stemming from that. And when you identify them, even if you got to identify them yourself, you got to identify. Sometimes you got to sit and say, well, I'm the problem, or I shouldn't have said this way, or maybe this conversation, changed the trajectory. If I hadn't done this that way, or haven't done this that way, it wouldn't have went that far, or this, that. But, it's how people was raised and how their character. It's how they was raised. It's what they know. It's what they already embedded in them. So that would make it habitual. Habitual. They do not understand their patterns. And it can be detrimental. It can be detrimental to everyone and everyone around them.
And another thing, some people try to numb the pain, and that's what I'm gonna say. She has been trying to numb whatever she's been trying to go through alcohol, through drugs, through being with Blueface and different things like that. So she's hurting because anytime she made a song, let me tell you, she has a new song out, and she's talking about God. She something is drawing her closer to God now. I don't know what
Her,
it is,
I'm
but
gonna
at the
tell you what
same
it is.
time, she's
It
still
was at
hurting.
that time in prison. It was her withdrawing from alcohol and drugs and coming into sobriety and withdrawal from
Hmm.
Blueface. Like at that prison, it isolated her from all of her toxic outlets and from all of the things she
Hmm.
numb
And
herself
then after she
from
got
the
out of
work.
prison,
So she came out of that experience with a newfound sense of clarity and a liberation. She also probably had access, like because she's in prison and she ain't got shit else to do. She probably actually sat down through a lot of those support groups that they offer in prison for women and a ministry and
Hmm.
to really kind of indulge in that in a sobering way. So she came out with like a level of crispiness. And this is where the real work is going to begin because now she's not kind of confined to a space. She actually has now access to those toxic things again. And she's going to have to really apply some effort in order to stay in alignment with her healing. And that's going to be tested even by Zeus. That is a diabolical a poisonous apple in her garden of Eden right now because they are wanting to exploit any aspect of Chrisean that they can get access to. And so
Mm-hmm.
even having her coming out of that experience, knowing that she's trying to recover from various traumas from a toxic relationship, she's trying to get herself back on her path when it comes to being a mother, but then dragging her back into this mess with Tesehki is obviously not fucking conducive to where Chrisean needs to be headed. But because they, like Aaron was saying, and like we know these networks are soulless and they don't care. Like they're just capitalistic in nature. They're just looking to
Yeah,
make money. You know,
to
like
capitalize. Yes.
yeah, like they're not in it for any of the right reasons. So Chrisean now has to. She's kind of in her 40 days, 40 nights part of the journey where she meets where her Saturn returns, her Satan
Going through conviction.
returns, yeah,
Yes.
and
Mm-hmm.
offers her the world or her salvation. And if she plays with her salvation, she could find herself sabotaging it entirely and ultimately being dragged back into a version of herself that she put some effort in to become. So I'm kind of scared for her entertaining baddies and just pulling back into that energy and being tempted down that road again.
Well, because
Yes.
it's the same pattern. It's the same pattern
Mm-hmm.
because when Chrisean was pregnant, they and I say they, the Zeus Network, wasn't there during her pregnancy. I think they filmed certain things for maybe one season of the show, but when things went bad with Blueface during the pregnancy and it was happening over the internet, um, I think.
Uh-oh, your audio head went out, homebody.
Chrisean want
Girl,
to do that
girl,
too
can
as
you hear me?
well.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, so I'll let the next person speak, but I think that like this is a pattern because Zeus went through this with her pregnancy, so now they're giving her a show, and they had her on Baddies when she was pregnant, but after the birth and everything like that, and taking care of the baby, Blueface and Krishan got really chaotic. And so now that Blueface is in jail, here they go giving her a deal to do a show. And I think that Blueface is going to mess it up for her for sure when he gets
Mm-hmm.
out of jail. And I think that Krishan is going to go back into the pattern that I was talking about, going
Mm-hmm.
back to
Yes.
him.
That's her beacon. That you're probably right on that because that's her beacon of of being back in distress is him. And I want to tell you that that sounds more like what they're doing because they're using her for pawn. She did not go through isolation enough for me to, you know what I'm saying? She's going
Heavy
through it
on that.
now.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's not going through isolation enough. When I went through isolation of my conviction, I went through it for about 2 years. She's not really detaching herself. She's not
I
really
think
detaching
she was,
herself
girl, I
all
think
the
she
way.
was using the baby as thinking like the pregnancy
Mm-hmm.
would change her. And that's her first baby. She's a young girl, 22, 23, I believe. And she might have thought that the young having a baby was going to change her direction in life. But that's not what happens because the baby needs you. You can't go anywhere until that baby is taken care of. And I don't even have a child. I have a dog, but I can't.
Yeah, go to audio again, homebody. The audio is
Girl, I'm
yeah,
on my
I
phone.
can
Girl,
hear
I'm
you.
on my phone. I have to keep my hand on my phone.
Mhm.
I keep whatever. Let me get back to what I was saying. This phone is really making me upset. I have to keep my hand on it. But so it's like when you have a child, I feel like Krishan was just as a first time mom, as a young mom as well, she may have felt that when I have this child, it's going to move me in the right direction. And that doesn't happen. I mean, you can just look back or speak with your friends or
Mm.
your family members who've had children. Does it change them?
Hell no.
No, it doesn't.
I do. I got 5 kids. My oldest one 26. My I finna have my 6th grandchild. So yes, it does. It's up to a person to change themselves. Yes, it does. It's up to a person to change itself.
That's the
I
key
feel
word, up to a person to change
it's up to
themselves.
them. It's up to them. And I
Mhm.
feel like
But
that Junior brought her a lot of responsibility. He made her mature a lot. See, I'm speaking for the sense of her always, even if she at a restaurant eating with her baby or whatever, she's taking a responsibility to take care and love her baby. Because let me tell you something, your first child gonna teach you how to love, not a man, not who you have that child by. You go first love your first human being completely with your whole heart when you have your first child.
but I want to say this. What I want to say is, see, that's the thing. With Chrisean, she thought that having this baby, he would stay, he would do right, he would, he wouldn't abuse and he wouldn't mistreat and stuff like that.
Hmm.
And he acted more of a clown once he had that baby. He putting pictures all on Facebook and stuff of the child, and he even questioning if that even if that's his child. So he one of those ones that he feel like you got some people that think they God's gift to women. Let me say that in men. And he was like, I can have anybody I want, including you. He had said it. So anytime he got a phone call Tatiana, they're telling you something. But it's like she loved the toxicity of being in the limelight of a man, or you being in toxicity of drama and trauma and abuse. She is
Here's my
cool.
issue. Here's my issue. I just want to add this part in here because even though Chrisean is ultimately responsible for the choice to have gone through with the pregnancy, I was really upset with her family for pretty much bullying her into conceiving
Mm-hmm.
a child because she initially was not going to keep
Absolutely.
Junior, and she didn't because she knew she wasn't ready. She damn sure could obviously see that Blueface wasn't, and there was literally so much bullshit going on in her family and his family with their relationship that
Mm-hmm.
one time I actually respected Chrisean Rock and saw she had some damn sense because she considered all of that data as it relates to if it was an appropriate time to have a child. And I
You're
watched her
absolutely
mom
right.
with her one tooth, like screaming to this girl's face and pressure her and guilt trip her into have this baby, have this because you know you wasn't. We don't believe in abortions. I had all your children. Yeah, bitch, and all your children were abused. You was in your room cracked the fuck up while your nephews and nieces
Mm-hmm.
were being abused. So yeah, you brought them
And
into
that's
this
not
world
allegedly. That's not
and
allegedly.
then
It's
look
all
at hold on,
documented on Zeus.
huh?
It's not. I said that's not allegedly. It was all documented on Zeus.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I seen
all,
I
all
seen it with that when she had an orange hoodie and she was outside crying. Yeah, we seen
yeah,
it.
and she like
Mm-hmm.
and I felt so bad for Krishan because my first thing was y'all gonna talk y'all talking all this shit and y'all want her to have this child, okay, then y'all better be the first ones to act as surrogates and to act as a community and to stand in the gap for her as a new mom. And then guess what, when Kashawn Rock got her ass locked up and they had to extract that baby from her ass, not that motherfucker on Blueface side or her side wanted custody. Both everybody was in the hallway like, I ain't got
Hmm.
time, I ain't got time, I ain't got time, I ain't got time.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't
You ain't
Yeah,
Blueface's
they did that.
wasn't Blueface's biological
yeah,
daddy
and
Clarissa
he ain't had no time.
and
Yep.
everything like that in the courtroom or in the
And he ain't had no
courthouse?
time. He said, baby, he ain't had no time. Nope, they ain't had no time for it. And I
Well,
say,
I
yeah,
And
was
that's why
I was
that's what
raised.
I said earlier.
My mom wasn't for a Christian. I got pregnant at the age of 19, and when I was like, she was very spiritual. So I grew up in a strict household. I went to church every day. And dad, mom in the house. I had a great mom. My mom she died with lupus. She was born with lupus. She was very sick. She had cancer. My whole life. So, you know, so I had a great mom. Even besides that, my mom never, drank or nothing or smoked. I never seen my mom even do malicious to anybody. I'm trying to say she was freckled, but she was a wonderful mom. And when I got pregnant at 19, my mom made me have my baby because it was our spiritual beliefs. I couldn't get rid of my baby because I believe in higher power that my God's going to provide. I don't believe that people, or I got to wait on somebody. I get up and do it if he give me strength, and he's going to provide for me. He's going to provide for me to take care of my child. So that's just, what's my belief. But when she got the family that she got, I feel like her situation, and when Blue was telling her, you do not need to have this baby because you going to have to go on tour. Who going to watch the baby? You need to be at home with the mom. He was telling her, by your career choice and what you got going on, it might not be a decision for you to have the baby. I don't tell no one to get rid of a baby or have a baby. I don't believe in that. But I feel like in this situation behind all of this, it caused a lot of problems. Very much so.
And that's why I was saying what I was saying earlier about um people, the mental capacity that they have to understand what this child is going to bring in your life once you have the child. You see what I'm saying? I was talking about this earlier. um People think that children, when they come into this world, are dolls and pets or whatever they feel like they are. um they Some people use it as a check. Some use it as, oh, you know what I'm saying, the right, oh, you do as I say and not what I do. So you got all these trauma people who are abusive and don't know themselves how to love and how to raise people,
I
trying
know that's
to
right.
discipline other children. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
And it brings a lot of trauma. And then when they grow up, they have kids, and then they pass it down. That's where the generational curse is from. Instead of people learning how to deal with their trauma and look in themselves. And I'm gonna tell you something. When the COVID came, a lot of people couldn't sit down. I'm saying this for a reason. A lot of people couldn't sit down. They had to go. They had to go. And COVID made people actually look at themselves in the mirror. You see what I'm saying? And a lot of people are scared of their own reflection. It
Amen.
scares them to death
I agree with
when
you.
they're in the mirror. You see what I'm saying?
That's the truth.
So So Chrisean don't want to sit down and look at herself, but once she got into prison and different things like that, she had no choice but to sit down and look at herself. You see what I'm saying? But she's being tempted through the music industry and Zeus, and they want her to fumble and fail. They try to tempt her back out there so she can fumble and fail. But she, again, like you said, she has to take time to look at herself and make sure that she don't fall into these pitfalls, because it's gonna come.
It's
It's
that they
gonna
want to
come.
conform to fail. They want to
Can I
put her
say something
on
real quick?
like they have done every other African American celebrity and snatch it away from up under her and destroy her. They want to put her on, and it's she's what I'm saying is right here. Your purpose is what God seek you out, your purpose. But you don't need people to put you on. Now I agree with Conscious when he said that people selling their souls. They want to put you on. They know that people out here thirsty, desperate, greedy. Put you on. They're gonna snatch everything they gave you up on you.
Yeah,
She's the
and another thing,
limelight.
people
She's
not
the
being
limelight.
themselves. They're not being themselves. They're trying to be something that they ain't, and that's how they get caught up too. If you be
Yes.
yourself, things will come genuinely. You see what I'm saying?
Okay. Okay.
I want to answer
She's
this,
the
you guys,
limelight.
and then I want to get
He
I
true.
want to get intersex chime in super quick. I want to say this to what y'all are saying is that and this is why I always say that like so let me ask a question. If I say that I love you, oh I love you, I love you, I love you, I love y'all down boost, da, 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 and then I gift I gift you a half working car that actually requires more maintenance and more money to be put in it than out of it, and you're going to have more trouble with it than you get anything good out of it. And I had the means to actually give you a sufficient gift and to give you a gift and to gift you with a car that has better functionality and better mobility. Would you say that I in fact love you? If that's what I did, I gave you something far less that's going to cause more of a headache out of you than be a blessing. No, you will argue that that's not loving to do. So in the
Are you
case of,
talking about in the context of Chrisean and Tesehki?
oh yeah, I'm about to bring it. Well, I'm about to bring it back to Chrisean, not necessarily to Tesehki,
Okay.
because we're talking about parenting. So for me, love starts before the child even gets here, which is why I appreciated Chrisean Rock considering early on in her pregnancy if the circumstances that were her current reality were conducive for herself and her mental health, and definitely for her child's, because I feel like that was an act of love. And as a result of her being bullied and peer pressured into doing something that she in her heart knew she wasn't ready for, she ended up continuing on in the behavior that was her, which is smoking and drinking through her pregnancy, fighting, and she put this child in her belly through all of these changes, and now her friends and the public are making certain observations about whether her child has certain issues or is on the spectrum or is potentially legally blind. And that is really fucked up, because Junior ultimately is the one that had to pay for everybody pressuring his immature ass, dysfunctional, abused, traumatized mother into bringing him into this world under the guise of a religious fucking conviction. And none of those people are here to give him eyesight he don't have, to give him a working brain he don't have, or to give him whatever he's lacking now as a result of a traumatized Chrisean dragging herself through that whole ordeal just to so-called do the do the right thing. And then it was the hypocrisy of being selective about the right thing, because how about before preaching the fucking gospel to her about pregnancy, you preach the gospel to her to have kept her ass off Blues to begin with, to have kept her ass away from Blueface to begin with, to have like to now get into the Bible and to get into Christianity and to get into the preaching the gospel shit. Like y'all gon' like how y'all making room for all this other debauchery in this girl's life, and then are going
No,
to be
the Bible
selectively
doesn't
out and
excuse
then be
it.
selectively outraged about her having an abortion. Like we at the end of the road now, Celie. Like we too far in to now pull out uh to select which part of righteousness we're going to uphold while allowing all this other bullshit to go on. Because you know why we allowed it? Because we benefited from it. While she was on them shows with Blueface and on Baddies and all that and cut the check, she was putting our asses up in houses, giving us cars, paying our bills, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So of course we wasn't going to talk her out of that shit, because we would have been talking our own selves out of our blessing by doing that. Oh, well, there's a baby coming in. Ah, well, let's now get into our feelings. Like I just felt like it was so selfish of the family, and it was such a misnomer. And I feel like it's sad because Junior is the only person who is suffering, and his well-being wasn't truly considered in this whole thing. Like, while they was thinking about Chrisean needing to stay right-winged in her convictions, it was like, what about this child? And I feel like any responsible person is going to, if you truly love your potential kids, if you truly love and you're really thinking about what their experience could be, you're going to consider your circumstances, which is why I am pro-abortion. I believe that women should have the right to make those type of decisions over their bodies. I believe that that choice should not be between the state or the government and a woman, but between her reality, her intuition, her and her creator, and her assessing what that looks like for her. Because a lot of these people brought people into this world who they don't care for, who they don't love, and those people have grown up to commit all type of heinous ass crimes against other humans, and then these same parents who know what they did don't want to have any of that blood on their hand. Oh, well, I didn't raise them to be that way. Baby, you didn't raise them at all. You didn't pay attention to them at
Mm-hmm.
all. Like, you didn't do half of the job you really should have did. And now they out here at minutes, and they are making all these babies, and they're dysfunctional, and they're beating up on people and robbing people and killing people and raping people and scamming people and running amok and being dysfunctional and just being a nuisance and a menace.
Mm-hmm.
And you're sitting in the background like, I ain't got nothing to do with that. Oh yes, baby, you do. Bring your motherfucking ass to the front of the line. Stir down. Bring that ass
Exactly.
to
And
the
that's
front.
and that's
Okay,
why I said
I'm
what I
gonna say
said
something. I'm
earlier,
gonna say something
conscious
all this, and
about.
I'm
Hold
finna
on, hold
get
on, hold
ready.
on, hold on, hold on, yeah,
I,
because I gotta get
I
intersexy
want
here
to get ready to
quick.
jump off.
Intersex.
I want to say something real quick, and I want to get ready to jump off.
Okay.
That's just generational curse. People are raising kids off cursed soil that goes down hereditary. That's because of the parents. That's because the choice of the life they choose, the choice of the drugs they choose, who they want to be around, and environment they want to be around. Um, I, I feel like if people was to, decide to get abortion, that's their choice. But also, me, I
Yeah.
keep myself in alignment with the Word of God. I try to be obedient. But to think about, with what you're saying about their leaving their kids out here, not raising them, we don't come with a book of instructions. Life don't come with a book of instructions. Everybody have made some mistakes, but the thing about it is, in lessons you learn from 'em, because we have a lot of resentment set up, and now but at the same time you could make better of the situation that you was in. You got to be able to break generational curses. You got to be knowing what's inhumane, what's not decent. So I will say this, before I jump off of here, that what you just said is agreeable, and it disagreeable. Everybody have different opinions, and I agree with what you said and how you stated, and especially like you said, to do heinous crimes. It's about the parenting. It's about the parenting. And some kids can be raised right, and they decide to get out here and with the wrong crowd and environment that they be around, that they still want to do stuff. I'm gonna put an example like this. Say I was strict, stayed in the house with my mom. I really didn't go nowhere. I couldn't even go to a prom. We didn't celebrate holidays. We didn't celebrate any days that was holidays, pagan and all that. So if I went and stayed at a friend's house, my mom had to know about them, or I couldn't stay there long, or she had to know everybody was over there, because people live their life differently, and kids pick up stuff around other people. That's why you got to watch what type of environment you keep your kids around, and who you have around your kids. My Bible say bad company corrupts good character, and that's why I was gonna get to the point about the character, a person, who they are. character of a person, who they are. At the end of the day, that character gonna speak. That's who that person are. And I enjoyed this talk with you guys. It's been very
Thank you very
enlightening.
much for joining
Thank
me.
you
Thank
for
you.
all your thank y'all for all your information. And and I'm the type of person I listen to. Um and I take whatever people tells me because I don't walk around here like I know it all, and y'all very intelligent group of panel people, and I appreciate y'all, and I appreciate the messages y'all put out there as well. Um it was
I
very nice
appreciate
being on.
you for talking
And
about
yeah,
these
hold on, y'all.
issues.
I gotta get Intersex in here because she is also on a time crunch, real bad. So I gotta get her in here right now. But thank
Okay,
you,
I
thank you so
appreciate
much,
you as
boo.
well.
Thank you too.
I'll see you next
Much
Come
love,
back
you
up here
guys.
anytime, boo.
All right, bye.
You're welcome up here. Okay, boo. Intersex, are you there?
Good morning. Can
Good
y'all hear
morning.
me?
Yes, we can hear you loud, live, and in color.
Okay. So I'm from Baltimore, where Chrisean is from, and
That bitch.
a lot of people a lot of people do not make it out of Baltimore and have some of the opportunities that she has, even though it come from a toxic place. I feel like we have seen times where Chrisean had we thought that she was going to be better off, and she worked it out, and I feel like Chrisean didn't want to give up, or they didn't want to pay her for us to see her grow and see exciting things and see her you know do big shit. They wanted her to stay low, and the fighting and the drinking. I mean, we seen times when she wasn't drinking, when her mental was coming back and stuff like that. I feel like when you go through trauma and trauma, I'm sure she's not even sharing everything that she's been through.
Mhm.
um it's a lot to get out of things like that.
Yeah,
What makes it even worse is people don't give you grace.
yeah,
um Not saying that people have to give you grace, but people, they don't give you grace.
yeah,
And I know that personally, and I know that when you do get in that good place, that people want you to be the old you. Like, you're going to get tested, and
yeah,
the only way to leave and get over things like that is you have to leave your family behind. And when your family is all you have and all you want is love, and that's how Blueface got in the picture, and that's how she been with him so long, because she was obsessed with being loved, because her family did not love her. She didn't feel loved by them. Um, and I don't know. I had it all written. That's how I was trying to get in. But I feel for her,
yeah,
and I feel for her because
I understand exactly what you're
I
saying.
feel that the only way for her to like get over and become a a, a great person for her child, she has to get over all the money that's coming in. But the money is not going to come in without her doing toxic behavior. Um, so that's
yeah,
all I wanted to say. Like, I feel for her.
yeah.
Um, she's my Baltimorean sister. Um, I was very disappointed in her, like, at
Mhm.
one point. And like, when I heard her song, it touched me. Like, it really touched me. Like, I don't even like music like that. Like,
Mhm.
the type of genre, like, I heard her. I'm like, what the hell is she saying? I didn't understand what she's saying, but like, it did something like in my heart. Like, I felt how she felt when she created that song.
Yeah,
Like, that young lady is fighting to get out. And
yeah.
she don't at this point, she don't know how to get out, because the biggest check she ever got was from these people.
Mhm.
And at one point she did walk away. She did wanted all this money, um, to stay in, but they didn't even want to give her the money to stay in.
Uh-uh.
So I had a lot of other things to say, but I'm running out of time. But I just think that us as people, we don't give people grace. And when you come around people and you know that they have so much trauma, you don't know their trigger points, and then you do and you trigger. Oh, there go the alarm. You do things to trigger them, and they just back to who they were before, like who you
Can I ask you
created
a
them to
question?
be. Yes,
Because you said you're from Baltimore, like Chrisean said. So
I
do
am.
you feel as though Chrisean and Tesehki and their family on live and all the live streams they did?
Your
Hello.
phone had went out again, homebody. Sometimes her audio goes out with her hand out on her phone.
Okay.
Homebody, you there? Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I was speaking to the young lady. My question was so not a question, but I was just saying, since you're from Baltimore, do you feel as though like everything going on with Tesehki and Chrisean is just based on reality TV, or do you feel like they are really going through family things and is Zeus like taking advantage of them? Because we were talking about that a little bit too. Do you feel like this is just something that happens and their family dynamic is something that happens in Baltimore, or
Um,
is it reality TV?
um, I think it's both. Because I watched interviews of the young man, the nephew,
Yeah.
and I feel like he feel like when he before it became reality TV that he's been trying to have these conversations and the family wasn't ready to have these conversations. And he thought that um basically the things that they saying on TV is a lie. I don't think it's a lie. I think that the family just wasn't ready to have face those things.
Uh-huh.
Like I'm going through some of these things with my family, and sometimes because people were talking about therapy and stuff like that, but when you love or when you begging for love and you want a closure with your family, and sometimes you're not going to get that, um you're still stuck in that place kind of, because I can go to therapy all day, but if I still want to be around my family, um that's not going to work unless the family go to therapist with you, and most family members is not going to do that. Nope, no, the family member's not going to do the work with you. So I don't know, it depends on the person, and everybody is not strong enough to just cut their family off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's the beauty of therapy, because it can teach you also how to navigate like the parts of the relationship that you do want, and help you to develop like the safety mechanisms to protect yourself from the like toxic aspects of, because you don't necessarily have to throw people away entirely if you can, if you have very strong boundaries and you like have boundaries that you like reinforce, like even when it comes to like to my relatives, like the ones I've decided not to fuck with are the ones that I've decided uh are risky business, is I haven't thrown them away completely, but I move around accordingly. Like I stay in my safe zone with them, and I stay away from certain conversations, and I stay away from certain types of engagement with them, and I stay away from just like I find my ebb and flow in order so that we can coexist on some level. And I just control my proximity. And then there's other people who are like, they are kind of severely tore the fuck up, and there's not really a lot to savage. And even though you may like want a connection because of how severely damaged they are, you may have to really love them from like a far, far, far off. Like they may
And
just have to
therapists
go
will
there.
give you
Can I
speaking points as
I
well.
got like 5%, and I gotta beat this
Mhm.
face before I go
Go
to
ahead,
work,
go ahead.
because a bitch will never see me not look good. Okay.
Period.
So like this is me basically sharing a little bit part of my story. So I distanced myself from family, and I was around my sister, and my sister was dropping me off home, and she was like, let's pop up at grandma's house. And I was like, oh, like I love my grandmother, so I'm excited to pop up. So when we knocked on the door, I feel like and this is what I feel, because while we were in there, the energy was good. But when she opened the door, it was just like she was mean. Like, I think when she looked out the peephole, she only seen me. But when she opened the door, she seen it was my niece, my nephew, and then my sister, and she was excited. So when she went to hug everybody, and when she came to hug me, the hug that she gave me was very different from the how she embraced everyone else. And I was just like, it hit me, and it was just like, no, that's that weak little girl shit. So I sat there and we communicate. We had a good time and whatever. So it's like when it was time to go by again, how she embraced us while we were leaving, it was different. So it's like you know that your grandmother love you, you love your grandmother, but it's just something in her trauma and something in my trauma that it's just not gonna work. It's not gonna work. It's just like the hug triggered me, but I was just like, yeah. I'm becoming like you don't have to voice how you feel about everything you heard and you seen what happened, and just leave it alone. Just that was the time. I'll see you 3, maybe 1 time a year, and that's what it is.
Well, let me ask you this question, NSX. So, I mean, like you said, it's not gonna work, but you also said like once y'all got into the experience, everybody had a good time, etc. It was just that the hug was the triggering part of the ordeal. But since there was in the middle of that, like a space to get along, a space to commune together, a space to, just enjoy each other. What makes you think that? So, like what happens to that part of the experience? Like, do
So
you
now I'm becoming to just appreciate what I did have.
Okay, yeah.
And sometimes it is hard, but I'm in a place that I appreciate granddaughter Monet, give me a hug. I appreciate that the conversations and what the positive part of the experience. Try to put it over of the little bit of negative stuff, even though it triggered me. I try to put that over that. But sometimes, again, that's just hard because we're human beings.
Right. But I'm also so glad, and I commend you for like even giving like yourself that grace and giving your grandma that grace, because like you're pushing through what makes you uncomfortable in order to kind of like meet her in the middle, because you just love her enough,
Yeah.
to give her that. And the fact that y'all actually have a sweet middle, like that's really I think that there's a lot of potential in that, and I think that it's possible that you and your grandma can come like full circle, because she may just be like also trying to push herself and working through like her religious beliefs, working through how she was raised, and she's trying to also commit to not letting that ultimately get in the way of you and her. So that may happen, over the course of time for her. And I think as you just engage it and you kind of just follow your own heart, that in time you may see her like come fully out of that, and you may see that full embrace that you're looking for. Because I know my grandma, like she come from the same a generation that yours do, and she raised all my uncles and stuff to be in the church and the choir, and she was a deaconess and all this, and she been in the church since she been like in her late 20s when she gave her life. And she obviously had a lot of homophobic religious beliefs or whatever, but I remember when I came out to my grandma officially, she said, I know what my Bible say, but I also know that I love my grandson, and I'm going to love you no matter what. And all I know is that you my grandson, and I just want you to be happy. And then I had made the executive decision to like, okay, you know, like I was, because I knew what her religious beliefs was, even though she was like affirming me too, I still wasn't going to like kind of push or kind of bring that part of my reality into her experience. Like I never like brought a man around my family. I've never like brought my boyfriends or anything around them. I've never brought anybody to Thanksgiving. I've never done any of that shit. But I noticed that just kind of coming out and then let her respond to that and then just continue to be myself as I had been. My grandma was like making the initiative to like ask me about my dudes and my dating life and my current partner at the time. And she even like pressed forward to even want to meet him and like, you know, like, yeah, I want to meet your partner, Bray. And I was just like, oh, this is very interesting, you know. And I think so. I have seen the power of time, and I know that time can definitely grow a situation and it can nurture a situation. And sometimes, if we are not too hard up and we just allow ourselves to relax and kind of have some faith in the process, and some things are a process, some things are a journey. You don't get all what you're looking for right in the moment, but you can possibly get it in time. That if you just are relaxed and just open yourself up and not be so anxiety ridden, that time will surprise you. Time can really blossom a situation. So I think that I love hearing that you and your grandma are able to have fun and talk and all of that. And I think the hugging thing is just reflective of the fact that there is a blockage there, but it doesn't mean it's a permanent one. And it doesn't mean that it's something that can't be remedied. And it sounds like if you and her just continue to put forth your best effort, that that hump can be mowed over too.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
My device is on 1%, and for some reason, StreamYard wouldn't let me come in on my phone.
Girl, StreamYard is crazy, but I wanted to say more to you, but I really just love everything you said, and I just wanted to just say thank you for coming up here. And if your phone is dying, I can say more, but if your phone is dying, I want to keep you.
Oh well, my phone is. I can't come back, but if you want to say something, you can say something. I can hear it on my other device. But before my phone just cut out on me, I love y'all. Hey, Reckless.
I love you
Hey.
too.
Thank you for that, Conscious. I really needed to hear that this
Boy.
morning. You
Yeah.
never know.
Like I love when you come up here and
bless
share.
you.
Yes. I love when you come up here and share. Okay, but okay, so her phone is gone. But that's our intersex boo. She's a moderator, if y'all don't know. Okay, Reckless, welcome to the platform. What's going on, heathen?
Nothing much. I just came from work. I done took a shower and everything. I'm relaxed. I've been coming in and out of the live and stuff and poking my head in when I can.
Yeah.
That's really it so far. But in terms of the conversation and stuff, now to my understanding, because keep in mind, I kind of watch the platform, one, to support my friend, two, to keep up with the mess. So to my understanding, right now it's just the accusations. Nothing has been proven or anything like that.
That's correct.
No, not necessarily. Yeah, no, ain't no proof. It's just
okay. Got you. So right now, since things are accusation, if it is true, then Chrisean gagged that heifer. But if it's not true, I would have been like Tesehki and would have turned Chrisean every which way but loose, because you don't be lying on me like that. No shade.
But she had the baby on. She had Junior.
Don't worry. The same way that some of the women love to say that your face not pregnant. Don't worry. I know how to aim. I would have turned her ass every which way but loose. No shade. Don't worry. Somebody grab the baby. So someone to grab.
Awesome. So I'll ask you what I ask everybody else. If it is true, what do you think is the best course for Tesehki?
Own it.
And
I think that
exactly.
Own it. Now that would be the best course. Now, do I think she's gonna do it? If it is true, I don't think so. Because from what we've seen so far, she's 100% denying it. So now, me in my mind, owning it would be having a true, authentic conversation with Chrisean about it. Allow Chrisean to have full autonomy over her emotions. If that means that in that moment she's cussing me out, in that moment she's even saying some things that are extremely hurtful, etc., etc. Because here's the gag. The gag is that a lot of the times too is that when people, if this is true, I'm gonna keep repeating it. If this is true, the thing that I find very common a lot of times when there's time to face is when it's time to face the truth, and you or another person may be in the wrongdoing, that they don't want to put rules and regulations or restrictions on what they did, but they want to put rules and regulations and restrictions on the way that people respond and cope. So if I was Tesehki, and if this is true, the mature thing would be is to have a true, genuine conversation and allow Chrisean to have autonomy over her emotions and allow her to vent. And that can be very extreme and that can be very subtle. But allow her to vent and also understand that I'm not the person. I'm the person that allegedly perpetuated said trauma onto my sister, allegedly. So if that's the case, then I cannot, then I can't try to stunt her and put restrictions on her in coping with that, and also put restrictions on her in terms of expressing these things to me. It was something that you said some time back, Conscious, when you talked about Jay-Z and Beyonce, where Jay-Z done cheated, and in order to get over that hump and in order to allow Beyonce to have autonomy over her own emotions, he had to go through some very uncomfortable conversations, backlash, scrutiny, situations, because he knew and he was mature enough to know that he was the one in the wrong. And if this is me having to go to the cross, then I'm gonna have to go to the cross. And then once things have reached a certain point, it's still a possibility that yes, she may have forgiven me, but at the same time, it doesn't mean that she's gonna fuck with me. And the same thing is gonna happen would have happened, if this is true, with Tesehki. As in, Chrisean can have autonomy over her emotions. She can express all these things to me. She has the ability and the autonomy to go through the highs and lows of how she feels and articulate those things with me. And I also have to keep intact of I'm the one allegedly that perpetuated this. So I'm going to allow her to feel that, cope with that, express that. And then if I have to go to the cross, well, when she takes me to the cross, I'm going to the cross. But at the end, that does not mean that she still has to fuck with me.
And my second question is, what do you believe? She got 5 relatives accusing her of this: Chrisean, Chastity, Charity, Tristan, and his sister.
Ooh, girl, that's 5 is a lot. Ooh. So I do remember earlier when you guys were speaking that you said that there's no one that can really actually say that something did or did not happen to Chrisean, or if Tesehki did or did not actually do what she's been alleged to do.
Right. We weren't there.
Yes. But so my question is this, because about the other relatives, are they saying that she did this to Chrisean, or are they saying that these things happened to them by Tesehki or by other family members?
Both.
Exactly.
This happened to all of them.
Girl,
harm to them and harm to Chrisean, and Chrisean is saying is corroborating them, saying that she did.
Also, though, we don't have lawsuits to go by, so this is all alleged, and we're just doing live streams. And
even if it was a lawsuit, it'd still be an allegation until it's proven to not. Until it's proven on both sides.
Yeah, they're still done in the court of public opinion for sure.
Okay. If that's the case, then it might be true. But I still want to give
And that's really also because, like, for some of them, like Attrition said, he's already received 2 apologies from his 2 uncles who had did this to him, but he's not received any apology from any of the aunts who did this to him. So
Yeah.
for him, he just want an apology. He don't want to sue. And
Yeah.
like, for him, that ain't his remedy and his resolve. He want the transparency. He want the closure. He want the admission. He wants people to take
And I
ownership
believe all
for what they
victims.
did.
So I believe what Chrisean said, and I believe what he said as well. So I don't want it to be like I don't believe either sides. I believe what everyone says because we weren't there. So I stand by that.
I believe there's a way that you can not discredit someone's testimony or their experience, but you can still hold a neutral position until you receive evidence or you have more of a concrete, you see more evidence or see something that gives you more of a concrete position, only because in this age and also in this era, we've also, and I'm pretty sure Conscious has talked about this many times before, where you've seen people that have made accusations and they have completely lied, and they have completely made up stories. So, but even though I said all of that, with all of that being said, it's a possibility that it might be true, especially knowing that us as melanated people, when it comes down to SA or childhood trauma, these things are swept up under the rug, and also these things are not talked about. And then not only that, there is a whether we want to admit it or not, the ugly truth is that there is a culture of this, and there is a culture of it, and there's also protection around abusers in melanated communities. That is just the truth. Because if that's not the case, then why is someone like Lil Boosie able to thrive? And correct me if I'm wrong, he doesn't get his money from white dollars. Majority of his audience are melanated people, and a certain demographic of melanated people like that.
You when you say that there's abuse between melanated people, because every race, every ethnicity, like everyone goes through abuse or incest or everything we've been talking about, SA, grape. Everyone goes through that regardless of being melanated people or not. So is that what you meant? That only melanated people go through this at a higher capacity, or?
No. But and the reason why I'm saying that's not that's not the case, because we also make jokes about how white people sleep with their own cousins, and you had a baby with your uncle and all this other stuff. But what I'm saying in terms of, because us as melanated people, because that is the context, but also in addition to the context, we also know that a lot of melanated people, because of our history, we grew up in the Black church, and which also contributes to respectability politics, which means that a lot of things that may bring a lot of shame, and with shame being a tactic to coerce or influence people to go to act a certain way, to be a certain way, and also to express themselves a certain way, and to talk and not talk about things. So that's what I mean by that, as in they're in melanated communities, it is a true reality. But I'm not saying we're like the only ones. No,
because you're tap dancing right now. You're tap dancing right now. So
I'm
I'm going
to
disagree. I feel like you're tap dancing right now.
Okay.
Because I feel like all of what you're saying applies to any race or ethnicity. And so I don't believe that it's only melanated.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, so I'm saying I don't believe it's melanated people that only participate in this type of chaos or this type of rambunctiousness. I don't think that it's isolated to just melanated people. And I mean, we don't have to take it there tonight, because this is not a conversation on slavery and colonization and the history and trauma and depression that like seeped on to our ancestors and seeped on to African Americans. We don't even need to go into it that deep. But I feel disagreement when you talk about that's only melanated people that.
I never said that.
Well, you made a focus on that though.
Because are we not talking about melanated people, or are we talking about white people right now?
I think we're just talking about essay and assault as it
Talking
affects
about SA,
everyone.
yeah, but we're talking about SA, and the people that we're having conversations about are who? Melanated
I
people.
think
I
maybe you
didn't.
need to catch the playback because from the beginning of the show, we
Mm-hmm.
were just talking about abuse and various types of abuse and how it affects everyone. And
Mm-hmm.
so when you're coming into the chat and the panel talking about melanated people only being the ones experienced this,
I
it
didn't
makes
say
me feel
that.
like, well, hold on. And it makes me feel that you didn't read the chat and you didn't when you came in the chat you didn't rewind and catch up,
Mm-hmm.
because I feel like what you're saying right now has nothing to do with what we're focusing on, and that brings up something that makes me a little bit upset. And I don't like getting upset on this platform, conscious, because like I really like I just want to mind my business. But like it's the fact that I just don't want things to be isolated to people who have dark skin. And because first of all, everybody abuses, all races, all nationalities, all ethnicity abuse. And so I feel like you're concentrating your comments on the reality TV show aspect of things about
Mm-hmm.
Chrisean and Tesehki. And so I don't feel like you're generally speaking on abuse as it affects human beings, which is what the conversation has been. And we have been talking about the TV show as well. But then keep in mind that is a reality TV show and scripted, and people are getting paid to have these conversations. So Tesehki and Chrisean got paid to sit down there and have the baby there, and so they got money for that scene, and that's
Mm-hmm.
exactly what it was. It was a scene.
Okay. Well, all I'm gonna say is that when I was referring to that, I was referring to the people that were involved. And when I said, and I had that whole soliloquy, I was not exclusively saying that only melanated people are the ones that do this or experience this. But what I am saying, and let's go with that idea, if we go through slavery and go through all of those avenues, who did we learn these things from? Who did we learn respectability politics from? Who were the
You're
teachers?
taking yourself out of this live audience is insensitive.
Homebody. Because right now I'm respecting you. And the
Okay,
point that I'm
I'll hear
saying,
you out.
okay, so the only thing that I was saying is that I was keeping it on context of us as melanated people, but I never said out of my mouth that melanated bodies and melanated people are the only ones that do this. That's never came out of my mouth, ever. So that is all we're gonna say right there, and we're gonna move on.
Can I jump in? Good morning, everybody.
Good
Hey,
morning, rumors
Good
and
morning.
tea. Good morning,
Good
babe.
morning.
I've been in and out. I haven't been feeling well, but I feel better now,
Good.
so I hit the link. So from the beginning when we I had listened to the playback of the previous live. Um and I promise you guys this was so, it didn't trigger me, but it just reminded me of my family. Now, I always tell y'all the good things, but y'all all know I tell the bad things too, right? Um, I definitely believe that that they're not lying. Chrisean, the nephew, I definitely believe Tesehki um did abuse them. She was a child herself. Um, this literally mirrored what occurred in my family, and I can tell you, while the adults were into their own world partying and everything else, the children were literally mimicking everything the adults were doing. There was a lot of incestuous essay going on, and it spilt over because it was one particular side of our family. It spilt over into my family with my 5-year-old nephew, and my brother walked in on a cousin that was 3 years older than his son in the act of, he had not yet penetrated him, but they were in the process of that. And my brother almost
Mhm.
unalived our cousin. I just happened to walk upstairs into our home and hear everything as it happened.
Mhm.
And I can tell you that this was something that was done to my cousin. Everyone, he was so afraid to speak up, because remember, Conscious, when I was typing in the chat earlier about parents being willfully in denial, and you gave the response of, like, the grandmother wasn't paying attention, she didn't know, he didn't tell, some kids didn't don't tell, etc., etc. I remember when I was a child, right? Like, it was going on when I was a kid, and it just like trickled on over to the next generation, to the next generation. And I remember there were cousins that were being like the sweetest, happy-go-lucky children that would, for like just like at plain sight, you would think nothing was wrong. But there were little signs where you can tell when certain children would come around. That smile wouldn't be as bright. That personality wouldn't be as bubbly. But the adults did not care enough, because I always spoke up. The adults did not care enough to actually deal with what was going on, because they had their own trauma that they had suppressed. And they knew that this certain group in our family had this pathology. And it was weird, because they would tell us, like, we weren't allowed to be around specific elders, because we knew that, again, there was incestuous essay going on. We weren't allowed to be around the elders, but we were allowed to be around the children it was known that these children had been abused. And no one thought to get these children counseling. No one thought to have a discussion with the children. No one thought to monitor the children, knowing that there was a pathology. So just from the experience alone, it wasn't until it actually happened to my nephew that we called everyone out. Everyone out. It became this big thing within our family, and the denial. I mean, it literally was dragged down fights, because no one wanted to admit, from the youngest child all the way up to the matriarch. No one wanted to admit what was going on. I mean, I had never seen, it was so like heartbreaking to see people that knew they had to experience this. No one wanted to have the conversation, admit, and correct it. It took myself, like my mom and her children, to champion this cause. I went as far, like, to the distant relatives, to have conversation, to get an understanding, because people were like, let it go. You're like, I became like I always was a black sheep, but I became like the black sheep. Like, nobody wanted to engage with me and my biological family, because
Because they
I
say
asked
keep family
questions.
business, family business.
I was family.
Well,
Biologically,
no, but
I
the
asked
thing is, the
questions.
slogan is like, you keep family business, and you don't tell people like what's going on, you know?
This was within family, so that slogan wouldn't even apply, because this is family on family. This ain't a fake cousin. This is biological bread. We are family. When I say I went to distant cousins, that we were all still blood. I'm talking about my great grandmother's, her first cousins. I went to them. I asked questions. because I wanted to understand. It to me, it made no type of, or with all the whispers throughout the family at every family function, it made no sense to me that if you can whisper it, you can say it out loud. Having my own experience of the SA, right? I knew how liberating it was for me to say it out loud. I was literally suffocating for years because I couldn't, like, my voice was taken, and when I would speak up, I would be attacked. So when I turned 16, I didn't care. I had already had a rebellious spirit. And one thing my mom taught us, her children, was we had a right to our opinion. No one, even including her, was allowed to take away our opinion. I felt like my voice was taken. I was suffocating. When I turned 16, I said what needed to be said. I was like, and it was like I could not shut up after that. So I always was an advocate for children. Being a child myself, coming into my adulthood, I always was advocate for children. But even the children were programmed to not say anything. When my nephew, again, he was 5. My nephew was so afraid to tell us what had happened. My brother took him to the hospital. They had, did whatever they could do, examined him and everything, saw that there was actually no penetration, but there was still things that was done. It was still a violation. My nephew was scared to talk about it, which was not his nature. I was livid. So I personally understand what reckless is saying. I know that this is a universal thing, but I know how bad, like, I'm not saying it doesn't affect other nationalities and races, but the way it has our community in a chokehold, because this is like this platform, yes, we're for everybody. We're inclusive as hell, but our first priority is to ourselves. We have so many things, so many broken and traumas like that have crippled us. And we know it's not going to change overnight. But I am for my people before I'm for anyone else, because it's necessary at this point. There's such a strong hold when it comes to these type of subjects that's so taboo. I appreciate when Conscious spoke earlier about, and I think Son was the one that wrote it in the comments, there's not a safe place for the victims nor the abusers. Because what I did not do in my pursuit of understanding, I just wanted to break the cycle. I had a passion. I could not hold especially the children. I couldn't hold the children responsible because they were only mimicking what was done to them. And there was, as when Tesehki's nephew was describing how they were like make him and like beat him up, and all that was going on to the cousin that was doing it to my nephew. If he didn't participate, he was jumped. We're talking about little children. When I got him to open up, because I didn't demonize him, he was the one that actually, everybody literally was threatening him. Like, I mean, I could go, I don't want to go into the graphic details of how they was like, I couldn't believe the adults, the things they were doing to the extent of keeping him silent because their children were involved. That's when I realized it's no way that these people are willfully ignoring what's happening. Because if the more you scratch, how they say you scratch your itch, or you're going to smell, the deeper you go into something, the more skeletons fall out the closet. And none of these people they didn't want to heal, in my opinion. And I realized then, though, at the same time, this is a practice that they've inherited. I know that these are not bad people to the core of, like, they're monsters. They just don't have a safe place. Once we got through all of the rigmarole, like, because I didn't care, and once they realized that I was not going to back down, and I would force my elders to have the conversation. Guess what? We wound up having the conversations. It took like little bit by little bit throughout the years. I got to even the matriarch, before they closed their eyes, I got to the bottom of things. And it did not start with us. It started with the sharecroppers. the non-melanated people. We know where it comes from, but for me, the problem was, how could you want to harm someone that you say you love, you profess to love? You knew what it felt like when your innocence was being violated and taken, and you close your mouth and you allow this to continue to go on.
Mm-hmm.
No one is ever going to correct this BS. The one thing I am proud of is, despite I went 2 years without talking to my family. I am proud that I took that 2 years off. I worked on myself because I had my own personal healing to work through. I worked on myself, and I came back with a vengeance. I just was not going to sit back and say that I love these people. Now I did. There was times that I had to separate myself, but I just could not see this continuing to go on. I just couldn't see it. It was one of the reasons why I didn't want to have children myself. Because I'm like, if I become a
Mm-hmm.
parent, my kids, I can't trust nobody in my family with my children. Like, I can't, when I say, and I still don't trust people, but I'm saying, like, I can't bring my kids around a family function and sit down and eat a plate of food. I'm gonna have to tie a leash to them and chain them to my ankles. They can't get out of my sight. To me, that's not being free.
Wow.
Today, I can proudly say, though, because I advocated, I felt a real genuine purpose. It wasn't about trying to demonize anybody or whatever. It wasn't even about making people uncomfortable. I just wanted some healing in my family. I knew what it felt like for me. And I just didn't want to keep seeing and having my nephew. That was like the straw that broke the camel's back. Like, you hear the whispers, you know what you experience. You can't turn a blind eye, but when it trickles into your home, yeah, it's time to do something. And like I said, I'm proud. I speak with passion about it, but I'm so proud that I can say today, because I made people have the conversation. I told them two things could be true at the same time. You can still love your pappy, your mama, your cousins, and they still could have victimized you. That doesn't mean that you don't have to love them anymore to call them out for doing something wrong to you. And you can forgive them. And if you choose to have a relationship with them, you can. But you set a standard. And your standard should be, what does this look like moving forward for me to have a healthy relationship with you? What are your standards? So to kind of like speak on what Conscious was asking Reckless, and he said the panel, I feel like for them to move forward, Tesehki has to take ownership of what she did. I do feel like Chrisean in the clip, I don't know, we haven't seen the whole thing, it's just a trailer, but for that clip, it did feel like Chrisean weaponized it, although she is a victim. It feels like she weaponized it, and her saying that she forgives. She said she was over it. She forgave her. She had moved on. And in that moment, it felt like she weaponized it to trigger and hurt Tesehki. That's not going to bring the closure, the acknowledgement, and the healing that they need. She can speak with the passion, all that she wants, but that energy felt like she weaponized it for a viral moment. That don't sound like healing to me. It don't feel like healing to me.
And that's gonna hurt both of them in the long run. It's not like
It
with
feels like
this.
she prostituted her trauma for a bag,
Mhm.
which is something that
Right.
she has a pattern of doing.
Right. And what she thinks is bringing Tesehki down, it really just brings the public perception of both of them down, in my opinion.
It does, the whole entire family. I really feel bad for them. I feel like if Tesehki was an adult, I don't think I would have is the empathy I have for her. If she was an adult when and Chrisean was the child, but because she was a child herself, I can extend some empathy, not some, but a lot more empathy than I would if she was an adult. and understanding what I saw myself. Every family is different, even though we all have a lot in common. Every family is different, but I feel like because of all of the in and out of foster kids, the drugs, in and out of jail,